Chapter 18. Steve Brenner was in a cold rage. The bitch had gone too far this time. No one, man or woman, was going to make a fool out of him. It was high time Laurent was taught a lesson, and he was just the man to inflict it. Who the hell did she think she was to humiliate him in front of his associates and his friends by bringing another man home? How could anyone fall in love in the space of one weekend? Infuriated over the news Sheriff Lloyd had just given him, he picked up a chair and hurled it across the room, knocking a desk lamp to the floor. He watched it shatter, and then, still enraged, he slammed his fist into the wall. Fresh paint splattered in every direction, spraying white mist on his freshly laundered, blood-red polo shirt. The drywall crumbled under his hand, and the skin on his calloused knuckles ripped wide open when he struck the cement block behind the wall. Oblivious to the pain, or the mess he'd just made, he jerked his hand back, then shook himself like a wet dog ridding itself of excess water. He couldn't think when he was this angry, and he knew he needed to be clear-headed so that he could figure out his options. He was the master of the game, after all. The bitch didn't understand that yet, but she soon would, yes indeed. Sheriff Lloyd was sprawled in a chair behind an empty desk. He appeared to be relaxed, but inside he was as nervous and tense as a cornered possum, because he knew firsthand what Steve was capable of when he was riled. God help him, he never wanted to see that side of his new associate again. Lloyd's brand-new silver Mustang belt buckle was digging painfully into his gut, but he was afraid to move. He didn't want to do anything that would draw attention to himself until Steve had gotten his temper under control. Fat red drops of blood were steadily dripping down on Steve's pressed khaki pants and turning into black streaks all the way down to his knee. Lloyd thought about telling Steve. He knew how important his appearance was to him, but he decided to keep quiet instead and pretend he didn't notice. Most of the women in town thought Steve was a handsome man, and the sheriff supposed he was, with his wavy brown hair and good bone structure. His face was a little long, but when he smiled, the women didn't see anything but charisma. He wasn't smiling now, though, and if those same women could see the frost in his eyes, they wouldn't think he was handsome at all. They might even be as afraid of him as Lloyd was. Steve clenched and unclenched his fists as he stood at the window, looking out at the square with his back to the sheriff. 3 teenagers were riding their skateboards along the sidewalks, ignoring the posted signs prohibiting bicycles and skateboards as they sped along. The pharmacist, Conrad Kellogg, came running outside waving his hands when one of the freaks with dyed orange, long, straggly hair accidentally rammed into his window. Directly across the square, the door opened to Laurent's store, and the Winston twins, dressed in bib overalls, came outside. They were working late tonight. The streetlights were already on, which meant it was after 7. All the stores but the pharmacy closed at 6. The twins were working overtime to get the store ready. Steve watched as they adjusted the seals around the window they'd just installed in her storefront. "A damn waste of money," he muttered. "What's that you say, Steve?" He didn't answer. Since the brooding man wasn't paying any attention to him now, Lloyd decided it was safe to get comfortable. He eased his belt down below his extended belly, unbuttoned his pants to give him a little more room, and then dug his pocket knife out of his pocket. Flipping the rusty blade open, he began to dig the dirt out from under his ragged nails. "I take off for a couple of days to get in a little fishing, and what happens? She falls in love with another man, son of a bitch. If she had only given me a chance, if she had let herself get to know me, she would have fallen in love with me, no question about that. I can be fucking charming when I want to," Steve snapped. Lloyd didn't know if he should try to placate him now or commiserate with him on this latest development. Saying the wrong thing could be worse than saying nothing at all, and so he settled on a loud grunt, leaving it to Steve to interpret. "But she wouldn't give me the time of day," Steve railed. "All I wanted was a chance. I figured I'd give her some time to get used to the idea, then maybe send her some more flowers and ask her out again. Did you see the way she ignored me at the fish fry last month? No matter what I did, she wouldn't let me get near her. She acted like I was a pesky fly. That's how much attention she gave me. People noticed, too. I saw the way they were watching me." "Now, Steve, it ain't like that at all. Everybody in Hollyoaks knows you're going to marry Lauren. She's got to know it, too. Maybe she's just sowing some wild oats before she settles down." Men sow wild oats, not women. Then maybe she's just playing hard to get. He winced when he poked tender skin under his thumbnail with the pocket knife. You're going to be the richest man in the valley, and she knows it. Yeah, that's what she's doing, playing hard to get. I thought she was better than that. Then what? If he's staying there with her, then she's letting him touch her. Rage was back in his voice, and Lloyd tried to deflect it. I think she's just testing you. Women like men to chase them. Everybody knows that. Who were those men at the house? He whirled around and regarded the sheriff malevolently while he waited for an explanation. He got an excuse instead. I was in a hurry to tell you about Lauren bringing home another man. I didn't think to ask their names. They told me they were friends and they were there to fix her sink. They had tools, and I figured they were probably on their way to the Abbey. But you didn't bother to get their names or see some identification. I was in a hurry, Lloyd whined. I wasn't thinking. For God's sake, you're the sheriff in this two-bit shantytown. Don't you know how to do your job? Lloyd dropped the knife and put his hands up in a conciliatory gesture. Don't take your anger out on me. I'm just the messenger. If you want, I'll go right on back there and get all the information you want. Forget it, Steve muttered before turning his back on the sheriff again. Maybe that old dried-up biddy next door was right. Maybe they were robbing Laurent's house. Now, Steve, you know she doesn't have nothing worth stealing. I'm telling you, they're just friends. Steve couldn't get his anger under control. Laurent sharing her bed with another man, it was unforgivable. Maybe she was just trying to assert her independence, playing a little game with him. Oh, yes, she needed to be taught a lesson, all right. He'd let her rudeness go unpunished in the past, and so he could only blame himself for this latest insult. The first time she had given him the cold shoulder, he should have put the fear of God into her then and there. Some women required a heavy hand until they learned where their place was. His first wife had been like that, but he'd believed Laurent was different. She'd seemed delicate and almost perfect. But he realized now he'd used the wrong approach. He'd been too damn polite and nice, and that was going to change. No one falls in love in a single weekend. According to her friends, she's real taken with this Nick Buchanan, Lloyd remarked. His head was down, his concentration on getting the dirty paste out from under his pinky nail. These friends, they tell me Nick and Lauren were going to get married. After blurting out this last bit of information, Lloyd glanced up to see how Steve was reacting. Bullshit, Steve muttered. That isn't going to happen. Lloyd nodded. But you know, if they should get married, they'd probably move away, what with his job and all. I didn't think to ask what it was this Nick fellow does for a living, but then don't you see? She'd have to sell her store. Steve's gaze turned glacial as he watched Lloyd. The fat man reminded him of a monkey in the zoo, grooming himself in public without a care in the world. He was disgusting, but he was useful, and for that reason Steve put up with him. Lloyd put his penknife away, noticed all the dirt on the white desk pad, and brushed it to the floor. Glancing out the window, he remarked, Looks like Lauren's store is going to open real soon. That isn't going to happen either, Steve said. His face was contorted with anger, and he took a threatening step toward the sheriff. Do you have any notion in that pea-brain of yours how much money we stand to lose if she gets her way and convinces the other shop owners not to sell? I'm not letting anyone screw this deal. What are you going to do about it? Whatever it takes. Are you talking about breaking the law? Screw the law, he roared. You're already in this up to your ass, he added in a snarl. So what if you have to go in a little deeper? I haven't broken the law. Yeah? Tell that to old lady Broadmoor. You're the one who forged her name on that legal document. Lloyd began to sweat. That was all your idea. And what was the harm? The old lady was already dead, and her relatives will get the money, so they sure don't care. Hell, they would have sold her store. But you said they'd hold us up for a lot more money if they knew about our deal with the development company. I don't look at what we done as criminal." Steve's laugh sounded like a nail going down a chalkboard. "It might have been my idea, but you're the man who signed her name, and I noticed you couldn't wait to spend your bonus money buying yourself a new car." "I only did what I was told to do." "That's right. And you're going to keep on doing what you're told. You want to retire a rich man, don't you?" "Sure I do. I want to leave this town, get away from—" "Lonnie?" The sheriff averted his eyes. I didn't say that. You're afraid of your own son, aren't you, Lloyd? As mean and bad-tempered as you are, you're still afraid of him." "Hell no, I'm not," he blustered. Steve hooted with laughter, and the sound was even more grating than 10 fingernails scratching at a chalkboard. Lloyd had to force himself not to cringe. "You chicken shit! You're scared of your boy." At the moment, what scared Lloyd more than his son was knowing that Steve could see through his big man veneer. "Lonnie's going on 19 years now, and I'm telling you he ain't never been right in his head, not even when he was little. He's got a real mean attitude, and a nasty temper to boot. I'll admit I do want to get away from him, but not because I'm scared. I can still beat the crap out of him. It's just that I'm sick and tired of the messes he's always getting himself into. I've had to sneak him out of trouble more times than I can count. Lonnie's going to kill someone one of these days. He came damn close with the Edmund girl. She ended up in the hospital, and I had to do some pretty fancy talking to get that doctor to keep quiet. I convinced him that Mary Jo would kill herself if folks heard she'd gotten herself raped. She'd never be able to hold her head up in this town again." Steve cocked his head. "You threatened him, too, didn't you? I'll bet you told him you'd sick Lonnie on him or his wife if he said a word. I'm right, aren't I?" "I did what I had to do to keep my boy out of jail." "You know what everyone in town calls you? Sheriff Lardass. They're laughing at you behind your back. If you want things to change, keep your mouth shut and do what I tell you to do. Then you can leave Hollyoaks and Lonnie and never look back." Lloyd was slowly tearing strips from the paper on the blotter. He kept his gaze averted when he asked, "You aren't going to tell Lonnie what I'm planning to do, are you? The boy thinks he's going to get a big cut of the money, and I want to be long gone before he figures out he ain't getting a dime." "I won't tell him anything, as long as you continue to cooperate. Do we understand each other? Now, about this Buchanan." Lloyd's neck snapped back. "Who?" Brenner's hand clenched into a fist again with the intent of smashing it into Lloyd's fat face, but he felt the sting in his knuckles this time, and glancing down saw the bloodstains on his pant leg. Shit. He was going to have to change clothes again. Appearances had to be maintained, and he couldn't stand to look the least bit imperfect. "Never mind," he muttered as he strode to the bathroom in the back of the office to wash his hand. Lloyd finally remembered who Buchanan was. "I still wish you'd let me go on back to Lauren's house and have a talk with those friends. They could still be there." Lloyd's nasally whine was getting on Steve's nerves. He didn't have any patience for slow-witted people, and if the sheriff weren't a necessary ingredient in his grand scheme, he would have taken great delight in beating the hell out of him. Better yet, he'd ordered Lonnie to do it for him while he watched. The boy would do whatever Steve told him to do because, like his father, he was motivated by greed and hate and failure. He finished washing, patted his hands dry with a paper towel, then folded it neatly into a perfect square before tossing it into the trash can. Reaching into his back pocket, he pulled out his comb and stood in front of the mirror smoothing his hair back. "Where's Lonnie now?" he called out. "I don't know. He never tells me where he's going. If he's gotten his lazy ass out of bed, then he's probably down at the lake fishing. Why do you want to know?" It was time for the lesson. Laurent was going to learn he wouldn't put up with any competition. "Never you mind. Go find him and send him to me." "I've got to go pick up my new car first." "You've got to do what I tell you first. Then you can get your damn car. I said go find Lonnie." The sheriff shoved his chair back and stood. But what should I tell him?" Steve came back into the office. He was smiling when he answered. "Tell him I've got a job for him." Chapter 19. Laurent deliberately prolonged her visit with the Vandermans. She needed the time to psych herself up for the ordeal ahead of her. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. She used to think of her home as her safe haven, a sanctuary, really, where she could find peace and tranquility after putting in a hard day's work. He had taken that away from her. The man the FBI nicknamed the Unsub. The unknown subject who was tearing her mind into shreds. How long had he been watching her? Would he be sitting in a comfortable chair watching her tonight? Laurent blanched at the thought. Soon now, she would go into her bedroom and get ready for bed while the camera tracked her every movement. She had a sudden urge to put on her tennis shoes and go running. She couldn't, of course. It was dark out, and it wasn't part of the approved-by-Wesson schedule. Laurent still wanted to do it, though. She had started her running regimen after she heard about her brother's cancer. It was an outlet, a way of dealing with her fear. She loved the physical exercise, pushing herself to the limit, faster and faster, until her mind cleared and all she could concentrate on was the pounding of her heartbeat, the crunch of the scrub under her feet, and the rhythm of her breathing as she raced along the broken path around the lake. She became oblivious to her surroundings as she pushed and pushed, harder and harder, until the blessed endorphins kicked in, energizing her. For a brief time the panic was gone, and she felt gloriously alive and completely free. She longed for that feeling now, and oh God, how she wanted control over her life again. She hated being afraid, and alternating between fury and terror was making her crazy.
"Dear, be careful with that cup. You don't want to chip it."
Viola's caution pulled Laurent back to the present. Viola continued to tell her the latest gossip she'd picked up at her ladies' bridge club. Laurent tried to pay attention as she finished hand-drying the blue spode. When the kitchen was cleaned, she followed the elderly woman out onto the porch and sat side by side with her in the glider, while Bessie Jean, her hand tucked into the crook of Nick's arm, took him on a stroll around the property to show off her petunias and her vegetable garden. The streetlight barely lit the backyard. Nick was more interested in the dark, vacant, tree-lined lot behind Laurent's house than the garden. Cluttered with thick shrubs and bushes, it was a paradise for the unsub to hide and watch or creep up on Laurent's house without being seen. "Do kids ever play in that lot?" he asked Bessie Jean after complimenting her on her garden.
"They used to, but they don't go back there anymore. Not since Billy Cleary got a fierce case of poison ivy. He was wearing shorts, and he sat in it, you see, and from what his mother told me, it was a very painful experience. The child couldn't sit down for 2 weeks. Once he was feeling better, Billy and his friends turned to playing by the lake."
They had made a full circle of the house. Bessie Jean called out to Viola.
"I was just telling Nicholas about Billy Cleary and how he used to play in the lot behind Laurent's house until he got poison ivy."
She climbed the steps and sat down in a wicker chair. Viola leaned toward Laurent.
"His privates were covered in it," she whispered.
"I told Nicholas no one goes near that lot anymore," Bessie Jean explained.
"That's not true," Viola said. "Don't you remember, sister? Several weeks ago, there were children playing back there. Daddy stood on his hind legs at the back screen, barking and barking. We had to shut the door to calm him down."
Bessie Jean nodded.
"I don't believe those were children," she said. "It was going on dark. It was probably just a raccoon or a possum back there. Actually, now that I reflect upon it, I believe that a wild animal was making a home back there because Daddy put up a fuss several times that week."
Viola nodded.
"Yes, he did," she agreed.
Nick leaned against the railing. "How long ago did this happen? Do you remember?"
"I can't be sure," Bessie Jean said. "I remember," Viola announced. I just put in the big boys.
Big boys?
Tomatoes,
she explained. And that was when? Nick asked patiently.
almost a month ago.
Bessie Jean didn't agree. She thought Viola was mistaken and that it hadn't been quite that long. The sisters bickered about it for several minutes before Laurent stood, drawing their attention and putting an end to the budding argument. Nick and I should be heading home.
Yes, dear. You'll want to get unpacked and settled, won't you? Viola remarked.
She looks tuckered out, doesn't she, sister?
Bessie Jean commented. Nick was in full agreement. Laurent did look worn out. There were dark circles under her eyes. She looked completely different from the first time he'd seen her at the rectory. When she had learned that Tommy was all right, she completely relaxed, and for a short while she didn't appear to have a care in the world. But that was before her brother had told her about the sick bastard who wanted to kill her. To her credit, she hadn't collapsed or gotten hysterical like some would, and Nick remembered the strength she'd shown later when she'd talked Pete into letting her set a trap. How much strength and endurance did she have stored inside her? He hoped to God she had enough to see this nightmare through. "Thank you so much for dinner. It was lovely," Laurent said.
I'll give you my recipe for my macaroni dish, Viola promised.
Bessie Jean scoffed. What recipe? You followed the directions on the Kraft macaroni and cheese box. Just get her one at the store, sister.
Nick added his thank you, then casually draped his arm around Laurent's shoulders. Bessie Jean escorted the couple to the end of her walk and opened the gate for them.
Your eyes never settle, do they, Nicholas?
So that the young man wouldn't take offense, she hastened to explain.
I noticed little things, you see, and from the moment you stepped out on my porch, you've been surveying the neighborhood. It's not a criticism, she added. It's just that I noticed. You're always on your guard, aren't you? I imagine you were trained to do that at the FBI school.
Nick shook his head. Actually, I'm just nosy. She smiled up at him, her green eyes sparkling. Nick guessed she must have given the men in Hollyoaks a merry chase when she was a young girl. Leaning around Nick, she whispered loudly, I like your young man. Don't chase this one off, dear. Laurent laughed. I'll try not to, she promised. I like this one, too.
Sister and I know all about a woman's biological clock, she said. A good number of women your age already have 2 or 3 children. It's time you got started on a family.
Yes, ma'am, she answered, for lack of anything better to say. She knew it was pointless to argue with Bessie Jean or mention that plenty of women waited until they were in their 30s to start a family, and that Laurent had several years to go before that momentous birthday. Bessie Jean was outspoken, opinionated, and as subtle as a sledgehammer, but Laurent still liked her. As flawed as she was also honest and kind. On occasion, anyway.
Why, look, there's Justin Brady and Willie Lakeman.
The neighbors across the street were carrying a long extension ladder around from the backyard. One of them propped it against the side of the house and began to climb up, while the other held it in place. Bessie Jean called out a greeting and smiled when the 2 men waved. It's late to be painting, Nick remarked. He'd only just made the comment when the floodlights were turned on from inside the house.
Justin's the young man on the ladder, Viola said. I told you about him. When he saw me working in my flower bed, he came right over to lend a hand. I didn't much care for any of them starting out, but I've since changed my opinion.
Why didn't you like them starting out? Nick asked, eyeing the tall, muscular man who was leaning into the ladder and reaching for the putty knife in the back pocket of his jeans.
I thought they were all useless, but they're just ornery, not shiftless. They're keeping their promise, she added with a nod. The owner, Mr. Morrison, made an arrangement with the boys to paint his house in lieu of paying rent. He's off in Florida, taking in the sun until after the celebration.
"This is the first time I've seen any of them working on the house," Bessie Jean said. "I'll tell you what I have seen, though. Almost every single night for the past couple of weeks, they've been walking down to the bar and grill on 2nd Street and drinking until closing time. They don't care about their neighbors trying to sleep. They sing and laugh and carry on, making a terrible racket when they're coming home. I've watched them from my window, and just 2 weeks ago, one of them passed out in the front yard. I believe it was Mark Hanover. He slept there all night. It's shameful the way they carry on, getting drunk as skunks."
The sisters obviously had different opinions on the renters.
"But now they're keeping their word," Viola reminded her. "And Justin told me that as soon as they finish working at the Abbey, they're going to fix the house up, even if it means working from sun up to sundown. I believe they'll do it, too."
Nick kept trying to get a better look at Willie Lakeman, but his back was turned to the street and he was wearing a baseball cap. Even if he turned around, Nick doubted he'd see his face clearly. Willie appeared to be about the same height and weight as Justin. He decided to walk over and say hello. Maybe he could get the third renter to come outside and he could size him up, too. His plan changed when he heard Laurent yawn. She was falling asleep on her feet. "Come on, sweetheart, let's get you to bed." She followed him to the car and helped carry in the bags. The house was dark except for a small desk lamp by the phone, and all the draperies were closed. The phone rang just as she started up the stairs with her overnight bag. She dropped it on the floor, switched on a light, and hurried into the living room. Nick had warned her that there would always be at least one FBI agent inside her house at all times, so she wasn't taken by surprise when the swinging door to the kitchen opened and a man dressed in black pants and a long-sleeve white shirt rolled up to his elbows came hurrying toward her. There was a gun clipped to his belt and a sandwich in his hand. He beat her to the phone, which was on the desk between her living room and dining room, checked the caller ID, and picked up a headset attached to the base of the phone, then motioned for her to answer. From the number displayed, she knew it was Michelle Brockman calling. She was Laurent's best friend and would soon be a bride.
"Hi! How'd you know I was back?"
"This is Hollyoaks, remember?" Michelle said. "So, tell me, is it true? Did some man actually threaten you in Kansas City? I'm never letting you leave this town again if it's true."
"Don't worry," Laurent assured her friend. "It was just some guy thinking he was funny. The authorities looked into it and said he's not to be taken seriously."
"That's a relief," Michelle sighed. "Okay, then. Tell me, who is the hunk?"
"Excuse me?"
Michelle's laughter erupted over the phone. The sound always made Laurent smile. It came from deep in her belly, and it was filled with such joy and mischief. They had met at the monthly fish fry. Laurent had only been in town a week and hadn't even unpacked her things before Tommy volunteered her services in the kitchen at the fundraising event. Michelle had also been commandeered. An instant friendship developed. They were complete opposites. Laurent was reserved, and Michelle was exuberant. She was also considerate. Lorna Hamburg had cornered Laurent and was trying to get as much personal information as she could for an article she wanted to write about the newcomer, or, as she called her, the foreigner from Chicago. Michelle dragged Laurent away from the busybody and wouldn't let Lorna harass her. They became best friends from that moment on. "I asked, who is he?"
"I don't know what you're talking about," Laurent replied, deliberately tormenting her friend.
"Stop playing games. I'm dying of curiosity. I want to know. Who is the hunk you brought home with you?"
"His name is Nicholas Buchanan. Do you remember I told you that my brother lived with the Buchanans when he was growing up?"
"I remember."
"Nick's Tommy's best friend," she explained. "I never met him until last weekend."
"And?"
"And what?"
"Have you gone to bed with him yet?"
Laurent could feel herself blushing. "Hold on a minute, will you?" She put her hand over the mouthpiece of the old-fashioned phone and whispered to the agent, "Do you need to listen in on this private conversation?"
The agent was trying hard not to smile. He put the headset down and walked away. She pulled the chair out and sat down at the desk facing the wall. "All right, I'm back," she announced, as she picked up a ballpoint pen and began to click it open and shut. "Did you?" "Did I what?" "Stop being evasive. Did you go to bed with him yet? I heard he's gorgeous." Laurent laughed. "Michelle, you shouldn't be asking questions like that." "I'm your dearest friend, aren't I?" "Yes, but... And I'm worried about you. You need sex, Laurent. It's good for your complexion." Laurent began to scribble on the notepad. "What's wrong with my complexion?" "Nothing sex wouldn't help. It'll bring color to your cheeks." "I'll use blush." Michelle let out a loud, exaggerated sigh. "You aren't going to tell me, are you?" "No, I'm not." "Is he really just a friend of your brother's?" Laurent bowed her head. She felt horrible about lying to her best friend, but she knew that when this was over and she could finally tell Michelle the truth, she would understand. "No, he isn't just a friend." She turned in the chair to look at Nick. He was standing in the front hallway with the other agent and nodding at something the man was telling him. His expression was somber until he caught her staring at him, then he smiled. She turned back to the wall. "The oddest thing happened, Michelle," she whispered. "What?" "I fell in love." Michelle was immediately skeptical. "No, you didn't. You actually allowed yourself to fall in love? I don't believe you." "It's true." "Honest?" "It happened awfully fast, didn't it?" "I know," she replied. She picked up the pen again and began to draw. "He must be something else to get through all your defenses. I can't wait to meet him." "You will, and I know you'll like him." "I can't believe this. He must have knocked you over to get your attention. You fell hard, didn't you?" "I guess I did." "This is mind-blowing," Michelle exclaimed. "It's not that shocking," she said defensively. "Please." Laurent laughed. Michelle always put her in a good mood. She was so dramatic and very open in her feelings and attitudes, whereas Laurent kept everything close to her heart. Michelle was the only friend since high school whom she had ever confided in. "I know what goes on in that warped head of yours. You're always trying to figure out what's wrong with the guy, and you're always playing it safe. Just because you got burned once." "Twice," she corrected. "I don't count the college guy," Michelle said. "Everyone gets her heart broken in college at least once. I'm only counting the creep from Chicago." "He was a creep," Laurent agreed. "And just because you misjudged him, you concluded all men were scum. Except my Christopher. You never thought he was scum." "Of course I didn't. I love Christopher." She sighed. "I do too. He's so sweet and wonderful." "So is Nick." "Don't mess this one up, Laurent. Go with your feelings this time." "What do you mean, don't mess this one up?" "With your history." "What history?" "Don't go all irate on me. I'm simply telling it like it is. You don't have a very good record with men around here. Want me to go through the list of men you've rejected?" "I didn't love any of those men." "You never let yourself get to know any of them long enough to find out if there was a future or not." "I wasn't interested." "Obviously. Everyone in town was so certain that Steve Brenner would be able to get through that thick shell of yours. I heard he was telling people he wanted to marry you." "That's what I heard. I don't even like the man, and I certainly never encouraged him. He gives me the creeps." "I like him, and so does Christopher. Steve is charming and funny and witty. Everyone likes him but you." "Bessie Jean Vanderman and her sister don't like him." "Please, they don't like anyone." Laurent laughed. "That's not true." "Yes, it is. They dislike the Catholics because they're too pushy, and I just heard that Viola thinks Rabbi Spears is running a crooked bingo game." "You're kidding." "Would I make that up?" "Tell me something. How did you find out so quickly that Nick was with me?" "The hotline." While Bessie Jean was standing out front, her sister snuck back inside, called my mother, and she told me. We all know how Viola loves to embellish. She said you were getting engaged, but Mother and I didn't believe her. Do you think you'll marry Nicholas one day, or is it too soon to ask that question? You just asked me if we slept together, she reminded her. No, I asked you if you had sex. Actually, Viola wasn't embellishing. I am going to marry him. Michelle shrieked again. Why didn't you tell me right away? You're serious? You're really... I can't believe this. It's happening too fast for my little brain to take in. Have you set a date yet? No, she admitted, but Nick wants to get married real soon. Oh, God! This is so romantic! Wait until I tell Christopher. You're my maid of honor, she said then. So? The hint wasn't subtle. Will you be my maid of honor? Michelle paused to shout the news to her parents. Both of them had to take a turn on the phone congratulating Laurent, and by the time Michelle was back, 10 more minutes had passed. Yes, I'll be your maid of honor. I'm honored that you asked me. Oh, that reminds me. I called you to tell you your dress is ready. You can pick it up tomorrow. Try it on one more time, okay? I don't want any screw-ups on the day of my wedding. All right. Anything else? The picnic, she said. I expect to meet Nick then. What picnic? What do you mean, what picnic? The Abbot's throwing a big thank you party at the lake for everyone who worked so hard on the renovations. When was this decided? Oh, that's right, you were out of town. It was in the Sunday Bulletin, but you were in Kansas City. Oh, my God, I forgot to ask. The news about Nick turned me into a blithering idiot, I suppose. It was so un-you that it was all I could think about. I forgot to ask, is your brother all right? Yes, he's fine. He got a clean bill of health this time. Then no chemo? No chemo. Michelle sounded relieved. Thank goodness. Is he back home yet? No, he and a friend are going to drive my car back as soon as repairs are done. The transmission was slipping. You need to buy a new car. I will, one of these days. When you can afford it, right? Right. Laurent suddenly dropped the pen. She hadn't been paying attention as she scribbled on the pad, but now she saw what she had done. There were hearts all over the paper. Broken hearts. She ripped the paper from the pad and began to tear it up. Father Tom still doesn't know all the money's gone, does he? She glanced over her shoulder to see if Nick and the other man were still in the hallway, but they were gone. Even though she was alone in the room, she still lowered her voice when she answered, No, Tommy doesn't know the money is gone. You and Christopher are the only ones I've told. Heaven help you if Tommy finds out. Put yourself in his place. He assigned his interest in the trust to you when he entered the seminary, thinking that your grandfather's estate would be secure and that you would be set for life. How's he going to feel when he finds out those slimy lawyers were stealing every cent in the trust by charging exorbitant fees? Michelle railed. The more she talked about the injustice, the angrier her voice became. Millions of dollars in fees, she reminded Laurent. They should rot in jail. What they did to you was criminal. Not to me, Laurent corrected. To my grandfather. They betrayed him, and that's why I went after them. It had taken her a year to find an attorney who was willing to take on one of the largest and most powerful law firms in Paris, and even he had resisted at first, until he looked over her papers and saw what they had done. His position radically changed then. He wanted to put them out of business. The suit was filed the following morning. Don't lose hope. You have to keep fighting to get what's rightfully yours. She sighed over the phone. Lawyers are scumbuckets. Shame on you. You're marrying a lawyer, remember? He wasn't a lawyer when I met him. Michelle, pray this is settled soon. I've spent almost every dime I have on legal fees and renovating the store. I had to borrow money from the bank, too. God only knows how I am going to pay it back. The lawyers you're fighting are hoping you'll give up and go away. Remember what Christopher said? That's why they keep filing all those motions or whatever to delay the final court hearing. But if you win again this time, they have to pay up. And within 10 days, Laurent said. Well, hang in there. You're close to the finish line now. Yes, I know. Mother's yelling at me. I have to hang up. The picnic's at 5. Don't be late. I don't understand why the abbot scheduled the party so soon. The renovations aren't finished yet, and I'll just bet the scaffolding is still in the church. It's the only time that would work with his busy schedule, Michelle explained. And the abbot promised me the scaffolding would be gone before the wedding. Do you realize in less than a week I'll be an old married woman?
This is the end of Disc 6. Disc 7.
Oh, hold on, Laurent. She heard Michelle shout to her mother that she'd be right down, and then she spoke into the phone again. Mother's becoming a nervous wreck with the preparations. I should let you go. You sound tired. I am, she admitted. Laurent's mind was racing, even as she talked to Michelle. Agent Wesson was using the abbot's cabin as his command center, and no one was supposed to know that he and his men were in Hollyoaks. Where exactly is the picnic? At the abbot's cabin? No, Michelle answered. He has some relatives or friends staying there. It's across the lake. Just follow the traffic. Okay, she said. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I won't be here, remember? I'm going to Des Moines to pick up my new brace, so I'll see you at the picnic. Who's driving you? Dad, she answered. If this one doesn't fit, he's going to raise holy hell. Because of their screw-ups, I have less than a week to learn how to walk without a limp. If anyone can do it, you can. Want me to do anything for you while you're away? Michelle laughed. Yes, go get some color in your cheeks. Chapter 20. Laurent heard Nick coming down the stairs, and when she finished saying goodbye to Michelle and hung up the phone, she saw him leaning against the doorframe watching her. His hair was tousled on his forehead, and she was once again struck by how sexy he was. Maybe Michelle was right. Maybe she should think about putting some color back in her cheeks. What would he be like in bed? My God, she couldn't believe she was letting her mind conjure up such thoughts. She quickly pushed the budding fantasies aside. She wasn't a teenager in the throes of a hormonal rebellion. She was an adult, and there wasn't anything wrong with being celibate until the right man came along, was there? Nick didn't fit her requirements. No, he wasn't the right man. Sorry I was on the phone so long. That's okay. Joe says you've got a bunch of messages stored on your machine. Go ahead and listen to them. Nick carried her bag upstairs while Laurent replayed the tape. There was only one disturbing message from Margaret Stamp, the owner of the local bakery. She was calling to tell Laurent that Steve Brenner had upped his offer to buy Margaret's store by 20% and that Steve had given her a week to consider. She ended the message with a question. Did Laurent know that Steve wasn't going to pay out any of the money to those who had sold until all the stores had signed? A clap of thunder rumbled in the distance. Laurent slumped against the back of the chair, concentrating on the droning whir of the tape as it rewound. Her resolve had taken another beating, yet she knew she would have to summon the energy to deal with this latest crisis. Poor Margaret. Laurent knew she didn't want to sell, but business at the bakery was poor these days, and the money Steve was offering would be enough to ensure Margaret a comfortable retirement. How could Laurent, in good conscience, talk Margaret into holding firm when there was a good chance she would lose everything? She jumped when Nick touched her shoulder. Laurent, I'd like you to meet Joe Farley. He's going to be staying with us. The agent came forward to shake her hand. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. Laurent's mind switched gears. The fight to save the town square would have to be put on the back burner for now. Please, call me Laurent. Sure, he replied, and you can call me Joe. Joe was a thick-set man with a bushy mane of red hair and a round face that lit up when he smiled. One of his front teeth was slightly crooked, and that humanized him somehow. Even though he, too, was wearing a gun, he didn't seem as imposing or as rigid as Mr. Wesson. Do you usually work with Nick? I have a few times, he answered. I'm usually stuck in an office, so this is quite a change for me. I hope you don't mind, but Feinberg and I have made a couple of changes in your alarm system. It isn't fancy, but it'll get the job done. She glanced at Nick. I don't have an alarm system. You do now. Joe explained. We've wired all the windows and the doors, so when anyone comes inside, we'll know it. A red light will flash, but the alarm won't make any noise, he assured her. We don't want to spook the unsub. We want to draw him inside and nail him. Hopefully, he won't know he's triggered the setup. Of course, any stranger that comes near your house is going to get marked by the agents outside.
The house is being watched?
Yes, it is.
How long will you be staying here? She asked.
Until the 1st of July. If we haven't caught the unsub before then, I'll leave when you do. Her head was spinning. It was becoming more and more difficult to push one crisis aside while she concentrated on another. She turned around and headed for the kitchen, the men trailing behind her. I need a cup of tea, she said wearily. Laurent, you're not waffling about leaving, are you? We did talk about this, Nick reminded. Okay, I know, she answered weakly. I mean it, Laurent. You're out of here, she cut him off. I said okay. Her irritation was loud and clear. Mind telling me where I'm going? With me. Will you stop doing that? She demanded loudly. The burst of temper surprised Nick. He raised an eyebrow as he leaned back against the kitchen table and folded his arms. Stop doing what? Giving me dumb answers, she muttered. She grabbed the white tea kettle from the counter and went to the sink to fill it with water. It didn't take a trained eye to see that the pressure was getting to her, but the timing couldn't have been worse because Nick was also feeling like a cranky, caged animal. Now that they were in Hollyoaks, the waiting game began, and God, how he hated that part of his job. He'd rather have a root canal than wait around for something to happen. Working with Jules Wesson was already turning out to be a problem. Nick had spent 10 minutes on his mobile phone trying to get Wesson to give him information, but every time he asked a question, Wesson hedged. Nick knew what he was doing, pushing him out of the loop. Joe dragged a chair out from the table and sat down, but Nick followed Laurent to the sink. What the hell does that mean? Dumb answers. She bumped into his chest when she turned. Water sloshed out of the mouth of the kettle, splashing his shirt. You never give me a direct answer, she told him. Yeah? Like when? Just now was a good example. I asked you where I was going, and you answered. He cut her off. With me. That isn't a direct answer, Nick. Without a thought as to what she was doing, she grabbed a towel and began to blot the water off his shirt. He snatched it out of her hand and tossed it on the counter. I'm not sure where we'll be going, he told her. When I know, I'll tell you, all right? And by the way, he added, leaning down until they were nose to nose, that's the only damn time I haven't given you a straight answer. No, it isn't, she countered. I asked you how many agents were here in Hollyoaks, and do you remember what your answer was? Enough. Now, what kind of a straight answer was that? The muscle in his jaw flexed, indicating the price he was paying for holding his temper. If I knew the exact number, I wouldn't tell you. I don't want you to see them or look for them. Why not? She pushed him out of her way and went to the stove, put the kettle on the front burner and turned it on. Because then you'll be staring at them or looking for them every time we go out. And if the unsub's watching you, which, by the way, we're pretty damn sure he's going to be doing, then he'll notice you noticing the agents. You two fight like an old married couple. Laurent and Nick turned as one to frown at Joe. We weren't fighting, Nick told him. We were simply having a difference of opinion, she insisted. That's all. Joe grinned. Hey, I'm not your kid you're trying to convince. I don't care if you fight or not. The fact is, both of you probably need to let off a little steam. You might as well clear the air right now. Laurent noticed the stack of dirty dishes piled up in the sink. Joe had obviously made himself at home, but hadn't bothered to clean up. She scowled at him, then got the Palmolive soap from the cabinet and filled the sink with water. Joe noticed what she was doing. I'll wash those. I was going to put them in the dishwasher, but you don't have one. It's an old house. Nick picked up the towel and started drying the plate she handed him as Joe leaned back in his chair and got comfortable. Nick, about leaving on the 1st, Joe began. Yeah? Wesson wants her to stay. Tough. She's leaving on the 1st. He's gonna pull rank. He can try. How come you're so firm on that date? Because Tommy estimates a couple of thousand people are going to be flooding in here on the 2nd and 3rd. There's a big university reunion going on while the town celebrates the anniversary. I'd like to get her out of here before, but she's got to be in this wedding and she won't leave. I'm telling you, Wesson's determined to keep her here for as long as it takes. And I'm telling you, she's leaving. There's no way in hell I'm letting Laurent stay with a crowd that size coming here. How can I protect her? Shaking his head, he added, It isn't going to happen. Joe raised his hand in a conciliatory gesture. I'm easy with whatever you decide. I just thought I should warn you you're in for a fight, that's all. As far as I'm concerned, you're calling the shots. Laurent handed Nick another dish to dry and asked, What about Tommy? Will he also be leaving on the 1st? You know how stubborn your brother can be. He thinks it's important that he help the abbot. But you make him leave, won't you? She pleaded. He won't listen to me, but he will listen to you. Yeah? Since when? You've got to make him leave when we do. If he doesn't go, then I don't go. Tell him that. Then maybe he'll stop arguing. Calm down, he said, when he saw the stricken look in her eyes. Noah promised me he'd get him out of here one way or another. We may have to cold cock him and drag him out, he added. But hitting a priest isn't going to faze him. Noah gave me his word, so you can relax. Trust him. Is anyone hungry? Joe asked hopefully. As if on cue, his stomach growled. I guess you are, Nick remarked. I'm starving. Feinberg was supposed to figure out a way to bring in some groceries, sneaking in through the back lot behind your house. But man, oh man, those 2 old ladies next door are always looking out their windows. He hasn't been able to get past them. They should be working for the FBI. They don't know you're still here, or they would have said something to me or Nick. I haven't left the house since I came in, Joe explained. Those old ladies went out that afternoon, and I'm assuming they think I left while they were gone. I've been real careful about the lights at night, he added. Couldn't Feinberg bring the groceries from the other side of the house? She asked. He couldn't get to a door that way, and it was too much of a risk to try to hand them through the window. Laurent let the water out of the sink, dried her hands, and then began to look through the refrigerator for something for Joe to eat. You find anything in there? I sure couldn't. I just ate the last of your cold cuts, and all that's left is cereal, Joe said. So, the cupboards are pretty bare, huh? Nick asked. Laurent closed the refrigerator. I'll go to the grocery store tomorrow, she promised. I was hoping you'd offer. I got a list made up, if you don't mind. If you're really starving, we could go out and get you something, Nick offered. Laurent shook her head. Everything's closed this time of night. It's not even 10 o'clock. Nothing's open? Nick asked. Sorry, all the stores close at 6. I honest to God don't know how she handles living here, he told Joe. He straddled a chair across the table from the agent and added, There's not even a bagel shop within 50 miles. I'm right, aren't I, Laurent? She just finished searching through her pantry and closed the door empty-handed. Yes, you're right, but I get along just fine without fresh bagels. I don't suppose there's a Krispy Kreme donut shop in town, Joe lamented. No, there isn't, she said. Laurent opened the freezer on the bottom of the refrigerator and began to search through the frozen vegetables. Did you find something in there? Joe asked eagerly. Some frozen broccoli? I'll pass. The kettle started whistling, and Nick reached for a cup and saucer. You want any of this, Joe? I'd rather have iced tea. We aren't here to serve you, buddy. If you want it, fix it. Nick made Laurent sit down and served her a cup of the tea. Neither one of you should criticize the town until you've been here at least a week. You have to get into the swing of things first. The pace is different, she said. No kidding, Nick drawled. She ignored the sarcasm. Once you learn how to slow down, you'll like it. I doubt that. She was getting angry. You should keep an open mind. Besides, if I want a bagel, I buy a package at the store and defrost them. But those aren't fresh, he complained. Everyone eats bagels, Laurent. They're a national staple. What do all those college kids do? Bagels are healthy, damn it. Kids know that. Oh, stop whining. You're acting like one of those Americans who come all the way to Paris and insist on eating at McDonald's. I wasn't whining. Yes, you were. Whatever happened to the sweet sister I met in Kansas City? I left her there, Laurent answered. Joe got up from the table, grabbed the box of Rice Krispies from the cabinet, got the skim milk out of the refrigerator, and then reached for a tablespoon and the biggest bowl he could find. "This Brenner guy increased his offer by 20% to buy the woman's bakery, huh?" Laurent gave him a surprised look. "I listened to your messages," he stated, "and it sounded to me like Margaret's close to folding. The deal could be too good to pass up, especially if she's as old as she sounded over the phone."
"She isn't that old, but you're right. The money would be her retirement."
"You're trying to save the town, aren't you?" Joe asked.
She shook her head. "No, I'm only trying to save the town square. I don't understand why people think progress means tearing down beautiful old buildings to put up slick new ones. It doesn't make any sense to me. The town will be fine with or without the square, but the charm, the history, that will be lost."
Nick watched her stir the tea. She'd been doing that for the last couple of minutes, but she hadn't taken a drink yet. She sat motionless, staring pensively at the swirling liquid in the cup. The sound of the spoon clinking against Joe's empty bowl eventually drew her attention. Laurent noticed that he glanced at his wrist as he carried the dish to the sink.
"Joe, why do you keep looking at your watch?" she asked.
"'Cause I got it wired," he said. "If the red light goes off on the panel I've hooked up in the guest room, it will trigger the alarm on my watch." Thunder cracked close by, and it began to rain. Joe was thrilled by the sound. "Mother Nature's going to help us out tonight. Let's just hope the storm's a bad one."
"You want a bad storm?"
"I sure do," he answered, "because Nick wants to disable the camera after you two have put on your little performance for our unsub. I'm going to make the lights flicker a couple of times, and then I'm going to turn everything off. I'll hit the main switch," he explained. "When the lights come back on, the camera won't." "I figured you wouldn't be able to sleep with the camera watching you," Nick said.
"No, I wouldn't. Thank you," she said, relieved.
"The camera's plugged into an outlet up in the attic," Joe told her. "We're hoping he'll come inside to turn it back on, thinking that the breaker just needs to be reset."
She nodded. "And you'll be waiting for him."
She propped her elbow on the table, rested her chin in the palm of her hand, and stared at the back window with its blinds closed. Was he out there now, watching and waiting for his opportunity? How would he come at her? While she was sleeping? Or would he wait until she was outside and try to grab her then? Rain began to pelt the windows. "You guys ready to go upstairs?" Joe asked. "The storm could slow down any time, and I want to take advantage of this opportunity while it lasts. I'll go down to the basement and mess with the circuits. You two wait here until after I've turned the lights off and flipped them back on. Then you go upstairs and do your thing. I'll give you 5 minutes, and then I'll turn everything off again. Nick, you dismantle the camera, and when you've done that, shout down to me and I'll turn the lights back on." "Got it," he agreed. "There's a flashlight on the hallway chest," he said, "so you'll be able to see what you're doing." Joe pushed the chair back and stood. "Okay, just sit tight until the lights come back on. I'm going to keep flickering them every couple of seconds. I'll yell when you can go up." He hurried around the corner into the back hall and down the basement steps. Nick stood in the doorway, waiting. "You didn't drink any of your tea. I figured out why you made it." She glanced up at him. "What's there to figure out?" The lights flickered twice and then went completely out. It was suddenly pitch black in the kitchen. "Don't get spooked." His voice was a soothing whisper in the darkness. "I won't," she assured him. A flash of lightning lit the room for the briefest of seconds, and Laurent half expected to see a face looming in the gray light. She was getting spooked, sitting in that tiny room where he had made himself at home. God, how she wished she could jump in the car and run away. Why, oh why, had she come back? Nick's voice eased her budding panic. "Making tea is how you cope, isn't it?" She turned in his direction and tried to see him in the darkness. "What did you say?" "When you get stressed, you stop everything you're doing and make yourself a cup of hot tea. You did that a couple of times in Kansas City while we were at the rectory. You never drink it, though, do you?" Before she could answer, the lights came back on and Joe shouted, "Let's do it!" Nick took Laurent's hand and gently pulled her from the chair. He didn't let go of her as they went through the house and up the stairs. With each step she took toward the bedroom, her heartbeat escalated until it felt like it was slamming against her rib cage. The linen closet door was open, but she couldn't see the camera. Nick paused with his hand on the doorknob. This has to look real. You understand what I mean? We want to provoke him, remember? That means we've got to get hot and heavy in there, and you've got to act like you're enjoying it. You're going to have to act like you're enjoying it too, she pointed out. Lord, she was suddenly so nervous her voice cracked. Nah, I'm not going to have any trouble at all. I've been wanting to get my hands on you for a long time. Ready? Just try to keep up with me. He wanted a seductress, and by God, that's what he was going to get. She was determined to give the performance of a lifetime. They had the same goal in mind, to make the madman so jealous he would forget caution and come after her. They hoped his fury would drive him to do something careless. It was too late for second thoughts. Hey, Nick whispered. Smile. He grinned as he added, maybe we ought to practice a little first. How long has it been since you've been tossed in the hay and mauled? A couple of days, she lied. How about you? Longer than that. Any surprises inside? Like what? Oh, I don't know. The usual stuff all young ladies keep at their disposal. Chains and whips on the walls. The standard equipment handed down from mother to daughter. She kept a straight face. What kind of girls have you been hanging out with? Good girls, he assured her. Real good girls. Laurent knew that Nick was trying to get her to laugh so she wouldn't have stage fright. As she pushed past him, she said, Sorry, no surprises inside. Every girl has mirrors on her ceiling, doesn't she? He was laughing when she opened the door. She went in first, flipped on the lights, and headed for the bed. It turned out to be easier than she'd expected. She simply pretended she was modeling again. In her mind, the bed was the end of the runway, and it was her job to get there using every part of her body. She moved with easy grace, her hips swaying to the music she could hear in her mind, a pouty look on her face. Nick watched from the doorway, stunned by the swift change in Laurent. She tossed her long, thick curls provocatively over her shoulder as she glanced back at him with a sultry, come-and-get-me look. When she reached the foot of the double bed, she turned and beckoned him forward with the crook of her finger. He had to remind himself that it was all an act. If eyes could smolder with passion, hers could burn down the house. He walked toward his temptress, but she wasn't quite finished shocking the hell out of him. As he reached for her, she shook her head, took a step back away from him, and then slowly began to unbutton her blouse. She never took her gaze off him, staring directly into his eyes, waiting, teasing, beckoning. He let her unbutton the blouse, but when she started to take it off and he saw the hint of her lacy bra and the soft swell of her breasts, he roughly pulled her into his arms, acting impatient and eager now. His hand moved to the back of her neck. He wound her hair around his fist as his other hand pressed against her spine, bringing her up close against him. Tilting her head back, he leaned down and kissed her long and hard. The touch was electric. Her mouth was so soft, pliable, willing. Damn, could she kiss? Her lips parted without prodding, and it was then that Nick gave in to his curiosity and desire, his tongue thrust inside to taste the sweet interior of her mouth. She stiffened in response, but only for a second or two, and then her arms found their way around his neck, and she was pressing against him, clinging to him as she matched his fervor. The kiss went on forever. His mind knew it was all a performance for the camera, but his body didn't care about that distinction. He reacted like any other man would in the arms of a beautiful woman. He dragged his mouth away from hers and began to nibble on her earlobe. "Slow down," he whispered, panting. "No," she whispered back. Then she tugged on his hair, pulling his head back so that she could kiss him on the mouth again. When her tongue touched his, he growled low in his throat. She smiled with smug satisfaction against his lips, and then kissed him passionately again, thoroughly getting into the role of aggressor now. But Nick wasn't going to let her outdo him. He unsnapped her jeans, and his hands moved to her spine and slipped inside the fabric. Cupping her backside, he jerked her up against his hard arousal. Shocked, her eyes opened, and she tried to pull back. He wouldn't let her. His mouth took absolute possession, and within seconds her eyes were closed again and she was pressing against his hard, warm chest. Pelvis to pelvis, the fit perfect, she rubbed against him. The way he stroked and caressed her with his hands and his tongue made her forget that she was supposed to be acting. She gripped his shoulders to keep from collapsing and kissed him back with honest longing. From the darkened living room across town, the peeping Tom watched. His roar of rage echoed through the house. Shaking, he picked up a lamp, ripped it from the socket, and hurled it at the stucco wall. Retribution was at hand. Chapter 21. She had trouble looking Nick in the eye the following morning. As soon as the lights had gone out the night before, Nick had abruptly pulled away from her and had gone into the hallway to dismantle the camera. She was thankful for the darkness then, because she knew she looked dazed and disoriented. She had trouble getting her legs to work. She'd wanted to hide in the bathroom until she regained her wits, but that had been out of the question. She fell back on the bed instead and stayed there until her heartbeat slowed down and she could draw a proper breath. Nick and Joe came into her darkened room and told her to get some rest. They would take turns staying awake. She didn't know if Nick slept or if he got any rest at all. The only thing she remembered was the exhaustion that overtook her. She woke up at daybreak and dressed in her jogging clothes, a snug-fitting blue and white striped spandex top that didn't quite cover her belly button, blue spandex shorts, socks, and her comfortable but worn-looking white Reeboks. After securing her hair into a ponytail, she went into the bedroom to begin her stretching exercises. Nick came into the bedroom as she was coming out of the bathroom. He took one look at her outfit and his heart skipped a beat. Every curve of her body was evident. "Geez, Laurent, does your brother know you wear stuff like that?" She began her waist bends and didn't look at him when she answered, "There's nothing wrong with my clothes. I'm not going to church, I'm going running." "Maybe you ought to put a big T-shirt over." "Over what?" "Your chest." The shirt wasn't going to cover her amazing long legs. He was having trouble taking his eyes off them. "And long pants," he muttered. "This is a small town. You're going to shock folks." "No, I won't," she assured him. "They're used to seeing me run." He didn't like it, not one little bit, but who was he to complain? If she wanted to dress like a runner, hell, what was the matter with him? He had no business telling her what to wear. Even if they were in a relationship, which they weren't, he quickly qualified, he still wouldn't have the right to tell her how to dress. Nick had already put on his running clothes, a faded navy blue T-shirt, gym shorts, white socks, and his battered, used-to-be-white running shoes. While she stretched her legs, he slipped his gun into the holster at his hip and pulled the T-shirt down to cover it. Then he picked up a small earpiece and tucked it in his right ear. Moving in front of the mirror above her dresser, he pinned a circular disc to his neckband, just above his clavicle. She was retying one of her shoelaces when she asked, "What's the pin for?" "It's a microphone," he answered. "So no dirty talking today. Wesson will hear whatever I say. And just for the record, Jules, I still think this is a badass idea." The voice inside his ear spoke back. "Duly noted, Agent Buchanan, and it's sir to you, not Jules." Nick mouthed the word jackass to himself and then turned to Laurent. "You ready?" "Yes," she answered. And for the first time since he'd come into the bedroom, she looked into his eyes. "I wondered how long that was going to take." She didn't bother to pretend to misunderstand. "You noticed?" "Now you're blushing." "I am not." Shrugging to cover her embarrassment, her voice dropped to a whisper so that Wesson, hopefully, wouldn't hear her. "I don't think we need to talk about what happened." "No, we don't need to talk about it," he agreed. Then he grinned an adorable lopsided grin and added, "But I bet we're both going to be thinking about it all day long." He was staring at her mouth, and so she stared at the floor. "Let's go," he said. Nodding, she brushed past him. On the way down the stairs, he said, "I want you to stay directly in front of me, and don't worry, I'll slow down to keep pace with you." She laughed. "You slow down? I don't think so." "I've been running almost every morning since I joined the FBI. We agents have to keep in top shape," he told her. "Uh-huh," she agreed. Then how come you told me you weren't a runner? No, I didn't say that. I told you I hated to run. You said it was bad on the knees and that you were going to complain the entire time. It is bad on the knees, and I do plan to complain. And how many miles do you run every morning? About 100, give or take. She laughed. Is that right? Joe was standing in front of the living room window, looking outside through the crack in the drawn drapes. Nick, I think you better have a look at this. We got a situation here. You might want to reconsider running today. Laurent beat him to the window. She peeked out and then said, It's all right. It's just the boys waiting for me. We run together every morning. Nick looked over her head and saw 7 young men cluttering the sidewalk in front of her house. There were 2 more jogging in place in the middle of the street. Who are they? High school kids, she answered. And they run with you every day? Why the hell didn't you mention them to me? He sounded incredulous and angry. Don't get upset. It's no big deal. I'm sorry I forgot to mention them. The boys are on the track team at Hollyoaks High School. Well, some of them are, she explained. And they don't really run with me, at least not around the lake. They all peter out by the time I hit the path. Then they wait for me to come back and... And what? He demanded. Before she had a chance to answer, he muttered, Wesson, are you getting this? I'm hearing you loud and clear, came the staticky reply. And what? He asked Laurent again. They wait for you to come back around the lake, and then what? And they jog home with me, that's all. They want to stay in shape during the summer so that when school starts, they'll be in top form. Nick glanced outside again and noticed another boy running down the street to join his friends. Oh, yeah, they're serious runners, all right, he remarked sarcastically. Especially the kid eating the donut. He's definitely headed for the Olympics. Joe got a glimpse of himself in the hall mirror. His hair was sticking up every which way. He hadn't bothered to comb it since he'd gotten out of bed, or rather since he'd gotten off the sofa, and he self-consciously tried to pat it down as he said, I don't believe any of those boys dragged themselves out of bed and came over here to run, Laurent. No, I'm pretty sure running isn't on their minds. Then what did get them out of their beds this early in the morning? She asked, exasperated. Nick answered, Hormones, Laurent, raging hormones. Oh, for heaven's sake, at this time of day? Boys their age have a whole lot more on their minds besides sex. No, they don't, Nick argued. She looked at Joe, who sheepishly nodded. They really don't, he agreed with Nick. Nick jerked his thumb toward the window. At that age, I didn't think about anything else but sex. Joe nodded. I'd have to agree with Nick again, he said. It's all I ever thought about. Mostly I thought about how to get it, and when I finally did get it, then I thought about how to get it again. She didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. The conversation was ludicrous. You're saying that every second of every waking hour, that's what you both were thinking about when you were teenagers? Pretty much, Nick said, so we know where they're both coming from and what they're after. Maybe I ought to go outside and have a little talk with them. Don't you dare! Nick came up with a better idea. He'd intimidate them. He pulled his T-shirt up over his gun and tucked the material behind it so that the weapon was clearly visible. Joe watched him. That ought to discourage him. As Nick was opening the front door for Laurent, he smiled and said, Maybe I ought to shoot a couple of them. Laurent rolled her eyes as she went past him, ignoring his scowl. Waving to her entourage, she jogged across the street and introduced Nick to the boys. She told them that he was her fiancé. The kids all noticed Nick's gun, of course, but they gave it only a cursory glance before returning their full attention to Laurent's considerable assets. They didn't even look at him when Laurent explained that Nick worked for the FBI. It all came down to spandex versus a loaded weapon, and spandex won. Nick stayed right behind her as she ran. The boys fell into step around the two of them, taking turns trying to engage Laurent in conversation. Donut Boy was the first to fade. 3 others quickly followed. Laurent gradually picked up the pace, her long legs eating up the pavement as she gracefully glided forward. She'd been right about her fan club's endurance. By the time they reached the entrance to the park, the last 2 boys were doubled over and panting for breath. Nick heard one of them gag and got an inordinate amount of pleasure from the sound. Laurent loved this time of day. It was so peaceful and quiet and lovely. For an hour she forced herself to forget about everything and concentrate only on the path. The rain last night had left the leaves damp, but she knew that by noon they would all be dried out again. A drought had hit Iowa hard, and the weeds and scrub were brown. As she rounded the bend around the Blue Water Lake, the entrance to the nature preserve was on her right. There were a good 10 acres of tall brown prairie grass. Like wheat, it swayed in the gentle morning breeze. She passed the Abbott's cabin and had the feeling that Agent Wesson was watching her, but she couldn't see him because the blinds were drawn. The dock to the right of the cabin and behind was sitting up high out of the water, another sign of the lack of rain. Sweat trickled down the back of her neck and between her breasts by the time she'd made a complete circle around the lake. She slowed down, then stopped, doubled over, and took long, deep breaths. She could hear Nick panting behind her. Standing there, they were easy targets. He did a quick survey of the dense forest and overgrown brush around them and moved closer to her. His T-shirt was covered with sweat. With the back of his arm, he wiped his forehead. She could catch her breath when they were back home. "Let's get out of here. Do we walk or run home?" "We jog." The boys were waiting at the park entrance. Grinning like idiots, they once again fell into step around Nick and Laurent. "Wimps," Nick muttered, as Laurent waved goodbye to the boys and sprinted up the front walk. Once the door was shut behind them, Nick relaxed. "Damn, it's humid out there." "What did you think of our lake? Isn't it beautiful?" "I saw it yesterday," he reminded her, "when we went to see Wesson." "But isn't it lovely? It's a fisherman's paradise. You can actually see the fish in the clear, rock-bottom water." "Yeah? I didn't notice." She had her hands on her hips and was still panting a bit. "How could you not notice? What were you looking at?" "All the places the bastard could hide. He could have had you in his sights from the moment we entered the park until the moment we left, and I never would have spotted him. I can't let you do that run again. You hear me, Wesson? The unsub could have been hiding anywhere. There's too much territory to cover." Her mouth went dry when she tried to speak. "You think he'll use a gun to—" "He's an up-close and personal kind of guy," Nick said. "He might try to wing you to slow you down, though." "There were other agents keeping both of you in their sights all the while you were in the park," Joe added, as Laurent passed him on her way to get some bottled water. He followed her into the kitchen and continued, "You both were safe." Laurent returned to the living room, tossed Nick a bottle of Evian, and opened her own. She took a big drink and headed for the stairs. "I'm going to take a shower." "Wait," Nick said, as he went up the stairs ahead of her. He looked in the bathroom to make sure there weren't any surprises waiting. He was being overly cautious, and she was thankful for it. "Okay, go ahead." "You could shower in the other bathroom down the hall," she suggested. "I'll wait." Nick was sitting on the bed talking on the phone when she came out of the bathroom 15 minutes later. Her hair was dripping down her back, and she was wearing a short cotton robe that had seen better days. He took one look at her and promptly lost his train of thought. He knew she was naked under that thin material, and he had to force himself to turn away so he could concentrate on his conversation. "Look, Theo, we'll talk about this when I get back to Boston, all right?" He hung up the phone and slowly turned his head to get a glimpse of Laurent out of the corner of his eye. He watched her open the dresser drawer and take out 2 little wisps of lace. Immediately his mind went to visions of her wearing them. Get a grip, he told himself. She was off limits and he had no business fantasizing about her. What the hell kind of a friend was he to lust after Tommy's sister? Berating himself didn't do any good. He wanted her. Simple as that. There. He finally admitted the obvious. Now what was he going to do about it? Nothing, he decided. Not a damn thing. Even if she weren't his friend's sister, he wouldn't get involved with her. A relationship between the two of them was impossible. It would never work out, and she'd end up hating him. She wanted what she had never had, a family and kids. Lots of kids, and he didn't want any of that. He'd seen too much to ever let himself become that vulnerable. Even though he came from a family of 8, he was still a loner, and that's the way he liked it. He never should have kissed her. Bad idea, he decided. He hadn't been prepared, hadn't realized how good it was going to be. God, he was arrogant. He actually thought he could remain distant and professional, but when she wrapped her arms around him and he felt her soft lips, thoughts of being professional went flying out the window, and he turned into one of those perverted teenagers outside. All he could think about was getting her flat on her back. Maybe Morgenstern was right, after all. Maybe Nick was too close and personal for this assignment. His boss had been referring to his friendship with Tommy, though. What would Pete think if he knew that his agent was lusting after the friend's sister? Nick already knew the answer to that question. Pete would have his hide. The phone rang again. Nick answered it, listened for a minute, and then said, "Yes, Monsignor. I'll be sure to tell him. Thanks for calling." Laurent was standing in the closet doorway, shifting from barefoot to barefoot as she searched through the clothes crammed together on the single bowed rod. When Nick hung up, she asked, "Was that Monsignor McKinley?" "What? Oh, yeah, it was. Tommy left his daytimer in the kitchen, and Monsignor said he'd mail it to him." "Did he mention when Tommy and Noah left?" "Yes," he answered, "at the crack of dawn. Laurent, for the love of God, put some clothes on." She kept sorting through her clothes as she answered him. "As soon as you give me a little privacy, I'll be happy to get dressed." He could hear the embarrassment in her voice. Okay, he said, feeling like an idiot. Heading for her shower, he added, "Don't leave the bedroom until I'm dressed, and keep the door locked." "Joe's downstairs." "Yeah, well, I still want you to wait for me." His voice didn't leave room for argument. She ran after him. He was peeling his T-shirt off as she reached behind him to grab her hairdryer and brush from the counter behind the sink. Her hand accidentally rubbed against the base of his spine, and he reacted as though she'd just burned him with her curling iron. He flinched. "Sorry," she stammered. He sighed as he tossed the T-shirt into the sink. "I made you feel awkward again, didn't I?" They were standing toe-to-toe, facing each other. She clutched the robe to her chest with one hand and gripped the hairdryer and brush with the other hand. "Is Mr. Wesson listening?" she whispered. He shook his head. "The pin's on the dresser with the earpiece." "I don't want it to be awkward, but it's just that we kissed. I know we were supposed to, but What? Shrugging, she said, "It just made things awkward again, that's all." "We both got—" "What?" she whispered. "Hot." She'd been staring at his toes until he'd said that word. Her eyes flew to his. "Yes, we did. What do we do about it?" "Get past it," he suggested. "I know one way." The sparkle in his eyes should have been a warning. "How?" she asked. "Take a shower with me. That should get you past your shyness." She was so shocked by the suggestion, she laughed, which was exactly what he wanted her to do. The tension vanished. His grin was comical. "You've got that leer down perfectly," she told him as she turned around and left the bathroom. Because the mirror was still clouded with steam and the bathroom was sweltering, Nick told her to leave the door open. She waited until she heard the shower running, then hurried to get dressed and dry her hair. Since they were going shopping for an engagement ring, she decided to dress up a little, and she put on her white pleated slacks and a peach silk blouse. Then she found her white canvas slip-ons in the back of the closet. Nick made the bed while she brushed her hair. The coverlet was all lopsided when he was finished, but she didn't criticize his effort. Nick wore jeans and a white polo shirt. He clipped the leather holster to his belt. Then he pinned the red disc back on, added the earpiece, and shoved his wallet in his back pocket. "Okay, so what's the schedule?" he asked after he gave her a quick once-over. "Some breakfast first, because I'm starving. Then the grocery store for Joe. After that, I want to check on my store to see if they've started on the floors yet. If they haven't, I'll work there all afternoon." "Then the jewelry store," he suggested, as he slipped on a pair of leather loafers. "I've got to pick up the bridesmaid dress, too," she remembered. "And I should spend an hour or two at the Abbey. I've got to get started on the attic." They spent the morning doing errands. It was all so ordinary, tasks that couples did together all the time, but there wasn't anything ordinary about their situation. She was constantly looking over her shoulder, even when they were in the grocery store getting supplies for Joe. Laurent was stopped by a friend or neighbor on almost every aisle, and each time she introduced Nick as her fiancé. He put on quite a show. He was attentive and affectionate, and it was all so natural she had to remind herself that it was just an act. She relaxed only when they were inside the car. She felt safe then. Nick drove through McDonald's to get breakfast and headed home again. He turned on the radio, and they listened to Garth Brooks croon about a love lost and found again. She was eager for Nick to see her store. She helped him carry the groceries inside and left them in the hall for Joe to put away. Then they got back in the car again. Since they were going up to the Abbey after they purchased an engagement ring, he decided to drive to the square. He stopped at the fountains so that he could see all the buildings ahead of him. None of them were historical treasures by any means, but the old structures were charming. Most of the facades needed work, but nothing major.
"Do you see what it could be?" she asked.
"Yeah, I do," he agreed. "Why would anybody want to tear this down?"
"Exactly," she said enthusiastically. "Years ago, this is where everyone did their shopping and their socializing. I want it to be like that again."
"Sprucing up the stores won't be enough," he said. "There's got to be something inside to draw the people in."
"The president of the college is considering moving the bookstore into the corner building on your right. It's more than big enough, and they're running out of room on campus. The kids would have to come into the square to get their books."
"That will help."
"Yes," she agreed. "And they can walk. The campus is only a couple of blocks away. Let's go," she urged. "I want you to see my store."
Her enthusiasm made him smile. He parked in the center block near the jewelry store. He put his arm around her as they walked along the street. She couldn't show off her store after all. The first coat of polyurethane had just been applied to the floor. Since the windows were coated, Nick couldn't even look through to see the lovely marble countertop. He would have to wait at least 4 days until the second and third coats had been applied and dried. They backtracked to Russell's jewelry store. Nick impressed the socks off of Miriam Russell when he picked out a 2-carat diamond ring, the biggest in the store. Laurent didn't want that one, though. She liked the 1.5-carat Marquise diamond. Since it didn't need to be sized, it fit her finger perfectly. Nick said it was meant to be. She held out her hand, waving her fingers so the light would catch the sparkle in the diamond, oohing and eyeing like a woman in love. She worried she might be overdoing it a bit, but Miriam seemed to be buying the act. Her hands were clasped together, and she was beaming with satisfaction. When Nick handed Miriam his American Express card to pay for the purchase, her expression sobered. She asked Laurent if she could have a word in private before she ran the charge. She led Laurent to the back of the store while Nick waited at the counter. He didn't know what they were discussing, but whatever the topic was, it embarrassed Laurent. Her face turned pink, and she kept shaking her head. A few minutes later, after Nick signed the purchase slip, he picked up the ring, put it on Laurent's finger again, and then leaned down and kissed her. It was a gentle, undemanding kiss that left her thoroughly shaken. He had to nudge her away from the counter. As they were leaving the store, Miriam called out, "Remember what I said, Lauren? I'll keep my fingers crossed for you." Clearly mortified, Laurent hurried away. Nick caught up with her. "What was that all about?"
"Nothing important."
"She's going to keep her fingers crossed for you?"
"It's nothing, really."
"Come on, Laurent, tell me." She stopped trying to outrun him. "Fine, I'll tell you. That little conference we had in the store was all about Russell's return policy. She thinks I'm going to botch this one up. Those were her words, not mine. You do realize, don't you, that when this is over and you've gone away, they're all going to think I screwed up again? This isn't funny, Nick, so you can stop grinning." He wasn't at all sympathetic. Laughing, he said, "You've got a real strange reputation here, don't you? Exactly what is it you do to the men who try to get close to you?" "Nothing," she cried out. "I don't do anything. I'm just discriminating. There's a small group of women in town who have nothing better to do than gossip, and if one of them happens to see me talking to an available man, she assumes all sorts of things that aren't true. Before I know what's happened, that nosy editor, Lorna Hamburg, is printing it in the local paper. It's ridiculous," she added. When I'm not seen socializing with the same man, everyone assumes I've gone and botched it again. She actually prints stuff like that in the paper. She runs the society page, she explained. It's all gossip and rubbish. There isn't a whole lot going on here, and so she embellishes. "Oh, God, speaking of the devil," she whispered, "let's get out of here. Move it, Nick. She's spotted us." Lorna Hamburg caught sight of them a block away and came running. Long, curly, platinum hair dwarfed her already small features, and huge pendulum earrings dangled from her lobes and flapped madly to and fro with each step. She carried a leopard print canvas bag the size of a suitcase looped over her left shoulder, and as she ran, she tilted to that side like a drunk who couldn't walk a straight line. She was sprinting now to intercept them, her fuchsia-colored 4-inch heels clipping along the sidewalk. The sound was like teeth chattering. "Man, can she move," he remarked. As she bore down on them, Nick couldn't help but notice her eyebrows, or rather, the lack thereof. Lorna had plucked hers out and used a pencil to draw a straight line above her deep-set eyes. Thanks to Nick's lack of cooperation in running for cover, Laurent was stuck. "I thought FBI agents were supposed to be fast," she muttered, as she patiently waited to introduce him to the woman she secretly called Gazette Gorilla. "Keep the goal in mind. This is a golden opportunity. Now stop frowning and look like you love me." Nick was disgustingly charming, and that only encouraged Lorna to be pushier than ever. She demanded an on-the-spot interview. Whipping her 8x10 notebook out of her bag, she wanted to know all the details of how the two of them had met. Within 15 seconds, Nick knew 2 things about the woman. 1, she detested Laurent, and 2, she wanted him. It wasn't an arrogant assumption, nor was it a shrewd observation. Hell, the way she was looking at him while she repeatedly moistened her lips with her tongue darting in and out made it real apparent. Disgustingly so. The knot in Laurent's stomach twisted tighter and tighter as Lorna's questions became more and more personal, but she didn't reach her unraveling point until Lorna asked if she and Nick were already living as man and wife. "That's none of your damn business, Lorna." Nick squeezed her shoulder and then said, "Honey, show Lorna your engagement ring." Laurent was still fuming as she lifted her hand and waved it in front of Lorna's face. "That must have cost a fortune. Everyone in town knows you work for the FBI, she said then. Why, I must have gotten 6 phone calls about you already. It's true, she added when he looked skeptical. It's the gun, you see. People wondered about it. They're much too polite to ask you, of course. So they whisper behind his back, Laurent interjected. Lorna ignored her. FBI agents don't make much money, do they? Are you asking me if I can afford the ring? Nick wondered. I wasn't going to be that forward. Nick squeezed Laurent's hand. I live a comfortable life. Family trust, he added. Then you're rich? For heaven's sake, Lorna, it's none of your... Nick placed his other hand on Laurent's shoulder and said sweetly, Now, darling, don't get all bent out of shape. Lorna's just curious. Yes, she agreed, curious. Where are you from, Nick? You don't mind if I call you Nick, do you? No, of course not. I live in Boston. I was raised on Nathan's Bay. Will you be taking Lauren to Boston after you're married? No, we're going to be living here. I'll be doing a lot of traveling, but I can be based anywhere, and Laurent loves this town. It's growing on me, too. But Laurent won't have to work after you're married, will she? I'm not selling the store, Lorna, so give it up, Laurent snapped. You're holding up progress, Laura. Tough. It wasn't a great comeback, but it was the best she could do on the spur of the moment. And I happen to want to work. Of course you do. Her tone was condescending. If Laurent wants to work, she will, Nick said. She's a modern, independent woman, and I'll support whatever she does. Lorna closed her notebook and stuffed it in her bag. Then she turned her full, patronizing attention on Laurent. I want to believe this one's the real thing, but honestly, I have my doubts. I certainly don't want to be forced to print yet another retraction. I just hate doing that. People believe that what I print in my column is true, so you can understand my concern. Nick draped his arm around Laurent's shoulders and pulled her into his side. "You've had to print a retraction about Laurent?" "Twice I've had to do it," Lorna said. "It's not important," Laurent blurted. "We really need to get going. I've got a lot to get done this afternoon." "I'm sure you've noticed what a small town Hollyoaks is," Lorna began. "But I'm actually quite important here. I'm the society editor at the Gazette. People depend on me to keep them abreast of the latest happenings about town. They also expect me to be accurate. But your fiancé has made that task extremely difficult. I've gotten to the point where I just hate writing anything about her. I really do." "Then don't," Laurent suggested. Turning back to Nick, Lorna continued. "As I was telling you before I was so rudely interrupted, Laura keeps changing her mind. I mentioned in one of my articles that Steve Brenner and Laura were a serious item and that marriage appeared to be on the horizon, but I was forced to print a retraction." She paused to smirk at Laurent before continuing. "She made me do it. Can you imagine? My credibility was on the line, but she didn't care about that. She still insisted I print a retraction." "Because it wasn't true," Laurent pointed out in exasperation. "I've never dated Steve Brenner, and you know it. But you didn't care about being accurate, Lorna, did you?" Laurent's French accent was getting thicker, a dead giveaway that she was upset. "Must you be insulting? I am accurate. I print what I'm told. If memory serves, you wrote about my wedding plans." Laurent was backing her into a corner, and Lorna didn't like that one bit. "I can't remember the details now, but I'm sure I must have gotten it straight from the horse's mouth, or I wouldn't have printed it," she muttered, her lips puckered with distaste now. "The horse being Steve Brenner?" Nick asked. "I'll admit I might have exaggerated a bit to make the article newsworthy," she explained, "but I certainly didn't make it all up. No matter what Laura's told you, I have my reputation to protect." "What did Steve have to say about the article?" Lorna shrugged. "He didn't say anything about it. Have you met him yet?" "No, I haven't." "You'll like him," Lorna predicted. "Everyone likes him. Everyone but Laura," she said, waving her hand at Laurent. "Steve wants to improve the economy here, and he's done so much to help this town. I know he must have been as embarrassed as I was about the retraction, but he never said a word. He wouldn't, of course. He's such a gentleman. I wouldn't have printed that retraction at all if Lauren hadn't threatened to go over my head. She can be a very difficult woman." "We really need to get going," Laurent said again. She had had enough of little Lorna. Nick didn't budge. "Just for the record, since you want to be accurate and all." "Yes?" Lorna asked, her pen posed to strike. "Her name's Laurent. That's Laurent. Not Laura, not Lauren. We're in love," he added. "So you aren't going to have to worry about printing another retraction. Isn't that right, sweetheart?" When she didn't answer right away, he squeezed her shoulders. "Yes," she said. "Nick loves me, and I love him." Lorna had that ugly smirk on her face again. It was apparent she didn't believe Laurent, and all of a sudden it became imperative to Laurent that the obnoxious woman be convinced. "It happened, just like that," she said, snapping her fingers in front of Lorna's nose. "I didn't believe in love at first sight, but then I met Nick. I thought it was just plain old lust, didn't I, darling? But then I realized it was real. I'm madly in love with him." Lorna's small eyes were darting back and forth between Nick's complacent grin and Laurent's earnest expression. "I'm gonna quote you." She made it sound like a threat. "That'll be just fine," Nick told her as he turned toward the car with Laurent still tucked against his side. Fortunately, the car wasn't parked far away. Nick opened the door for Laurent and then went around to the driver's side and got in. Lorna stood on the sidewalk, watching them with a malevolent glare. "I get the feeling little Lorna doesn't like you much," Nick said, glancing back at the society editor in the rearview mirror. "I can see why the FBI wanted you. You're very observant." "My article's going to be in the Sunday paper," Lorna shouted. "Please try to stay in love until then." Infuriated because the woman wouldn't believe her, Laurent hit the button to roll the window down and then leaned out. I'm telling you for the last time, Lorna, this is true love. It's the lasting kind. Lorna stepped off the curb. Really? Really? Laurent repeated. Have you set a wedding date? It was a challenge, and it didn't go unanswered. As a matter of fact, we have, she said. We're getting married on the second Saturday in October at 7 o'clock. Is there a reason the wedding's so soon? She asked. We don't want a long engagement. Besides, everything's planned. Honestly, Lorna, everyone knows about this. You really should keep up, shouldn't you? I mean, you are the society editor, after all. Lorna's response was a loud snort. Still, planning a wedding in so little time. You don't have to get married, do you? Is that the reason for the rush? That's it, Laurent snapped as she reached for the door handle. Nick grabbed her arm and hit the door lock. He was trying not to laugh, but he was dying to ask her what she would do if he let her get out of the car. Was she going to deck little Lorna? It suddenly occurred to Laurent that she was acting like a complete lunatic. She slumped down in her seat and rolled the window up. Will you please start the car? I want to get out of here. Neither one of them said another word until they had driven away from the town square and were heading for the Abbey. Then Laurent exploded in a tirade. Lorna Hamburg is the most opinionated, gossipy, nasty-spirited woman in Hollyoaks. I can't abide her. She's mean and cruel. She loves to stir up trouble. How dare she not believe me? She cried. I've never, ever lied to her before, never. But she didn't believe me, did she? You saw the look on her face. She thought I was lying. A minute passed in silence, and then Nick glanced at her. Laurent? What? She asked, sounding downright surly. He pointed out the obvious. You were lying. But she didn't know that, did she? Apparently she did. Drive, Nick. Just drive. He laughed. He simply couldn't help it. She ignored him and stared out the window while she struggled to get her temper under control. You aren't being very logical, he pointed out. What's going to happen when this is over and I go back to Boston? Are you going to make Lorna print another retraction, or are you just going to admit that you lied to her? I'm never going to admit I lied. Never. I won't give that vile woman the satisfaction of knowing she was right. I've got a horrible reputation with the men in this town because of her lies. She folded her arms and stared down at her lap. She knew she wasn't being reasonable, but she was too angry with the gorilla to care. Lorna doesn't have any ethics. None at all. I swear I'll go to any lengths to avoid admitting I lied. I'd even marry you, she exaggerated, and you're totally unsuitable. Nick slowed the car. What do you mean I'm unsuitable? What's the matter with me? You aren't safe. That's what's the matter with you. You wear a gun, for heaven's sake. I told you before, it goes with the job. Exactly. There aren't any guarantees in life, and there's no such thing as completely safe, at least not the way you mean it. Bus drivers can be killed while they're doing their job. Oh? And how many bus drivers do you think get involved in shootouts? He gritted his teeth. I don't know all that many FBI agents who get into shootouts, as you so quaintly put it, he muttered. You're being completely illogical. You do know that, don't you? Her spine stiffened. Maybe I don't want to be logical. What's wrong with that? Let me get this straight. Even though you know it's illogical, you'd still marry me just to spite Lorna? Of course she wouldn't do such a thing. And of course she wasn't going to admit it to Mr. Always Logical Know-It-All. What's your point? She asked. Nothing. If you don't see anything wrong with it, then I don't either. She folded her arms and gave a belligerent nod. Good. October 14th, 7 p.m. Pencil it in. Chapter 22. One man's trash could become another man's treasure. That was Laurent's hope, anyway, as she sorted through a dozen mildew-infested boxes of old, moth-eaten linens and broken knickknacks someone had stored in the attic over 50 years ago. By the time she stopped for the day, she was covered in a layer of dust. Her white slacks were gray, and she was sneezing every other second from the moldy cardboard. Unfortunately, she didn't find a priceless Van Gogh or Degas painting tucked in with the trash. In fact, she didn't find anything she didn't consider old junk, but she refused to lose heart. She'd only just started the job, after all, and there were over 60 boxes still sealed for her to sort through. Nick helped her haul the trash down 4 flights of steps on their way to the car. "Do we have time to stop by the seamstress to pick up my bridesmaid dress?" she asked. "Sure, if we hurry. We're supposed to pick up Tommy and Noah in an hour. That's enough time to shower and change." The minute they arrived home, she ran up the stairs, passing Joe on his way down. "Just made the rounds and everything's locked up tight," he assured her. Nick carefully draped the dress over the dining room table and headed for the kitchen to grab a cool drink. Laurent rushed to get ready. She wasn't going to make the same mistake twice and come out of the bathroom wearing an ugly old ragged robe, and so she gathered up everything she would need, including her slingback shoes.
This is the end of Disc 7. Disc 8.
25 minutes later, she decided she was as good as she was going to get. She was pulling out all the stops tonight, and so she wore the dress. It was short, it was black, and it had just enough spandex in the material to make it cling in all the right places. The flattering square neckline showed only a hint of cleavage. She'd worn the dress only once since moving to Hollyoaks, and that was when she had taken Michelle and Christopher out to dinner to celebrate their engagement. Michelle had nicknamed the outfit the Killer Dress, said it was indecently decent, and insisted that it was the sexiest thing Laurent owned. Christopher had been emphatic in his agreement. Laurent stood in front of the mirror, primping. She even curled her hair, but because she was so out of practice, she burned her ear in the process. She stared at her reflection and let out a loud groan. Why was she going to so much trouble to look pretty? She wasn't a teenager in the throes of her first love, but she certainly was acting like one. My God, was she falling in love with him? The possibility sent chills down her spine. When his job was over, he would leave. "This is nuts," she whispered as she slammed the brush down on the counter. She had a stupid crush on her big brother's friend. That was all there was to it. Her ego took a real beating when Nick entered the room. He barely noticed her. After giving her one quick once-over, probably making sure her shoes were on the right feet, he told her Pete was on the phone, and when Joe finished talking to him, Pete wanted to speak to her. Nick's voice sounded strained, and she wondered why he seemed so preoccupied. He was looking over her head. "Nothing important," he said. "He just wants to hear how you're doing." Nick got a whiff of her perfume as he passed her on his way to the bathroom. He pretended not to notice, just as he'd pretended not to notice how incredibly sexy she looked in that tight black dress. Until he closed the door. Then he leaned against it, bowed his head, and whispered, "Damn, am I in trouble?" They were 15 minutes late picking up Noah and Tommy. Nick drove the car up the back driveway behind the Abbey and pulled up to the steps. He and Laurent were getting out when Tommy appeared in the doorway and came running down the steps. Noah was nowhere in sight. He hugged Laurent. "You okay?" "I'm fine," she assured him. "Get back in the car." He let go of her, opened the door, and tried to shove her inside, his anxiety apparent. "Nick, this is a bad idea." "Where's Noah?" Nick asked. He waited until Tommy had gotten into the back seat, then slid in behind the wheel again. "He's coming," Tommy said. "Why don't we get Carrie out and go to Laurent's house and eat? I don't like the idea of her being out in public. It's dangerous." She turned in the seat so she could see his face. "Tommy, I can't stay locked in the house." "I don't see why not." "The plan is to be seen, remember?" "I know what the plan is," he snapped. "Incite the madman to come after you." "He's gonna come after her," Nick said quietly. "But we'd like it to happen sooner rather than later. We'll be ready for him." "Like I said, this is a bad plan. Things can go wrong." Laurent interrupted him. "Did you know there are agents watching us right now?" She didn't know if that were true or not. She was trying to calm her brother. "Where are they?" he asked, craning his neck to look out the back window. "You aren't supposed to see them," she said. sounding like an authority. Tommy seemed to relax a little then. Yeah, okay. Ah, heck, I forgot my wallet. You're not supposed to say that until the check comes, Nick joked. I'll just be a minute. Laurent watched her brother run up the steps and go back inside. He's more nervous than he was in Kansas City. It's understandable. Tommy came back outside a minute later and took the steps 2 at a time with his long stride. Noah was hot on his tail. It was then that Nick and Laurent saw what Noah was wearing. Nick started laughing first, but Laurent quickly joined in. Noah was dressed like a priest in a black suit, black clerical shirt, and a white Roman collar. He's going to go straight to hell, Nick said. She had to look away so she could stop laughing. Do you think he's wearing a gun? She asked. He has to carry a gun, Nick said. All the time? All the time, he answered. Noah didn't bother with a greeting. He was determined to make Tommy agree with him on a subject the two of them had obviously been arguing about. I'm telling you, it isn't normal. Maybe not for you, Tommy answered. Noah snorted. Not for any man. Nick guessed what they were quarreling about. Celibacy, right? Yeah, Noah answered. A priest never getting to have sex. That's just not right. Nick laughed. Tommy shook his head and then tried to change the subject. Where are we eating? Noah wouldn't let the matter go. He couldn't seem to get past the celibacy rule. It's just not healthy, he said. You don't even notice all those women coming on to you, do you? Tommy's patience was wearing thin. Yes, I notice, he said, and I ignore them. That's what I mean. It's just not... Tommy cut him off. Yeah, I know. It's just not normal. Now, let it go, Noah. Noah decided to accommodate him. Damn, you smell good, Laurent. Or is that you, Nick? He joked. Before either of them could answer, Noah said, Have you noticed the ungodly number of vans in this town? Hell, they're everywhere. I figure Wesson's running the plates. He is, isn't he? The question broke the carefree mood, and the conversation became serious. I called him earlier to find out if he had any news. I figured he'd run the plates on the cars of the workmen on Laurent's block, but Wesson wouldn't tell me anything. What did he say? I'm doing my job. That's a quote. Noah sighed. So we're the hired guns, is that it? He's going to keep us out in the cold. It looks that way. The hell with that. I'm not going to work blindfolded. Tommy began to grill Nick with questions and suggestions, and by the time they parked in the back of the Rosebriar restaurant, Laurent had lost her appetite. Noah grabbed Tommy's arm when he tried to get out of the car. Listen up, priest. You stay close. You go running off again, and I'll shoot you myself. Yes, all right. It won't happen again. Noah smiled, his good mood restored. Tommy got out of the car and opened Laurent's door for her. She swung her legs out and stood self-consciously tugging on her skirt. Noah let out a low whistle of appreciation. You've got a beautiful sister, Tom. It's inappropriate for priests to whistle at pretty women. Noah glanced at Nick. It's been non-stop criticism since I put on this collar. I'm trying to be patient and helpful, but he's making it tough. Tommy walked ahead with Laurent, his head bent down toward hers as they talked, and Nick fell into step beside Noah. Helpful in what way? He asked. Noah shrugged. I offered to hear confession for one of the other priests, but Tom got all bent out of shape and wouldn't let me. Tommy heard the comment and glanced back. Of course I wouldn't let you. Your friend takes this priest stuff seriously. All priests are supposed to take their jobs seriously, Nick said. I should have warned Tommy about your warped sense of humor. He's easy to rattle. That's because you know what buttons to push. What about Laurent? What about her? Noah winked. Have you been pushing any of her buttons? I noticed the way you've been looking at her. She's off limits. Wait up, Tommy, he called out. Let one of us go inside first. Off limits for you or for me? For both of us. She's not the kind of woman you mess around with unless you've made a commitment. The cobblestone path curved around the building. Noah strode ahead of Tommy and Laurent, while Nick trailed behind. Both agents were busy looking at the terrain. Terracotta pots brimming with red and white geraniums lined the path to the door. The Rosebriar was an old, sprawling, Victorian-style house that had been converted into a restaurant. The dining room was richly appointed with crystal vases filled with spring flowers on all the white linen tablecloths. The china looked old and expensive. The room they were shown into was in the back of the house, overlooking a duck pond and the woods. They were led to a round table in front of the window so that they could enjoy the view, but Noah nodded toward a corner table and asked to be seated there instead. The room was quite full. It was noisy with laughter. Quite a few families were dining with their children. As they threaded their way to the corner, heads turned to watch Laurent. Even the children were mesmerized by her. Laurent seemed oblivious to the admiring gazes of every man in the restaurant. The waiter pulled the table out so that Laurent could sit in the corner. Nick sat beside her. Noah and Tommy faced them, but Noah hated having his back to the room, and so he angled his chair to see the other diners. He started to take his jacket off, realized his gun would show, and pulled it back up over his shoulders. Tommy couldn't sit still. Every other second he turned to look around the room. His head snapped up each time he heard a burst of laughter. "Sit still and try to relax," Noah ordered. "You're drawing attention squirming in your chair like that, and quit staring at the other people. Don't you know most of them?" Tommy shook his head. "No, I don't. That's why I'm watching them." "Let us watch them," Nick suggested. "Now, get with the program, okay?" "I think you should try to smile, Tommy," Laurent whispered. "We're supposed to be celebrating tonight." "I'm going to order a bottle of champagne," Nick said. "What are we celebrating?" Noah asked. Laurent held up her hand. "Nick and I are officially engaged." Tommy did smile then. "So that's why you got all decked out tonight." "I'm not all decked out." "And you've got makeup on, too, don't you? You never wear makeup." She knew her brother wasn't deliberately trying to embarrass her, but she still wanted to kick him under the table to get him to stop. "Your hair's different, too." "I curled it, all right? Honestly, it's no big deal. And by the way, if anyone asks, you're thrilled that I'm going to marry your best friend." "Okay," he said. "Actually, I may have to marry your sister after all," Nick said with a grin. "How's that?" "She ran into a friend." "Lorna is not my friend." Nick nodded, "And Laurent will do anything to keep Lorna from saying I told you so." Tommy laughed. "Lorna's always rubbed Laurent the wrong way. I guess you will have to marry her." He leaned back in his chair. His gaze bounced from Laurent to Nick and then back again. And then he said, "You know, that wouldn't be bad at all. You're kind of suited for each other." "She doesn't want to marry me. I'm not safe enough for her." "The wedding's at 7 o'clock on the second Saturday in October, and you're marrying us," Laurent said. "I just know Lorna's going to talk to you, so act happy and don't forget the date." Yeah, the second Saturday in October," he agreed. "I won't forget. But when this is over, you're going to have to tell Lorna the truth." Laurent was vehemently shaking her head. "I'll move first." "I thought you were going to marry me to save face." She shrugged. "I guess I could." "Marriage is a holy sacrament," Tommy reminded them. "Lighten up, Tommy," Laurent suggested. "Go with the flow." "In other words, lie through my teeth, right?" She smiled. "Right." "Okay, let me ask you this. If I'm marrying you and Nick, who's going to walk you down the aisle?" "I hadn't thought about that," she admitted. "I've got an idea," Noah said. "How about if I marry Nick and Laurent, and Tom, you can walk your sister down the aisle?" "Now that's a plan," Nick agreed. Tommy looked exasperated. "Okay, Noah, let's go over the rules one more time. You're not really a priest. You're just pretending to be one, and that means you can't marry anyone. You can't hear confessions, and you can't date." Noah laughed, drawing stares from the other diners. "Damn, it doesn't take much to get you riled up. We're pretending that Nick and Laurent are getting married, aren't we? So I'm pretending I'm going to marry them." Tommy looked at Nick. "Help me out here, will you?" The abbot went out on a limb for Noah. Pete talked to him and convinced him to go along with this plan. He agreed to tell everyone that Wesson's a cousin and that he's letting him stay in the cabin. "The man's being real accommodating," he added. But we don't like people impersonating priests, and Noah promised he wouldn't do anything to discredit the collar. 5 minutes after we leave the abbot's office, Noah's winking at Susie Johnson and calling her darling. I'm pretending to be a friendly priest, Noah explained, and I still think priests ought to have 1 day off a week to go. Tommy stopped him. Yeah, I know. A day off to have sex. That's not the way it works. Nick's phone rang. He listened for half a minute and then said, "Yes, sir," and hung up. The sheriff just got out of a new red Ford Explorer. He's headed this way. Is he alone? Noah asked. Looks that way. The lodge holds its weekly meetings here, Laurent explained. The others are probably upstairs in one of the smaller dining rooms. Is Brenner a member of the lodge? I think so, she answered. Maybe after we eat, I'll go up and say hello, Nick said. I'd sure like to meet good old Steve Brenner. A minute later, the sheriff strutted into the entry. Dressed in his gray uniform and cowboy boots, he didn't bother to remove his hat when he entered the restaurant. Nick watched the hostess pick up a menu and lead the sheriff up the stairs. Brenner's the local talent, isn't he? Noah asked. It looks that way, Nick said. What do you mean, the local talent? Tommy asked. The guy who tries to run the town. The bully, Noah explained. There's always at least one in every town this size. Then that's what Brenner is, Tommy said. He is trying to run the town, and my sister is the only person here who's willing to stand up to him. He noticed Laurent was admiring her ring and smiled. I wouldn't get too attached to that ring, Laurent. I'm putting on a show, Tommy, she whispered. But the ring is lovely, isn't it? I had no idea Russell's carried so many beautiful things. She began to wonder what it would be like to be married to Nick, to know that when she woke up every morning, he would be there, to be loved by... What kind of return policy does the store have? Tommy asked, practical to the bone. She put her hand back in her lap. It's usually 10 days, but Mrs. Russell is making an exception for me. She's giving me 30 days. Do you know what she said to me? Because of your sorry history with men, dear, I'll allow you a whole month to change your mind. Tommy laughed. My sister's got quite a reputation in town for scaring men away. Thanks to all the lies Lorna prints in the paper about me. Be honest, Laurent. You do scare men. And just for the record, I think that's just fine. It keeps the creeps from hounding you. Tommy glanced over his shoulder once again when he heard a commotion behind him. Then he smiled. That's Frank Hamilton. He's the high school football coach, and those other two are assistants. They've all been dying to meet you, Nick. Come on, let's say hello before they head upstairs. How do they know Nick? Laurent asked. The football tape the sports channel runs a couple of times a year. Ah, hell, Nick muttered. He tossed the napkin on the table and followed Tommy out of the room. Nick's never going to live that game down, and he hates all the fanfare. What exactly happened during the game? You never saw the tape? She shook her head. No, and Tommy's never mentioned it. Nick scored the winning touchdown. That's nice. Noah laughed. There's a little more to it than that. Nick caught the short pass, then zigzagged his way through the defense, which he was real good at doing. He could turn on a dime, and that's why he got the nickname Cutter, he explained. Anyway, his head was turned and he was looking up at the top of the cement wall. When you see the tape, you hear the announcer asking, "What's number 82 looking at?" That was Nick's number, he added. So then, while the one camera was focused on Nick, there was another camera searching the stands to see what had grabbed his interest, and after the game was over, they spliced those two tapes together. He paused to take a drink of water before continuing. There was this guy leaning over the cement wall. Turns out he was real drunk, and he was shouting like all the other fans, holding a beer in one hand and a little kid in the other. He had the toddler sitting on the ledge. Can you believe how stupid that was? He asked. But like I said, he was drunk. Did he drop the baby? He sure did, but Nick had been watching. He told me later that when he was running, he saw the man grab at the kid once, but he didn't pull him back. He just kind of hung on to him and let him dangle half off the wall. Nick was running like there was no tomorrow at this point, and he didn't have anyone on his tail. He scored the touchdown but kept on running as he was turning. He thought he'd stand under that wall until someone made the father remove the kid, but when he was about 10 feet away, the guy lost his grip, and the kid came flying down. The fall would have killed him. Nick caught him, and honest to God, it was a beautiful thing to see. The story astounded her. She thought of 100 questions to ask, but Noah turned her attention when he said, "After the game, Nick was suspended."
What?
"It's true," he insisted. "After the game was over, the father came into the locker room with the cameraman. He was still drunk, of course, and some of the guys told me he was loving the attention he was getting. Anyway, he wanted to thank Nick for saving his kid, but Nick came around the corner, saw him, and hauled off and decked him. He knocked him out."
And that's why he was suspended?
"Yeah, but it didn't last. The public outcry swayed the coach, who probably really didn't want to suspend Nick anyway. I could understand where Nick was coming from. He didn't want to hear any excuses from the drunk." The waiter appeared and placed a basket of rolls between them. Noah grabbed one as he said, "Okay, it's your turn. You tell me something." "What would you like to know?" "How come Tommy lived with Nick's family while he was growing up?"
My father was opening an office in Boston and had come over to set up a house, and he'd brought Tommy along so that he could get registered at school and start a new term. I was just a baby then, and I stayed with Mother. She was going to finish packing and follow Father, but then everything changed. Father was killed in a car crash, and for a while, Tommy was left in the care of the housekeeper. Mother couldn't cope with the loss. Tommy was only supposed to stay in Boston until the school year ended, and Mother was supposed to fly over and stay with him until then, but she wasn't stable enough to go anywhere. Grandfather told me she was drinking heavily and taking pills. Some of the pills were to help her sleep, and some were to wake her up. She died of an overdose.
Suicide?
I think so, yes. Grandfather said it was a combination of alcohol and sleeping pills. He wanted to believe it was an accident.
That's a deadly combination.
She nodded. After she died, Grandfather was stuck with Tommy and me. He wanted to do the right thing, and he knew Tommy was happy in Boston. Judge Buchanan called him out of the blue and suggested that Tommy live with his family until things settled down. Nick and Tommy had become best friends, and Tommy spent most of his time with the family anyway. The judge can be very persuasive. Like Mother, Grandfather thought it would be for a little while, but then he died.
And Tommy got to stay where he was?
Yes.
What about you?
She lifted her shoulders. I was placed in a boarding school. After I graduated from university, I went to Paris for a year to study art, and then I came to the United States and took a job in Chicago. I lived there for 9 months, and then I moved to Hollyoaks. Nothing razzle-dazzle about my background.
You were left out in the cold, weren't you? Tommy had this nice big family to call his own, but you didn't have anyone.
I was happy.
You couldn't have been happy.
Here they come, she said. I don't want to talk about this anymore, all right?
Sure. Nick was chuckling as he sat down. What's so funny? Noah asked. He looked at Laurent before answering. The men in town have given Laurent a nickname. Yeah? So what do they call her? Noah asked. Ice Woman, or just plain Ice, Tommy said. All three of them laughed, but Laurent wasn't amused. You're a blabbermouth, Tommy. Hey, he asked. She gave her brother a look that told him she was going to give him hell later. Then Nick drew her attention when he leaned close to her and whispered in her ear, You sure don't kiss like ice. The waiter appeared to take their orders, but as soon as he left, the men took turns teasing her. Finally, when she'd had enough, she took the upper hand. I heard Penn State is going to have a real bad football season. They lost their star quarterback. She hadn't heard any such thing, of course, but that didn't matter. As soon as she said the word football, their minds clicked into sports mode. It was as easy as getting a baby to eat candy. She leaned back in her chair and smiled complacently. Nick and Tommy had played ball for Penn State, and Noah, as it turned out, had been a running back for Michigan State, so each one of them believed he was the authority. During dinner, they argued about draft choices and pretty much ignored her. She couldn't have been happier. On their way out of the restaurant, a family of 6 called Tommy over to their table. Noah stayed with him, and Nick and Laurent went on outside. Lonnie was waiting for them. His Chevy Nova careened into the parking lot as Nick and Laurent were heading toward their car. The Chevy came to a screeching halt in the center of the lot, just a few feet from them. Nick pushed Laurent between 2 cars, then got in front of her, waiting to see what the driver was going to do. Lonnie wasn't alone. There were 3 others in the car with him, all from the nearby town of Nugent, and all with juvenile records. Whenever Lonnie had an important job to do for Steve Brenner, he made sure his friends were included. He gave them only a pittance of the money Steve paid, but they were too stupid to think that he might be screwing them out of their fair share. Besides, they were in it for the fun, not the cash, and Lonnie had another reason for involving them. If things went bad, they'd take the rap. His good-for-nothing father would have to let him go. How would it look if the sheriff's son were tossed in jail? Being a big man around town meant everything to him, and Lonnie figured he could get away with murder as long as he was careful. Steve had told Lonnie that Laurent and her boyfriend were driving an Explorer, and they were standing next to a new red Ford Explorer. Steve hadn't told him anything about Nick, just that he was claiming to be Laurent's fiancé. Since Steve planned to marry Laurent, Lonnie needed to put the fear of God into Nick. "Run him out of town," Steve had ordered, and Lonnie, salivating over the wad of cash Steve dangled in front of him, promised to do just that. "That's the sheriff's son, Lonnie," Laurent whispered. "What's he up to?" "Looks like we're going to find out real soon," he whispered back. Then he shouted, "Hey, kid, move your car!" Lonnie left the motor running as he opened the door and jumped out. He was tall and gangly, his complexion marred by acne scars. His thin lips disappeared inside his sneer, and his hair hung down in his face in long, oily strands. Nick judged him to be around 18 or 19 years old. This one was already a lost cause. He could see it in his eyes. "Let's start with the car," Lonnie told his friends. "Trash it." He pulled his switchblade knife out of his back pocket. Snickering, he boasted to his friends, "I'm going to scare the shit out of Mr. Big City. Watch and learn." He flipped the dirty blade open as he slowly advanced. "Laura, you going to be riding home with us, 'cause your boyfriend's car is going to be a piece of shit by the time I get finished with it." Nick laughed. It wasn't the response Lonnie had anticipated. "What's so damn funny?" "You," Nick answered. He spotted Noah shoving Tommy behind him as he rushed down the stairs toward them. He called out to him, "Hey, Noah, the local thug wants to trash the new car." "But that's—" Tommy began. "Sure it is," Nick interrupted. "Lonnie, what do you think you're doing? Put that knife away," Tommy ordered. "I got some business with Laura," Lonnie said. "You and the other priest go on inside." "Is this guy stupid or what?" Noah asked incredulously. "I'm thinking he must be," Nick drawled as he reached inside his jacket and flipped the snap holding his gun in place. Furious that he was being mocked in front of his friends, Lonnie lunged forward and thrust the knife into the left front tire. Then he stabbed it again, smiling when he heard the hiss of air. "Still think I'm stupid?" "Thank the Lord we have a spare," Noah called out. He was busy keeping Tommy behind him and trying to watch the morons at the same time. Lonnie reacted just the way Noah hoped. He sliced the other tire. His friends hooted with laughter, and that only encouraged him. He carved a jagged line in the grill, then did the same to the hood. Then he stepped back to survey his handiwork. "Now how are you going to get home?" he taunted. Nick shrugged. "I figured I'd drive my car." "With 2 flat tires?" Nick smiled. "This isn't my car." Lonnie blinked. Nick took a step toward him as he called out, "Noah, Maybe you ought to go inside and get the sheriff. He'll want to know his kid's been messing with his car."
"Shit!"
Lonnie shouted. "Drop the knife. Do it now," he ordered. "Don't make this any worse than it already is. You've destroyed private property and threatening a federal—" He was about to tell Lonnie he was an FBI agent, but wasn't given the chance.
"Nobody makes a fool out of me,"
Lonnie hissed. "You did that all by yourself," Nick countered. "Now drop the knife. This is your last warning."
Lonnie lunged, shouting, "I'm going to cut you up into pieces, you asshole!"
The boast was empty. "Yeah, right," Nick said, as he kneed Lonnie, then snatched the knife and tossed it to the ground. He slammed him into the car, setting off the alarm. It happened so fast, Laurent didn't have time to blink. Lonnie was doubling over, screaming in agony. She saw the knife and stepped back so she could kick it under the car. The second the alarm went off, Lonnie's buddies scrambled to their car and piled in. Nick let go of Lonnie and watched him collapse.
"You asshole! I'm going to—"
"Oh, look, here comes Daddy," Nick said cheerfully. The sheriff was running down the stairs, his big stomach jiggling up and down. In the meantime, the three boys in the car were all frantically trying to find the keys. Noah strolled over to the driver's side and said, "Looking for these?" "We didn't do nothing. It was all Lonnie's idea."
"Shut up, Ricky,"
the boy in the back seat shouted. "Get out of the car," Noah ordered. "Nice and easy, and keep your hands where I can see 'em." He didn't want to blow his cover, but he had his hand in his jacket on the butt of his Glock, just in case one of them pulled a gun on him. The sheriff looked like he wanted to cry. "My new car! Look at my new car! Did you do this, boy? Did you?" Lonnie struggled to his feet.
"No," he sneered. "That asshole did it," he added, pointing to Nick. "And he kicked me in my knee, too."
"I was going to tell you I bought myself a new car," the sheriff continued, as though he hadn't heard a word Lonnie had said. "I was going to tell you. I was going to let you drive it, too." He trailed his hand along the deep scratches in the hood, his eyes misty. "It wasn't even perfect for one whole day. I just picked it up."
"I'm telling you, the asshole did it," Lonnie said again.
"The kid needs to work on his vocabulary," Noah said.
"Are you going to believe me or not?" Lonnie shouted at his father. "I'm telling you for the last time, he cut your tires and scratched the paint."
Laurent was incensed. She pushed past Nick to face the sheriff. "I know he's your son and that this is difficult for you, but you are the sheriff, and you have to do your job. Lonnie's lying. He did the damage. He thought your new car belonged to my fiancé. Like it or not, you're going to have to arrest him." Lloyd put his hands up. "Slow down, Laura. No reason to be hasty. It's my car, and I'll make sure my boy pays the consequences if he did the damage. But he's saying your boyfriend—" Laurent cut him off. She was so angry she was sputtering. "He's lying," she repeated. "There are 4 witnesses. My brother, Father Claiborne, Nick, and me. You have to arrest him." "Well, now, the way I see it, that's 4 against 4, 'cause I'm sure Lonnie's friends are going to back him up, and I don't have any reason at all not to believe them." "Lonnie threatened us with a knife." Looking past Laurent to Nick, the sheriff demanded, "You'd best get your woman under control. I'm not going to put up with her yapping at me. Now you just back away, Laura, and hold your tongue." Laurent couldn't believe the sheriff was talking to her as though she were a naughty child. "Hold my tongue? I don't think so," she said. "Do something," she demanded. The sheriff glared at her. "I am going to do something," he announced. "You there," he muttered, pointing to Nick. "I want to see some identification, and I want to see it now." Laurent's temper exploded. She turned to Tommy and spoke in rapid French, telling him what an incompetent fool she thought the sheriff was. In fluent French, Nick told her to calm down. The sheriff's hands were balled into fists, and he kept glancing at his son. He wanted to kick some sense into the boy, and it took a good deal of discipline to control his fury. Besides, if he did give in to his temper, there was a good chance that Lonnie would strike back and beat the crap out of him. Lonnie had done it before, and Lloyd knew he would do it again. "I said,"
I want to see some identification."
"No problem," Nick replied as he pulled out his badge and flipped it open. "Nicholas Buchanan, Sheriff, FBI."
"Oh, shit,"
the sheriff moaned. "You're going to have to lock him up. I'll come by tomorrow and fill out the paperwork."
"What paperwork, Mr. FBI agent? It was my car that got damaged. Lonnie, stop your snickering or I swear I'll backhand you."
Noah came up behind the sheriff. "I'm not real familiar with the law, being a priest and all," he said, "but it seems to me that a crime was committed here by your son. Lonnie threatened an FBI agent with a knife, and that's some kind of a crime, isn't it?"
"Well, now, maybe it is and maybe it isn't," the sheriff hedged. "I don't see a knife, so what you're claiming might just be fabrication. Do you see my dilemma?"
"The knife's under the car," Noah told him. Trying to buy some time while he figured out what he was going to do, the sheriff muttered,
"How'd it get under the car?"
"I kicked it there," Laurent said.
"What were you doing with a knife?"
"Oh, for the love of—" she began. The sheriff took his hat off and scratched his head.
"Now, here's what I'm going to do. You all go on home now and let me deal with this. You can come on by the office tomorrow, but you call me first," he told Nick. "I'll have it all sorted out by then. Go on home now."
Laurent was so furious she was shaking. Without a word, she turned her back on the sheriff and walked to Nick's car, her high heels clicking hard on the pavement. Nick could hear her muttering under her breath. As he opened the passenger door for her, he took hold of her hand. "Are you all right? You're trembling. You weren't scared, were you? I wouldn't have let anything happen to you. You do know that, don't you?" "Yes," she said. "I'm just angry, that's all. The sheriff isn't going to do anything about Lonnie. He certainly won't arrest him. You just wait and see." "You are angry." "He had a knife," she cried out. "He could have hurt you." Nick was taken aback. "You were worried about me?" Tommy and Noah were getting into the back seat, and she didn't want them to hear. "Of course I was worried about you. Now will you stop grinning like an idiot and get in the car? I want to go home." He wanted to kiss her, but he settled on squeezing her hand instead. It was a sorry substitute. "Sheriff," Nick called out as he walked around to the driver's side, "I'm going to want to talk to your son tomorrow." Tommy was craning his neck to look out the back window when Nick drove the car out of the parking lot. He could see the sheriff arguing with Lonnie. "You don't think Lonnie could be the guy who's stalking Laurent, do you?" "We're going to check him out," Nick answered. "But I don't think he's the man we're after. Lonnie doesn't strike me as real intelligent." "The kid's a moron," Noah said. "Yeah, well, you did your part to spur him on," Nick said. "How'd I do that?" he asked innocently. "Thank the Lord we've got a spare. Isn't that what you said to Lonnie after he got the first tire?" "Maybe," Noah allowed. "I wanted to keep him busy so he'd leave you and Laurent alone." "Is that right? I figured you wanted to see how far he'd go." Noah shrugged while he tugged on his stiff collar. It was chafing his neck. "This thing feels like a noose," he told Tommy. "Nick, were there any agents at the restaurant? And if there were, why didn't one of them come forward to help?" Laurent asked. "It was under control," Nick answered. "Wesson ordered me to let Tommy hear confession," Noah told Nick. "Pete doesn't want him to," Nick responded. "It's a bad idea." "That's what I told him." From Noah's tone of voice, Laurent knew he didn't like Wesson any more than Nick did. She turned in her seat to ask him why. Nick pressed his thumb against the disc so Wesson couldn't listen in. Noah noticed what he was doing. "You don't have to do that. I want Wesson to hear me. For the record, I think he's a glory seeker and power hungry. He doesn't give a damn who he steps on to get to the top, including Morgenstern." Noah was on a roll and wasn't going to stop until he'd spilled all his pent-up frustration with the man running the operation. "He sure isn't a team player," he added, "but then, neither am I. Still, I avoid publicity just as much as you do, but Wesson goes looking for it. Remember the Stark case?" he asked. And before Nick could answer, he added, "Of course you do. You have to kill someone. You don't forget that. Not ever." "What about the Stark case?" Nick asked, looking in the rearview mirror at Noah. I'll bet you were surprised when you opened your newspaper a couple of days later and read that human interest story about you saving that kid. Didn't you think it was damn odd that the reporter wrote all that stuff about you, your family, and your best friend, Tom? You're saying that Wesson leaked the story? Nick asked. He was getting mad just thinking about the possibility. Hell yes, I'm saying it, he replied. You did notice Wesson's name was splattered all over that article, didn't you? If I could get that reporter alone in a room for a couple of minutes, I could prove it, too. Why would Wesson do it? Laurent asked. What does he have to gain? He's got a grudge. Plus, he wants to run the Apostles, Noah said. That's always been his goal. And I think he figures the more publicity he can get for himself, the better his chances will be. I'm telling you, Nick, as soon as Morgenstern retires or accepts a promotion, Wesson's going to move in. When that day comes, you'd be smart to get out. Nick pulled the car into the parking lot behind the Abbey and stopped. Let's just concentrate on our jobs for now. Get some rest, Tommy. You look worn out. See you tomorrow at the picnic, Tommy said. He reached over the seat and squeezed Laurent's shoulder. You still doing okay? I'm fine. Good night, Tommy. Noah climbed over the seat and got out on Tommy's side. Leaning back in, he said, Nighty-night, I see. Chapter 23. The picnic was in full swing by the time Nick and Laurent arrived. He could hear the band playing as he took Laurent's hand and walked across the dirt road toward the crowd gathered around the bandstand and the picnic tables. The hill beyond the flat area was littered with colorful blankets, and from the distance it looked like a patchwork quilt. Children were running wild, ducking in and out between couples dancing to the music of the hilltops. The aroma of smoking barbecue hung heavily in the air. Tommy and Noah were busy turning hamburgers on the grill, but Tommy spotted them and waved hello. Laurent carried a blanket over her arm. She found a vacant spot under a gnarled tree and spread the blanket out there. Nick didn't like the size of the crowd. It appeared that most of the town had turned out for the affair. It was twilight now, and someone plugged in the Christmas lights that had been strung from tree to tree around the wooden bandstand. Isn't the band great? She asked. Uh-huh, he said, as he continued to look over the crowd. Herman and Harley Winston started the group, she explained. Herman's the one playing the sax, and Harley's on the drums. They're the twins I told you about, who are doing remodeling on my store. They're so sweet. You should meet them. Nick looked at the bandstand and smiled. There were 6 members in the band, and all of them appeared to be in their 70s. The twins were identical and dressed alike in red checkered shirts and white pants. They're old men, he remarked. They're young at heart, she corrected, and master craftsmen. In Hollyoaks, we don't put the elderly out to pasture. The contribution they make to this town is very important. When you see my store and my loft, you'll understand how talented these men are. Hey, I wasn't criticizing, he said. I just noticed, that's all. The band leader, a bald-headed gentleman with a toothy smile, sparkling eyes, and terribly stooped shoulders, thumped on the microphone to get everyone's attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, this here picnic is the Abbot's way of saying thank you to all of you folks out there who have worked so darn hard to get the church finished in time for the anniversary. The Abbot expects you to have a fine time tonight, he added. Now, as you know, me and the boys in the band only play the oldies because those are the only songs we know how to play. We just love to take requests, so if you've got a special gal you want to impress, come on up and write the name of the song on a piece of paper and stick it in that hat over there on that card table. We got plenty of pencils and paper. We'll be drawing the requests out of that hat till we have to shut down. Now, the first song is going out to Cindy Mitchell and her husband Dan. This is Cindy's first outing since she had that gallbladder taken out, and it's real good to see her up and about. Come on, Dan. Bring her on out to the dance floor. This song is one of my favorites, he added, as he stepped back and lifted his hands like a symphony conductor. Tapping his foot, he counted, 1, 2, 3. Hit it, boys! Silence followed the command.
The band leader turned around to find out what was wrong, then chuckled. Speaking into the microphone, he sheepishly explained, "I guess I ought to tell the boys the name of the song we're playing. It's Misty. Now, let's try it again." Nick didn't like the idea of Laurent being in such a large crowd. He knew the picnic was a good place for them to be seen together and for him to observe the people around her, but he was still having trouble with it. The crowd could swallow her up, and he didn't want her out of his sight, not for 1 second. Her friends made his job difficult. As soon as they spotted her, they wanted to pull her away from him. They were, of course, very curious about him. Several men came up to shake his hand and introduce themselves. They were open and friendly, and they tried to draw him into their group of friends around the beer kegs while Laurent was being tugged in the opposite direction. To keep her close, Nick anchored his arm around her waist and held tight. He wouldn't let her budge. She didn't put up with his behavior for long. Leaning up on tiptoes, she whispered into his ear, "You're going to have to let me talk to my friends and neighbors." "Don't disappear on me," he whispered back. And then, because he knew they were being watched, he kissed her softly on the lips. "Try to stay between Noah and me." "I will," she promised. And then she kissed him. "Now please smile, Nick. This is a party, not a funeral." Someone called her name, and Nick reluctantly let go of her. She hadn't taken 5 steps away from him before she was surrounded by women. They were all talking at the same time, and he was pretty sure he was the topic because they kept glancing at him. He put his hands in his pockets and kept his gaze locked on Laurent. She had the most incredible smile. One of the women screamed, and Nick took a quick step forward, but then he saw that Laurent was showing off the ring, and that was what had excited the young woman. He backed off and once again looked over the crowd. When he turned back to Laurent, she was slowly threading her way toward the bandstand. As Nick watched her mingle with the young and the old, he realized how vital she was to their community. She was also loved. The townspeople could obviously see what a gentle and caring woman she was. They responded to her the same way he did, by wanting to get closer to her. He could tell that she was genuinely interested in what they were saying. She made people feel good, and what a hell of a gift that was. Nick was smiling as he watched her, but the smile vanished when she was stopped yet again by 2 men about her age. From the way they were drooling, he knew neither one was put off by her reputation. He felt a surprising burst of jealousy. Then one of the men put his hand on her arm, and Nick wanted to punch him. He knew his response was totally inappropriate. It wasn't like him to be so possessive. He couldn't figure out what was the matter with him. A relationship with her was impossible. He knew that, and he accepted it. Why was he having so much trouble maintaining his distance? Because he was damn hot for her, he admitted. This wasn't lust. He was old enough and had been around long enough to know the difference. Lust he could control with cold showers, but this feeling was totally different. It worried the hell out of him. "Are you Nick Buchanan?" Nick turned. "That's me, all right." "My name's Christopher Benson," the man said as he stuck his hand out to shake Nick's. "Laurent's my fiancé's best friend. Mine, too," he added with a grin. "I wanted to meet you and say hello." Christopher was a likable, easygoing man. He was built like a linebacker. He was as tall as Nick, but outweighed him by at least 50 pounds. After they exchanged small talk, Christopher admitted sheepishly, "Michelle sent me over to get as much information out of you as I could. She thinks that because I just finished law school, I should be able to grill anyone I want." Nick laughed. "What exactly does she want to know?" "Oh, the usual stuff. Like how much you make, where you're going to live after you marry Laurent, and most important, are you always going to be there for her? You might be getting the idea that Michelle's nosy, but she isn't. She's just looking out for Laurent." They both turned to watch Laurent. There were men standing in line to take a turn dancing with her. She was circling the floor now with Donut Boy. He answered as many questions as he could and hedged on others. When Christopher was finally satisfied, he remarked, "Laurent's an important part of this town. People depend on her. She and Michelle are like sisters," he added. "They bring out the devil in each other, and man, do they like to laugh." Nick was wondering when he was going to get a chance to dance with Laurent. He sure as certain wasn't going to get in line. Being a fiancé had a couple of perks, didn't it? Even if he was all pretend. Christopher seemed to read his mind. "Why don't you go get Laurent? The food's going to disappear fast." "Good idea," Nick said. He shouldered his way through the crowd, tapped Donut Boy on the shoulder, and pulled Laurent into his arms. "I'm cutting in, kid." Laurent softened the teenager's disappointment. Leaning to the side, she asked him to save her a dance later, after dinner. "You're only encouraging him," Nick told her. "He's a sweet boy," she said. He didn't want to talk about the kid. He pulled her closer and continued to dance. "Look like you love me, honey," he instructed. She laughed. "I do love you, sweetheart." "I like that thing you're wearing." "That thing is called a dress. A sundress, to be exact, and thank you. I'm glad you like it." "Tell me something. If all the men in this town are afraid of you, how come they're lining up to dance with you?" "I don't know," she said. "Maybe because they know I won't say no. They don't ask me to go out on dates, though. I think Tommy might be right. I might scare them." "That's good," he said with smug satisfaction. "Why?" she asked. He didn't answer her question. "Let's eat," he said. "Viola and Bessie Jean are waving at us. I think they want us to sit with them." "Son of a bitch," Nick hissed. His reaction startled her. "I thought you liked them." "Not them," he answered impatiently. "I just spotted Lonnie. What the hell is he doing here?" "Do I get to say I told you so?" she asked. She found Lonnie in the crowd, sitting alone on a picnic table, an insolent expression on his face. No one else was sitting at the table, and Laurent noticed several people, obviously nervous about the bully, who were avoiding making eye contact with him. Nick was searching the crowd for the sheriff. "I don't see dear old Dad," he said. "Oh, I doubt he's here. He wouldn't answer your phone calls all day, and the jail was locked up when we stopped by. I think he's hiding from you, Mr. FBI agent," she said. Nick shook his head. "I'm going to have to do something about him." "You have to find him first." "I'm not talking about the sheriff," he replied. "I'm going to have to do something about Lonnie. He's a complication we don't need now." "What can you do?" Nick draped his arm around Laurent's shoulders and headed for the buffet that was set up behind the bandstand. "Noah." "Noah's what you're going to do?" "Uh-huh." "Okay. What can Noah do?" He grinned. "Lots." "Go make Lonnie get off that table first," she suggested. "Then we'll eat. People need places to sit." "Okay," he agreed. But as he turned to the tables, he saw Tommy heading for Lonnie from the opposite direction. He had a spatula in his hand and a look on his face that indicated he wasn't going to put up with any of Lonnie's terror tactics today. Noah was busy scooping up burnt hamburgers, but he kept his eye on Tommy while he worked, which explained why 2 of the hamburgers ended up on the ground. Lonnie's friends materialized out of nowhere and stood by the table as Tommy approached. "Shouldn't you go help my brother?" she asked, the worry there in the tone of her voice. "He can handle himself." Lonnie had a cigarette dangling out of his mouth. Tommy said something to him, and Lonnie shook his head, then flicked the cigarette at him. Tommy stepped on it. Then, as quick as a blink, he grabbed Lonnie by the scruff of his neck and jerked him off the table. Lonnie's hand slipped into his pants pocket, and that's when Noah came running. So did a good number of the men attending the picnic. They ran to Tommy to help. The show of solidarity infuriated Lonnie, and within seconds his face had turned purple with rage. Noah shoved his way through the men just as Lonnie pulled the switchblade out. Noah whacked him hard on the wrist with his spatula and tripped him at the same time. Howling in pain, Lonnie dropped the knife. Tommy picked it up and tossed it to Noah, then hauled Lonnie to his feet and ordered him and his friends to leave. Laurent let out a sigh of relief. As Tommy and Noah headed back to the grill, several men stopped them to shake their hands. One enthusiastic man pounded them on their shoulders. "Now can we eat?" Nick grabbed 2 plates, handed one to her, and headed for the hamburgers. After they had filled their plates with salads and chips at the buffet table, they joined the Vandermans. The sisters were sitting with the 3 men who were temporarily living in the house across the street. Bessie Jean scooted closer to Viola so Laurent and Nick could sit on the bench with them. Viola made the introductions, adding information she'd gleaned from the weary-looking workmen. 2 of the men, Mark Hanover and Willie Lakeman, owned farms in northern Iowa and were supplementing their incomes with carpenter jobs. Justin Brady had just purchased his uncle's land in Nebraska and was diligently trying to pay off the mortgage as soon as possible by picking up extra work. All three men were in their early 30s, and all three were wearing wedding rings. The calluses on their hands proved that they were hard workers, and the empty cups lined up in front of them proved they were also hard drinkers. Nick leaned his elbows on the table and listened to the three men describing the work at the Abbey, all the while sizing them up. Mark downed a 16-ounce plastic cup of beer in 2 long gulps. Nick understood why the man was drinking so much when Bessie Jean asked him if he had any children. Mark lowered his gaze to his cup in his hands. "My wife died last year. We didn't have any kids. We were waiting until we got some of our bills paid off." Viola reached across the table and patted Mark's hand.
"We're all terribly sorry about your loss, but you've got to get on with your life and try to look to the future. I'm sure your wife would have wanted you to."
"I know, ma'am," he replied. "With the drought, we all have to pick up work whenever we can. I've got my parents to look after, and Willie and Justin have families depending on them, too." Willie pulled out his wallet to show off his family, a red-headed wife and 3 carrot-topped little girls. Justin wasn't going to be outdone. He carefully removed the photo of his wife and handed it to Bessie Jean. "Her name's Kathy," he said, pride radiating in his voice. "She's due to have our first baby August 1st or thereabouts."
"Are you expecting a boy or a girl?" Laurent asked.
Justin smiled. "Kathy and I decided we didn't want to know. We want to be surprised." Glancing over his shoulder at the bandstand, he said, "Kathy loves to dance. I sure wish she could be here." "We're all putting in 14-hour days," Mark said. "It's good money, so none of us mind," Justin interjected.
"Justin, we haven't properly thanked you for helping us with our garden," Viola said. "As busy as you are, you made time to lend us a hand. I believe I'll bake you a nice chocolate cake. It's my specialty."
"That's very kind of you, ma'am, but we're putting in long hours at the Abbey, and I won't be getting home till after dark. I sure do love chocolate cake, though." Viola beamed.
"Well then, I'm baking you one. I'll just leave it on your doorstep or put it in your kitchen."
Mark started talking about all the work they still had to get done before the anniversary. Willie ribbed Justin, teasing him about getting the easy work in the choir loft while they had to climb up and down the scaffolding with their paint cans. "Hey, I'm doing my part," Justin said. "The fumes from the varnish collect in the loft and make me lightheaded. That's why I take more breaks than you guys." "At least you've got your feet planted on the floor while you're working. Willie and I are hanging by our necks half the time."
"What are you doing in the loft?"
Laurent asked. "Tearing out the old rotting wood and replacing it. There was a lot of water damage around the organ," he added. "It's tedious work, but it's going to look real nice when I'm finished."
"How do you like living at the Morrisons' house?" Bessie Jean asked.
"It's okay," Mark said, shrugging. "Justin thought we all should split the chores, so we each took a room to keep clean. It makes it easier." Nick devoured 2 hamburgers while he listened to the conversation. Feinberg had told him that Wesson had already ruled out these 3 men. He'd run a background check on all of them. They were farmers working as carpenters and racing against the clock to get renovations finished. But as far as Nick was concerned, they were still suspects. So was every other man attending the picnic. He wasn't about to rule out anyone in Hollyoaks. One of the high school boys tapped Laurent on her shoulder and asked her to dance. She graciously accepted before Nick could come up with a reason to object. He followed them to the edge of the dance floor and stood there with his arms folded across his chest, watching. The band was playing an old Elvis Presley song. Laurent swayed to the music while her enthusiastic dance partner gyrated wildly in a circle around her. She had to duck his elbow a couple of times because the kid's arms and legs were going every which way. Nick thought he looked like an extra in a bad karate movie, and he knew Laurent was having trouble maintaining a straight face. Other couples were giving the kid a lot of room, probably so they wouldn't get kicked. For the next hour, she was dragged onto the dance floor again and again as the band leader called out the dedications and played the requested songs. When Laurent wasn't dancing, she helped clean up, and she was constantly being stopped by men and women, children too, to say hello. She moved through the crowd with an ease and comfort he envied. She had told him that in Holy Oaks people cared about one another, but now he was seeing it firsthand. He used to think it would drive him crazy if everyone knew what he was doing. Now he wasn't so sure. It might be kind of nice. He didn't know any of his neighbors in Boston. When he came home at night, he drove into the garage, went in his house, and stayed there until it was time to leave again. He had never had the time nor the inclination to interact with any of his neighbors. He didn't even know if there were any children on the block. Laurent was dancing with Justin now and was laughing at something he'd said. The song ended, and Nick spotted a man about his age heading toward Laurent. He decided she'd done enough dancing for one night. He got to her first, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her.
What was that for?
Because we're in love, he reminded her. Have you been telling people how we met?
Oh, yes, she answered. I've told the story at least 20 times now.
And did you tell them what the experts are saying about your stalker?
She nodded against his chin, then put her head down on his shoulder and closed her eyes so that anyone watching would see her snuggling up to her lover while she danced with him. I've said it so many ways. I've run out of adjectives. I've called him stupid and sloppy, and I've told them the FBI's convinced he has a very low IQ and that he's to be pitied because he's so dysfunctional. You name it, Nick, I've said it.
That's my girl.
What about you? Have you been telling people how we met?
Yeah, every chance I get, he answered. I met Christopher, he added. I liked him.
I haven't seen Michelle yet. Uh-oh, here comes Steve Brenner.
You aren't going to be dancing with him.
I don't want to dance with him. The song ended. As Nick and Laurent were leaving the dance floor, they were intercepted by Brenner. Nick sized him up with just one quick look. The man was all about control. The way he moved and the way he dressed were giveaways. The man's appearance was extremely important to him. His Ralph Lauren shirt and pants were crisply pressed, and there wasn't a hair out of place. The only concession he made to casual picnic attire was not to wear socks with his new Gucci loafers. As Nick shook his hand, he noticed Brenner was sporting a Rolex watch. Brenner touched Laurent's shoulder sympathetically. Laurent, I want you to know how sorry I am about that article Lorna wrote. I was embarrassed when I read that nonsense about the two of us. I have no idea where she came up with that story, and I hope it didn't cause you any distress. No, it didn't, she said. He smiled. Lorna told me that you and Nick are engaged, or was that another fabrication? She got that right. Nick and I are getting married. Well, I'll be damned. Congratulations to both of you. You're getting a good woman, he said to Nick. Looking at Laurent again, he said, Have you set the wedding date? Second Saturday in October, she told him. Where are you going to live? In Holy Oaks, she said, and I'll still be fighting you on the town square. The smile went out of his eyes. I expect you will, but I think I've come up with an offer you won't want to refuse. I'd like to drop it off tomorrow after work. Are you going to be home? We could sit down and discuss it. No, I'm sorry. I won't be home. Nick and I are going to the rehearsal at the Abbey for the wedding. And then there's dinner after, she explained. We won't be getting home until after midnight. Brenner nodded. Why don't I give you a call next Monday? That should give you time to recover from Michelle's wedding. That would be fine. Getting engaged and setting a wedding date, that happened pretty quick, didn't it? Nick answered. I've known Laurent a very long time, since she was a little girl. And when we saw each other again in Kansas City, we just knew, didn't we, darling? Laurent added. Nick smiled. Yes. Congratulations again, he said. I guess I better go get a hamburger before they're all gone. Nick kept his eye on Brenner as he walked away. What do you think of him? She asked. He's got a lot of anger pent up inside. How could you tell that? When he was congratulating us, his hands were fisted. I'm making his life miserable right now. He was probably clenching his fists to keep from wringing my neck.
You're single-handedly blocking his plans.
Is he a suspect?
Everyone is, he replied. Come on, let's go sit on the blanket and make out like teenagers. The suggestion made her laugh. Several men and women turned and smiled at the happy couple.
Sounds like a plan, she said.
But I don't think the abbot would approve. There you are! I've been looking everywhere for you. Michelle came hurrying across the grass. Her fiancé, Christopher, had hold of her hand and was grinning from ear to ear. Michelle was a beautiful woman, petite, with delicate features. She had long golden hair that framed her heart-shaped face. She had a killer smile that demanded a response. Laurent's friend wore a metal brace on her right leg, and when she tried to sit down at the picnic table, she winced in pain. Christopher was telling Nick a joke he'd just heard as he swept Michelle up into his arms and then sat down with her in his lap. I'm still limping, Michelle said to Laurent.
But barely, she insisted.
You think so?
Oh, yes, I noticed the difference.
I shattered my knee in a car accident, she explained to Nick. I shouldn't be able to walk at all, but I beat the odds. Michelle knows all about percentages, Christopher explained. She has degrees in mathematics and accounting, and she's going to get her CPA after we get married. I'm keeping Laurent's books for her store, Michelle added.
This is the end of Disc 8. Disc 9.
The band leader caught everyone's attention when he thumped on his microphone and announced that the next song would be the last for the evening. We've got to dance, honey, Christopher insisted. And so do we, Nick said. As he was pulling Laurent toward the dance floor, he said, I like your friends.
They like you.
The band leader opened the piece of paper and smiled. Ah, now, folks, this here song is a slow one, and it's one of my favorites, he announced. And so is the little girl it's dedicated to. It's for our own sweet Laurent Madden. And it's from Heartbreaker. Nick had just taken Laurent into his arms when the band leader made the announcement. He heard her drawn-in breath and felt her stiffen. He pulled her close, an instinctive response to danger. He saw Noah and Tommy moving toward the bandstand. Another man separated from the crowd and came forward from the opposite direction. Nick knew at once that he was an agent. Damn, none of them knew who they were looking for, and the crowd was watching them, surrounding them, smiling because the song was for Laurent. Son of a bitch, he muttered.
Nick, what do we do?
She whispered in a shaky voice. We dance, he said. Laurent felt as though the world was closing in on her. She couldn't catch her breath, couldn't think. She tucked her head under Nick's chin and closed her eyes.
He wants me to know he's here, watching me. Oh, God, make him leave me alone. Please, God.
Now, folks, grab your partner, 'cause like I said, this is our last request. The name of the song is I Only Have Eyes for You. Chapter 24. He stood in the crowd and watched, the intoxication building to a feverish pitch inside him. Laurent, his sweet Laurent. She mesmerized him. So lovely, so untouchable. For now. Soon, my love, soon you will be mine. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the mule walking toward her. He smiled then. He had snapped his fingers and they had come. He was the spider now, and they were caught in his web. He couldn't take his eyes off the mule. He watched him cross the grass and pull Laurent into his arms. It was all a game. Oh, yes, he knew what they were doing, trying to upset him, as though he were a simpleton. And still he couldn't turn away. They were dancing, and he didn't like the way the mule was holding her. It was too close, too intimate. Then Nick kissed her. He felt such a burst of rage explode inside him. His knees buckled and he had to sit down. It was a game. A game. They were playing with him, tormenting him. Yes, he knew what they were doing. And yet, he was livid. How dare they torment him? The surprises weren't over. He was blatantly staring at them now, studying them, and he could see the way Laurent was looking at the mule. He jerked back against the bench. She loved him. It was as plain as day to someone as clever and astute as he was. She couldn't hide it, not from him. Green-eyed girl had fallen in love with a mule. Lordy, lordy, what was he going to do about that? She was ruining his good time. When the last song was announced, and it was for Laurent, he'd felt flushed and dizzy. The joy and the rage were almost more than he could bear. And while he stood there in plain sight and watched his prey on the dance floor, smiling and laughing and acting like they were having a mighty fine time, he knew there must be mules rushing through the crowd searching for him. Fools. All of them. They didn't know what he looked like or who he was, so how were they expecting to find him? Did they think he was going to pull out a gun and point it to himself? He laughed just thinking about it. Priceless, he thought. Their stupidity was truly priceless. Then he spotted good old Father Tom running toward his sister with another priest by his side. There was a beautiful look of terror in Tom's eyes. He savored it and sighed with pleasure. Now, what in tarnation did those silly priests think they were going to do? Pray him into giving himself up? Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Was Father Tom thinking about vengeance now? The possibility amused him. Perhaps the next time he went to confession, he would ask him. A priest should understand. That was his job, wasn't it? To understand and forgive. Maybe understanding would come with death. He mulled over that philosophical possibility and then shrugged. What did he care if Tommy understood or not? My, oh my, he hadn't had this much fun in a long, long time. And it was only going to get better, as long as he kept the anger reined in, controlled it, soothed the beast with promises of the havoc to come. How dare they think they could outwit him? Ignorant mules, all of them. Still, caution was called for now. Bide his time. That was the ticket. He certainly wasn't afraid or even worried about the mules. He had invited the FBI boys to Hollyoaks now, hadn't he? But he so wanted to be a gracious host, a regular Martha Stewart, if you will, and so he needed to know the exact number he would be entertaining. There had to be enough refreshments to go around. Did he bring enough C4 with him? He thought about it for a minute, and then smiled. Why, yes, as a matter of fact, he did. Heartbreaker was always prepared. His goal was to eliminate as many of the mules as he could, as long as it didn't interfere with his primary objective, the target. Get the target and have a little old-fashioned fun at the same time, while he proved to the world that he was the superior being. None of the FBI boys were a match for him, and soon now, very soon, when it was too late and they couldn't run and hide, they would realize it. He would take care of his unfinished business, and at the same time, let the world mock them all on national television. Prime time. Kaboom! Film at 11. Yes, sirree. Chapter 25. Another day passed and the pressure was mounting. The thought of another crowded gathering was making Laurent physically ill, but she wasn't about to disappoint Michelle on one of the biggest nights of her life, her wedding rehearsal and the dinner that followed. After the first course, Michelle noticed that Laurent hadn't touched her food. Leaning across the table, she whispered, "You don't look so good, sweetie." "I'm fine," Laurent answered, forcing a smile. Michelle knew better, and she turned to Nick for help. "Why don't you take Laurent home and put her to bed?" she suggested. When Laurent opened her mouth to protest, Michelle stopped her. "I don't want you getting sick. I am not walking down the aisle tomorrow without you." Laurent and Nick said their early goodbyes and headed home. A dozen red roses were waiting on the front porch when they arrived. Nick picked up the vase on his way inside the house. "They were delivered right after you left," Joe said. Nick read the card out loud. "Please forgive me and come home. Love, Joel." Laurent took the vase and put it on the dining room table. Nick and Joe followed. The two men stood side by side, frowning at the roses. "It seems such a waste to throw them out," she said, "but that's what I usually do. I don't want to be reminded of Joel Patterson every time I walk through this room." "How often does this creep send you flowers?" Nick asked, trying not to let the irritation show. "About once a week," she said. "He won't give up." "Yeah? We'll see about that." He picked up the vase, went into the kitchen and emptied the water in the sink, then dropped the vase and the roses into the trash can. "He's a tenacious bastard, isn't he?" "Patterson's the man in Chicago who was doing his secretary while he was chasing you, right?" Joe asked. His frank assessment didn't faze her. "Yes, he's the one." "I'd say he's having trouble letting go," Joe remarked. "But don't worry, Nick'll take care of him." "No, he won't take care of him," she countered, a bit more sharply than she'd intended. "Joel Patterson is my problem, and I'll deal with him." "Okay," Joe said, surprised by the burst of anger. "Whatever you decide is fine with me." "I'm ignoring him." "That doesn't seem to be working," he pointed out. "Let him spend his money on flowers. I don't care. Now, can we please drop the subject?" "Yeah, sure." She put her hand to her brow. "Look, I'm sorry I snapped at you. It's just, after what happened at the picnic, he was there, Joe, and he wanted me to know he was watching me. 'I only have eyes for you.' That was the song he requested. Cute, huh?" "I heard all about it," Joe said as he followed her into the kitchen. He had already guessed what she was going to do, make tea. Joe knew the strain was getting to her. In the harsh kitchen light, she looked pale, as though she hadn't had a good night's sleep in weeks. Joe blurted out what he was thinking. "You gotta stay strong." She whirled around to face him, one hand defiantly on her hip. "You don't have to worry about me." Easier said than done, Joe thought. "Why don't you go into the living room and watch a little television?" "I'm going to make a cup of hot tea. Would you like some?" "Sure," he said. It felt like it was 110 in the kitchen, but if she wanted to make hot tea for him, he'd drink it. He sat down and watched her work. Nick was in the back hallway talking on his phone, his head bent, his voice too low to make out any of the conversation. Joe figured he was either talking to Morgenstern or Wesson. Laurent took the kettle to the sink and held it under the faucet. She stared at the fleur-de-lis painted on the white tile above the splash guard while she thought about the picnic. Nick had finished his call and came back into the kitchen in time to hear her say, "Lonnie was there at the picnic. He left early, but he could have put that piece of paper in the hat before Tommy chased him away." Nick got a Diet Pepsi out of the fridge and popped the lid. He took a long swallow and then said, "Yeah, Lonnie could have done that, but he couldn't be in two places at once, and we know he hasn't left Hollyoaks in the last month. He was in town when the unsub talked to Tommy in the confessional." "When did you find that out?" Laurent asked. "I got that bit of information from Feinberg this morning." She turned back to the sink. "So who wasn't here?" she asked. The kettle was filled, and water was now pouring down the sides. Nick took it out of her hands, poured out half the water, and then put the kettle on the stovetop. "The sheriff was out of town," Joe told her. "And so was Steve Brenner. He told friends he was going fishing." Laurent got out the tea bags and cups from the cupboard and put them on the table. She didn't seem to notice that Nick was drinking a Pepsi. She was still going to make him a cup of tea. He smiled while he watched her work. The quirky habit of hers was odd, but sweet. She sat down to wait for the water to heat. Restless, she picked up the deck of cards Joe had left and began to shuffle them. "What about the crime scene Wesson was so excited about? Shouldn't we have heard something by now?" Joe answered, "The lab's working on the evidence they've collected. I do know the scene was contaminated." "Contaminated by what?" "Cows," Joe said. She couldn't block the picture Joe had just evoked and whispered, "Oh, God." "Deal the cards," he suggested, hoping to turn her attention. "We'll play gin." "Okay," she whispered. but she continued to sit there, shuffling the cards. Joe finally took them out of her hands and dealt them for her. "I know it seems like a lot of time has passed, but," Nick began. She didn't let him finish. "They won't find his fingerprints. They won't find any evidence that could lead them to him." Nick sat down, straddling the chair with his arms braced against the back. "Don't make him superhuman. He bleeds like the rest of us. He's going to mess up, and then we'll nail him." She picked up her cards and looked them over. "The sooner the better, right?" "Right." "Okay. Then why don't we make it happen sooner? I think Wesson's right. Maybe I should go running alone tomorrow, and maybe I should spend the day doing errands on my own. Don't shake your head at me. He's looking for an opportunity, and I think we should accommodate him. You could make sure I was safe." "No." He was emphatic. "Don't you think we should discuss this before you—" "No." She held her temper. "I really think—" He cut her off. "I promised your brother I wouldn't let you out of my sight, and that's the way it's going to be." "Hey, Nick, chill out," Joe suggested. The burst of anger was short-lived. "Yeah, right," he agreed. The tension was getting to both of them. Laurent knew why she was feeling so frustrated. Her every movement was being controlled by a lunatic. Yes, that was exactly what was happening, and God, how she hated it. But why was Nick losing his temper? He should be used to working under this kind of strain, shouldn't he? Up until tonight, he'd been very laid back and as steady as a rock. How in God's name was he able to do it day in and day out? The special unit he worked for searched for abducted children. She couldn't think of anything more terrifying than a child in danger. The pressure had to be tremendous. "You're the expert. I'll let you decide what's to be done. If you don't want me to run alone, then I won't," she said. She'd done a complete turnaround in a matter of seconds, and Nick couldn't figure out why she was suddenly being reasonable again. "How come?" he asked suspiciously. "I don't want to make your job any more difficult than it already is," she said. "Now that you two are calm, I kind of hate to bring this up," Joe said. He discarded a card and picked up a new one. "'Cause I know Nick's going to get upset again, but I don't get upset. What do you need to tell me?" "If the unsub doesn't poke his head out of the woodpile within the next couple of days, I'm going to be reassigned." The muscle in Nick's jaw flexed. "How do you know you'll be reassigned?" Laurent asked Joe. Nick answered, "Wesson. I'm right, aren't I?" Joe nodded. "He thinks maybe the unsub knows I'm here. And if I make a big deal about leaving, then maybe—" "Give me a break," Nick snapped. "And I suppose if the unsub still doesn't try to grab her, then Wesson will reassign the other agents so the unsub will feel more comfortable? I've got an idea. Why don't we all pack up now and leave? Laurent can leave the front door open so he won't have any trouble getting inside. That's pretty much Wesson's game plan, isn't it, Joe? He'll stay in Hollyoaks, though, you can bet your ass on that." Joe pointed at the disc to remind Nick that Wesson could be listening in. Nick couldn't have cared less. He wanted him to know what he thought of his methods. Nick unpinned the disc and held it up so he could speak directly into the microphone. "You want to be the big man to catch the unsub, don't you, Jules? At any cost. That's the plan, isn't it? It'll look great on your record, and your political ambitions are far more important than Laurent's safety." Feinberg's voice responded. "Sorry to disappoint you, Nick, but I'm monitoring the line, not Wesson. And as far as I'm concerned, you guys are talking about the weather." The agent was doing his best to protect Nick, but the effort wasn't appreciated. Wesson couldn't hurt Nick professionally, and even if he could, Nick wouldn't have cared. How would he feel if he got fired? Maybe relieved, he thought. Bad attitude, he decided, but he couldn't make himself care about that either. Morgenstern was right. Nick needed a vacation, and he needed sex, lots of sex, but not with just any woman. He wanted Laurent. "Gin!" Laurent smiled at Joe when she showed him her cards. He groaned. The kettle began to hiss. Laurent got up to fix the tea. She poured water into all 3 cups, then put the kettle back on the stove and turned to walk out of the kitchen. "Hey, what about your tea?" Joe asked. "I'm going upstairs now. I think I'd like to take a hot bubble bath." Nick gritted his teeth. Now why in the hell did she think they needed to know that? Damn. His mind went wild, and all he could think about was her lush body covered in a mist of bubbles. He wanted to follow her and dive into the tub with her. He headed to the guest room instead and took a cold shower. Joe was watching a movie downstairs, so Nick, dressed in his jeans and his favorite old T-shirt, went into Laurent's room to watch Sports Roundup. Theo called to check in. It was late in Boston, but his brother never slept. He was in the mood to talk about the latest bizarre case he was prosecuting. Nick tried to pay attention, but his eyes were locked on that bathroom door, and X-rated images kept flashing through his mind. "What'd you say?" he asked Theo. "Is everything okay with you?" "Hell no." "Sure," he answered. "You know how it goes. It's the waiting that makes me nuts." "How come you haven't mentioned Laurent? I haven't seen her in years. I bet she's changed. What's she like?" "She's Tommy's sister. That's what she's like." Big mistake, Nick realized, as soon as the words were out of his mouth. He'd sounded defensive, and Theo's reputation for being a top-rate prosecutor wasn't just talk. He immediately went for the jugular. "So, that's how it is." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Uh-huh." "Nothing's going on." "Does Tommy know?" "Know what?" He hedged. "That you've got the hots for a sister?" Before Nick could answer, Theo laughed. "You're gonna have to tell him." Nick pictured his hand going through the phone and grabbing his brother by the throat. "Theo, if you know what's good for you, you'll stop fishing. There's nothing to tell. Laurent's fine, just fine, okay?" "Okay," he agreed. "Tell me something." "What?" "Does she still have those long legs?" "Theo?" "Yeah." "Go to hell." Chapter 26. He came in through the back door. He'd tried using the key he had duplicated, but the bitch had obviously changed the locks. Now, why had she done that, he wondered. Had she found the camera? He stood on the back stoop, nervously flipping the key over and over in his hand while he pondered the possibility, and finally decided that no, she couldn't have found it. It was too well hidden. Then he remembered how old and rusty the lock was, and he assumed that it had simply broken. Fortunately, he had worn his black windbreaker, and he could use it to protect his hand and break the glass. He'd put on the jacket so that he could blend into the night and wouldn't be seen by the two dried-up hags living next door to Laurent. They were like cats sitting in their windows looking out. He'd parked the car 3 blocks away, another precaution against her nosy neighbors, and walked over to her house, making sure he stayed away from the streetlights and close to the bushes. Twice, he felt like someone was following him, and he got so spooked he considered turning around and going back home, but the rage inside of him kept propelling him forward. The need to strike out was eating at him like acid, forcing him to take the calculated risk. He craved hurting her, the way an alcoholic craved a drink of whiskey. The need wouldn't leave him alone, and he knew he would take any risk to get even. He slowly removed his jacket, carefully folded it to double thickness, wrapped his hand inside the material, and then, imagining the glass was Laurent's face, he slammed his fist through the window, exerting far more force than was necessary. The glass imploded, shattering fragments into the back hallway. The rush of adrenaline felt like an orgasm, and he almost shouted God's name in vain just for the sheer thrill of it. He suddenly felt powerful and invincible. No one would touch him. No one. He certainly wasn't concerned about being heard, for he was sure the house was empty. Nick and Laurent had been picked up by her brother and another priest and had gone to the rehearsal dinner. He'd watched them leave before he'd gone back home to wait and then get ready. It was just after 11 now, and they wouldn't be back until well after midnight. Plenty of time, he thought, to do what he wanted and get out. He reached in, unlocked the deadbolt, opened the door, and came inside. He had to resist the urge to whistle. The silent alarm began to flash the second the door opened, but Nick already knew someone was inside the house. He and Laurent had returned home earlier than expected, and he had taken the watch while Joe caught up on his sleep. Nick was upstairs on the landing and had just started down the steps when he heard the sound of glass breaking. The noise was distant, but unmistakable. He didn't hesitate. Drawing his gun, he flipped the safety off and headed for the guest room to alert Joe. He was reaching for the doorknob when the door opened and Joe stepped out, his Glock already in his hand, the barrel pointed to the ceiling. He nodded to Nick to let him know he was ready, then faded back into the darkness of the room, leaving the door wide open. Nick pointed to the flashing alarm, and Joe quickly unplugged it. Without making a sound, Nick turned and hurried into Laurent's room. He quietly closed the door behind him. She was sound asleep on her back, her hands at her sides, an open Frank McCourt memoir resting on her chest. He went to the side of the bed, squatted down next to her, and put his hand over her mouth so she wouldn't make any noise when she woke up. "Laurent, wake up. We've got company." His hushed voice was calm. She woke up, trying to scream. Her eyes flew open, and she tried to focus as she instinctively shoved his hand away. Then she realized it was Nick touching her. His words registered at the same time that she saw the gun. "I need you to be real quiet," he whispered. She nodded. She understood. Nick pulled his hand back, and she pushed the sheets aside as she bolted upright. The forgotten book went flying and would have struck the hardwood floor had Nick not grabbed it in midair. He put it down on the bed, reached up to switch off the reading lamp, then took her hand and gently pulled her to her feet. Her heart was pounding frantically, and she had trouble catching her breath. The room was so dark they had to feel their way along the wall. Nick led her into the bathroom, and she was reaching for the light switch when his hand covered hers. "No lights," he whispered. He stepped back into the bedroom and quietly pulled the door closed behind him. "Be careful," she whispered. She wanted to beg him to stay with her, but she knew he wouldn't and couldn't do that. It was pitch black inside, and she was afraid to move for fear she would accidentally knock something over and let the intruder know the household was awake. Head bowed, she folded her arms across her stomach and stood frozen while her mind raced. How could she help? What could she do that wouldn't be a hindrance? She was terrified for Nick. The unexpected could trip up even the most experienced man. Everyone had a vulnerable point, and Nick was no exception. If anything happened to him, she didn't know what she would do. Please, God, keep him safe. It was deadly quiet. She pressed her ear against the door and strained to hear any little sound. She stood that way for over a minute. It seemed like an eternity to her, and still nothing but the sound of her heart pounding in her ears. Then she heard it. A scratching noise, like a branch scraping across a window, but the sound wasn't coming from inside the house. It was above her. The roof. My God, was the intruder on the roof? No, he was already inside, downstairs. She tried then to convince herself that the noise she had just heard had simply been a branch swaying in the wind. She strained to listen. She heard the sound again. It was closer now to where she stood, and it didn't sound like a scraping noise at all this time. Now it sounded like an animal, a raccoon or a squirrel, she thought, scurrying across the roof ledge outside the bathroom window. Was the window locked? Yes, of course it was. Nick would have seen to that. Calm down. Don't let your imagination run wild. She stared at the window. It was above the bathtub, but it was too dark to see if the lock was latched. She needed to check it. If she moved slowly and carefully, she wouldn't make any noise. She was beginning to inch away from the door when she saw a red, pencil-point beam of light shine through the window pane. It danced across the vanity mirror, closing in on her, searching, looking for a target. She dropped to her knees, then to her stomach, and edged over to the bathtub. She pressed the length of her body against the cool porcelain, her eyes glued to the red beam. Too late, she realized she should have gotten out of the bathroom when she had the chance. The beam would catch her if she moved now. It was bouncing along the door, back and forth, back and forth. My God, if Nick opened the door and tried to come inside, whoever was on the ledge would have him clearly in his sights. Calm down. Think. How could he have gotten on the roof without being seen? Nick had told her that there were agents watching the house night and day, But there was a treed lot next to her bedroom and bath, and another empty lot behind her backyard. It would be easy to climb up one of the 100-year-old trees and make his way from the treetops to her roof. Easy, she thought. But without being seen? It would be daring. Tricky, but it could be done. Don't panic. Wait. Maybe it was one of the FBI agents on the roof. Yes, that could be it. He could be covering the bathroom window to make certain the madman didn't try to escape. All the windows were probably being covered by the FBI now. As desperate as she was to believe that was true, she wasn't about to stand up to test her theory. The beam was moving again, back to the mirror. Laurent seized the opportunity, thanking God there wasn't a moon tonight. The darkness was a blessing. She scrambled to her knees to get the door open, then crawled into the bedroom, scraping her knee on the metal threshold. She never took her eyes off the beam. She could see it closing in on her as she swung the door shut. Grimacing over the faint click the lock made, she leaned back against the wall and tried to catch her breath. She would be able to hear the window opening. It was old and warped, and it would make a lot of noise if it were pried up. And so she sat there listening, waiting, every muscle in her body tense in anticipation, ready to spring. Nick heard the faint rustle as she crawled out of the bathroom. What the hell was she doing? Why hadn't she stayed inside? He stood, pressed against the wall adjacent to the bedroom door, and quietly pulled it open a crack. He could see out into the hallway that was faintly lit by the nightlight on the chest at the far end of the wide landing. He waited for the intruder to either pass Laurent's door or come inside. He could hear him creeping up the steps. He knew when his foot struck the 5th stair. It creaked. If he'd been inside the house the number of times Nick thought he had, he would have remembered the noise that step made and avoided it. Was Nick giving him too much credit? No, he didn't think so. This man was careful. He was a planner. Every bit of information they had on him indicated as much. And he was organized. Methodical, too. Yet he hadn't been quiet when he'd broken into the house, and his method had been crude, not sophisticated. A tiger doesn't change his stripes. There were instances where an organized killer became disorganized, like Bundy and Donner, but it took time for them to disintegrate, get sloppy. This unsub was exhibiting a radical change. The back door opened and then slammed shut. Whoever was coming up the stairs went running back down. Nick heard quick footsteps on the first floor, then harsh whispers. There were 2 of them in the house now. What the hell? That didn't make any sense at all. Everything they knew about the unsub pointed to a loner. Until now. No, this was all wrong. The 2 intruders were arguing, but their voices were muffled whispers, and Nick couldn't catch any of what they were saying. They were by the front door, but only one of them rushed up the stairs. Nick could hear the other one moving around below. Then a crash, maybe a vase, Nick thought, followed by a shredding noise, like material being ripped apart. The son of a bitch was either looking for something or trashing Laurent's house. The adrenaline was pouring through his veins now, and he couldn't wait to get his hands on both of them. The other intruder was on the landing now. He had a pen light. First the beam, then the shadow crossed the threshold of Laurent's bedroom. He continued on to the hall linen closet. He was going for the camera, Nick decided. He was either going to remove it or turn it back on. Joe flipped on the hall light as Nick swiftly moved into the hall to block any retreat. "Freeze!" Joe ordered, his gun trained on the suspect. Steve Brenner yanked his hand back from the closet ceiling and shielded his eyes from the blinding light. "What the?" he shouted as he turned and tried to charge past Nick. Nick clipped him on the side of the head with the butt of his gun. Stunned by the blow, Brenner reeled back, then attacked, his fists flailing like a drowning man. Nick easily dodged the assault, then threw an uppercut to his nose and heard the crunch of bone. Blood spurted as Brenner, screaming in pain, staggered back and went down on his knees. Both his hands cupped his nose as he began to shout obscenities. "You got him?" Nick shouted as he turned and raced toward the stairs. "I'm on him," Joe yelled back. He shoved Brenner to the floor on his stomach, then held him there with his knees pressed into his spine. "You have the right to remain silent." Nick took the flight of stairs in 2 leaps. He swung over the banister, dropped to the floor in the front hallway, and raced on. The caustic smell of gasoline was heavy in the air, and by the time he was halfway across the living room, his eyes were tearing. He saw the gallon can of gasoline on the floor near the dining room table, and Laurent's pink bridesmaid dress in a heap next to the overturned can. The gown had been shredded into a wad and was soaked. Nick muttered an expletive as he ran on. He caught a fleeting glimpse of Lonnie's profile as he turned the corner into the kitchen. He didn't see the matches, though. Lonnie struck one match in the back hallway, then lit the rest and threw the flaming pack behind him into the kitchen. Frantic to get away before he was caught, he clawed at the doorknob, but his hands were sticky with gasoline. On the third try, he got the door open. He ran outside, tripped on the back step, and went flying into the yard. Scrambling to his feet, he ran into the back lot, hooting with laughter because he knew he'd trapped Nick inside, and he had gotten away scot-free. The floor was slick with gasoline, and the fire was instantaneous as the match flames ignited the fuel with a loud, greedy swoosh. The breeze coming in through the open back door whipped the fiery wall into a frenzy, and within bare seconds the kitchen was a raging inferno. Nick stumbled back into the dining room. He tried to shield his eyes with the back of his arm as he regained his balance, but the heat was so intense he couldn't go forward. The fire was loud, almost deafening, popping, crackling, hissing. The kitchen floor had turned into liquid fire, moving like a ferocious wave toward the dining room, drowning everything in its path. "Laurent!" Nick shouted her name as he raced back through the living room. He thought he heard the squeal of tires out front, and he stopped at the front door long enough to unlock the deadbolt, but he didn't open the door because he knew the fresh air would only feed the fire. Joe had handcuffed Brenner and was trying to get him to his feet, but his prisoner was fighting him every inch of the way. "Get him out the front door, but hurry, the fire's out of control." "That son of a bitch," Brenner screamed. "That miserable little piece of shit. I'm gonna kill him." Joe pulled Brenner to his feet and shoved him ahead of him down the stairs. Nick burst into Laurent's room. She had already put on jeans and loafers and was pulling a T-shirt down over her midriff. She'd packed, too. He couldn't believe it. The empty overnight bag she'd left on the floor by the closet door was now on her bed and stuffed full. The bathroom door was wide open, and he could see that the counter had been swept clean. "Let's go." He had to shout to be heard over Brenner's screams. "Leave it," he ordered when he saw her reach for the bag. "We've got to get out of here, now." Ignoring his order, she grabbed the bag and slung the strap over her left shoulder. Then she noticed he was barefoot. She grabbed his loafers and shoved them in the bag on top of the photo album. Nick flipped the safety on his gun and slipped it into his holster. That gave her 2 more seconds to grab his wallet, the car keys, and her purse from the top of the dresser. She was shoving them into the side pocket of the bag when Nick grabbed her. He pulled her tight into his side and half-carried her along the hallway and down the stairs. She had a death grip on the strap, and she could hear the bag banging on the steps behind her. Black smoke rolled up the stairs to meet them. Nick shoved her head down against his chest and continued on. She heard an unearthly sound behind her, like a dragon wheezing, and then a crackling roar followed. The air conditioner in the dining room window crashed to the floor and exploded. The force was so great the walls shook, and the hardwood shivered beneath her feet. The living room window shattered then, and shards of glass the size of butcher knives shot out onto the porch. The fire hissed and then roared again as it fed on the gust of wind that rushed inside the open doorway. They made it outside just in the nick of time. Another few seconds, and they would have had to climb out one of the bedroom windows. The fire chased them outside, the flames licking at their heels. They stumbled down the steps and onto the front walk, coughing from the inhaled smoke. She squeezed her eyes shut to try to get rid of the stinging. Nick recovered much quicker than she did. He spotted Wesson leaping out of his car and running toward Joe and Brenner. The agent and his prisoner were standing in the empty lot beside Laurent's house. Feinberg was still in the car, the motor running. How had the agents gotten here so soon, Nick wondered. First things first, he thought. He squeezed Laurent. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice hoarse from coughing. She leaned into him, thankful for his strength. "Yes," she answered. "Are you all right?" "Good to go," he said. She looked around her in a daze. The entire neighborhood was waking up. Families up and down the street began to spill out of their houses onto their front porches and lawns to watch the fire. She could hear the sirens wailing in the distance. She saw Bessie Jean and Viola standing by the big old oak in their front yard where they had kept Daddy chained. Both ladies were dressed in heavy, fuzzy robes, one pink, the other white, that made them look like giant bunny rabbits. Bessie Jean, her hair in pin curls, was wearing an old-fashioned hairnet, the knot she'd tied in the netting hanging down on her forehead. Viola was dabbing at her eyes with her lacy handkerchief and shaking her head as she watched the fire. Laurent turned back and saw the flames shooting through the roof over her living room. It had been a near miss, she realized then, but Nick was all right, and so was she, without a blister between them. She watched the fire and thanked God no one had been hurt. Suddenly the fog lifted and the truth settled. She began to shake. "Laurent, what's the matter?" "You got him. It's over, Nick. The nightmare's over." She dropped her bag and threw her arms around him. He held her close. Then he heard her whisper, "Thank you." "We aren't going to celebrate just yet. Let's take this a step at a time." She looked up at him. "I still can't believe it. When I heard him shouting at you in the hallway, I recognized his voice and I knew it was Steve, but I just couldn't put it together in my mind. I was so shocked." She took a deep breath and tried to be more coherent. "You told me he was a suspect and you were right all along." She couldn't stop trembling. Impatiently wiping the tears away with the back of her hands, she remembered the man on the roof. "There were 2 of them," she said. "Yes, 2, she repeated. The other man was Lonnie. He started the fire. Lonnie? She didn't know why she was stunned to know the sheriff's son had been involved. Brenner had obviously been the brains. He had been the one to plan the nightmare from start to finish. Nick was looking around for Lonnie. Where the hell was he? He should have been cuffed by now, with at least one agent on him. Willie and Justin came running across the street to help. Justin immediately went to Bessie Jean's yard to turn on her garden hose to try to contain the fire. It was pitifully inadequate. Nick pulled Laurent toward Wesson. The agent was talking on his phone. "I got him, sir. I certainly did. And as soon as I get the warrant, I'm positive I'm going to find more evidence to nail him." "I got him?" She repeated Wesson's boast to Nick. "Yeah, I heard what he said." Joe had obviously also heard. He was glaring at Wesson, letting him see his hostility. The agent in charge ignored him and continued to speak into his slick palm-sized phone. Wesson could barely contain his enthusiasm. "By the book, sir. That's how I got him. And for the record, instinct didn't have anything to do with the apprehension. It was careful planning and following through. No, sir, that wasn't a criticism of your methods. I'm simply telling you that it was hard work and not anything else." The fire truck barreled down the street, the siren blaring. Feinberg moved his car out of the way of the fire hydrant and parked it in front of Bessie Jean's house, then got out and ran over to Joe. Like everyone else, he watched the blaze. Volunteer firemen, wearing yellow slickers and hats, jumped from the truck and raced to hook up the hoses. The driver turned off the siren and then shouted, "Is everyone out of the house?" "Everyone's out," Joe shouted back. Nick was seething inside. He swore that if Wesson didn't get off the damn phone in the next 5 seconds, he was going to rip it out of his hand and beat the hell out of him, if that was what it would take to get some answers. Where was Lonnie? And where were the agents who were supposed to be watching the house? "Laurent, I want you to get in the car and stay there. I'll move it onto the street," he said as he grabbed her hand and pulled her along. She could hear the anger radiating in his voice. He was still acting as though he was supposed to protect her, and she couldn't understand why. They had caught Brenner, and they knew who his accomplice was. "Nick, it's over." Maybe it hadn't sunk in yet. Yes, that was it, she thought. "You did it. You and Joe got him." "We'll talk about it later," he said curtly as he reached down and picked up the bag. When they reached the car, he muttered, Hell, the keys." "I've got them." He held the bag while she dug until she found them. Her hands were shaking so much she couldn't get the key in the lock. Nick took the keys from her, unlocked the car door, and tossed the bag into the back seat. "Hey, Laurent, how come that guy's handcuffed?" Willie asked. Justin jogged over from the Vanderman's yard. He, too, was curious to hear the details. "Isn't that Steve Brenner?" Justin asked. He's a big shot in town. But how come he's cuffed? What'd he do? He broke into my house. Get inside the car, Laurent, Nick said. He took hold of her elbow to get her moving, but she turned back when Brenner started screaming. Take these handcuffs off me. You can't hold me. I haven't done anything illegal. I own that house, and if I want to put a camera inside, you can't stop me. I signed the papers 2 weeks ago. It's my house, and I've got the right to know what goes on in there. Joe had used up all his patience. What you've got is the right to remain silent. Now shut the hell up. Justin's mouth dropped open. He put a camera in your house? Where'd he put it? Willie asked. She didn't answer. She sagged against Nick's side. Her eyes were fixed on Brenner. He turned, saw her watching him, and sneered. There was dried blood caked on his perfectly capped teeth, and more smeared on his lips. He was a reptile. Brenner couldn't control his fury. He blamed everyone but himself for getting caught. If the bitch hadn't brought the FBI boyfriend home, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Most of all, he blamed Laurent. Joe grabbed him when he lunged toward her. Brenner tried to shove himself free while he shouted profanities at her. All his plans were ruined, damn her. You bitch, he shouted. This is my house now. I paid that old lady a lot of money, and you know what? There isn't a damn thing you can do about it. When I'm finished suing everybody, I'm going to own the FBI. I have rights, he added in a roar. And then, hoping to humiliate her, he added, I've been watching you undress almost every night. I've seen everything you've got to offer. She saw the evil radiating like hot coals in his eyes, and she didn't have any doubt at all that he had killed those women. Brenner was clearly demented. Joe, put a gag in his mouth, Nick shouted. Get her away from here, Wesson ordered. The profanities Brenner hurled at her didn't shake her as Nick led her back to the car. Some of the women in the crowd weren't so indifferent, however. One mother cupped her hands over her son's ears. Her neighbors might be shocked by Brenner's conduct now, but when they learned the truth about the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde living in their midst, they were going to be sickened. Nick got her inside the car, then backed into the street and parked it behind Feinberg's vehicle. Listen to me. I want you to stay in the car with the windows up and the doors locked. He flipped on the air conditioner so she wouldn't swelter. I want to get out of here. Could we please leave now? She sounded close to tears. In a minute, he promised. Okay? I've got to talk to Wesson. She woodenly nodded. Yes, all right. She watched him sprint across the yard. Then she turned to look at the house. The fire seemed to have been contained, and she thought it was odd that she didn't feel much emotion at all while she surveyed the destruction. It had been her home, but now that Brenner owned it, she never wanted to go inside again. The flashing lights, the noise of the crowd, Brenner's screams, it was all too much. She put her hand to her forehead and slumped down in her seat. And then she began to cry for the 2 women Brenner had murdered. They could rest in peace now. The monster couldn't hurt anyone else. Chapter 27. The sheriff was the last to arrive at the scene. His Ford Explorer rounded the corner on 2 wheels. Swerving to avoid hitting little Lorna, the car skidded to a stop. Lloyd left his SUV in the middle of the street. Grunting as he eased his bulk out from under the steering wheel, he got out of the car and stood there with his hands on his hips, surveying the crowd. He tried to look important, frowning so that anyone who might be watching him would know he considered this situation a serious matter. He hiked his pants up with his belt, straightened his shoulders, and strutted into Laurent's front yard. "What's going on here?" he shouted. "What do you think's going on?" Joe asked. "The house is on fire." Lloyd scowled at Joe to let him know he didn't appreciate his sarcasm. Then he noticed Brenner's hands were behind his back and there was blood all over his face. Leaning to the side, he saw the handcuffs. "Hey, now, what's Steve wearing those cuffs for?" "Breaking the law," Joe replied. "Bullshit," Brenner ranted. "Lloyd, I didn't do anything illegal. Make them take these damn cuffs off me. They're chafing my wrists." "In due course," Lloyd assured him. Then his eagle-eyed gaze homed in on Joe, and he took a threatening step toward him.
"Aren't you that fellow who was fixing Lauren's sink? What are you doing here? Did you strike this citizen? His nose looks to be broken. Now, I'm asking you straight out, boy, and I want a straight answer. Did you hit him?"
"I hit him," Nick said. "I should have shot him."
"Don't you be smart-mouth, boy. This here's a serious matter."
"Yes, it is," Nick agreed. "And if you call me boy one more time, I'm going to handcuff you. Got that, Lloyd?" Lloyd nervously took a step back to put some distance between him and Nick and acted like he was contemplating the situation. In reality, the sheriff was getting the feeling that he was in over his head, but he knew that Brenner would kill him if he didn't get him out of this mess. He warily looked up at Nick. The FBI agent reminded him of a mountain lion, relaxed one second and sinking his teeth into his prey the next.
"Lloyd, do something," Brenner demanded. "He broke my nose. I want him arrested."
Lloyd nodded and forced himself to look Nick in the eyes. The frost there gave him a chill. He was proud of himself for resisting the urge to look away.
"That's battery, hitting a citizen," he said. "You don't think I can arrest an FBI agent?"
Nick's answer was immediate. "No, I don't think you can."
"Shit,"
Brenner muttered.
"We'll just see about that," Lloyd blustered. "Steve's got to get to the hospital and get that nose fixed, and I'm going to take him there. I'm in charge, 'cause this here is my jurisdiction."
Joe looked at Nick before answering. "This here's my prisoner, and you aren't touching him." Nick moved to stand beside Joe, a show of unity against the sheriff, but he also wanted to be able to keep his eye on Laurent.
"Say, now, what are you wearing a gun for?" Lloyd asked Joe, seeing for the first time the weapon and holster attached to his belt. "You got yourself a permit for that thing?"
Joe smiled. "I sure do. I got a badge, too. Want to see it? I'll bet it's bigger than yours."
"You being a smart-ass boy?"
"He's FBI," Nick said. Lloyd was losing ground fast and needed to find at least one area over which he could take control.
"Are you responsible for this here fire?" he asked Nick.
Nick didn't think the question merited an answer. He shoved his hands in his pockets to keep himself from grabbing the sheriff by the neck. Lorna was standing about 5 feet away from the two men, taking furious notes on a Big Chief tablet. She took a tentative step toward Nick, saw the look in his eyes, and backed away. Joe motioned for Wesson to join them.
"What do you think you're going to arrest Steve for?" the sheriff demanded. "Burning down his own house?"
"He's already been arrested," Joe informed him.
"On what charges?"
Lloyd asked. "Is there a problem here?" Wesson called out as he came running over.
"Who the hell are you?" Lloyd asked.
"Senior officer in charge," Wesson responded. Joe grinned. "He's FBI, too."
"How many of you fellows are there in Holy Oaks? And what are you doing here anyway? This is my town," he stressed. "And you all should have come directly to me if you knew about a problem here."
A heated exchange followed. Lloyd kept insisting that he was taking Brenner with him, but there was no way that Wesson was going to let that happen. He also wasn't going to tell the sheriff what the charges were, despite Lloyd's protests that Wesson's secrecy was plain unconstitutional. "It's an ongoing investigation."
"Investigation of what?"
Nick was seething, but his anger was fully directed on Wesson. He wasn't going to wait much longer to get some answers, and if that meant having an argument in a public forum, then that's the way it was going to go down. "Can you believe this?" Joe whispered. "The two of them are in a pissing contest." "Yeah? Well, they can figure out who's the bigger man later. Hey, Sheriff, where's your son?" The question distracted Lloyd.
"Why do you want to know?"
"I'm going to arrest him." Lloyd's bushy eyebrows shot up.
"The hell you are! My boy hasn't done anything wrong."
Making a wide sweep with his arm, he added,
"You can see for yourself he ain't even here."
"He was here."
"Bullshit."
Lloyd dragged the word out.
"I'm saying he wasn't here, and I'm not going to let you pin this on my boy. He was home with me all evening. We watched wrestling together on the television."
"I saw him," Nick said.
"You couldn't have seen him, 'cause like I just told you,
He was home all evening with me. Nick addressed Wesson. I want a word in private with you. Now. He saw Lorna start toward them and turned around and walked toward the empty lot, away from prying ears. Wesson looked perturbed, but followed Nick. What is it? Anger punctuated Nick's words. Where the hell were the agents you told me you assigned to watch the house? If they were here, then how come Lonnie got past them? The kid went out the back door. Wesson's lips formed a thin line of disapproval. He didn't like anyone questioning his decisions. They left yesterday. They what? They were given new assignments. The muscle in Nick's jaw clenched. Who gave the order? I did. Feinberg and Farley were sufficient backup. I felt that was all the manpower I needed. And you didn't think it was necessary to inform Noah or me? No, I didn't, Wesson answered very matter-of-factly. You volunteered to be Laurent's bodyguard, and you're the one who brought in Noah to guard her brother. Frankly, if you hadn't gotten Morgenstern's approval, you wouldn't even be on this case. I certainly wouldn't have approved it. You're too personally involved. But because you're one of Morgenstern's golden boys, he bent the rules and let you in. I don't bend the rules, he added. And I don't want or need your input. Have I made myself clear? You really are a son of a bitch. You know that, Wesson? Your insubordination is definitely going to be reported, Agent. The threat didn't faze Nick. Be sure to spell it right. You're off the case. Nick exploded. You put Laurent in jeopardy by trying to make this a one-man show. That's what's going in my report. Wesson was determined not to let Nick know how furious he was. I did no such thing, he said coolly. When you've had time to calm down, you'll realize that I didn't need a dozen agents running around town, sticking out like sore thumbs. It's the bottom line that counts. I got the unsub, and that's all the boss is going to care about. You don't have enough evidence to prove Brenner's the unsub. Yes, I do, he insisted. Look at the facts. Not everything has to be as complicated as you think it should be. Brenner was out of town and cannot account for his whereabouts. He had plenty of time to get to Kansas City, threaten the priest, and get back to Hollyoaks. He was careful about filing off the serial number on the camera, but he admitted he placed it in her house. And the only reason he went there tonight was because he thought you and Laurent were at the party. He's been careful, but he made a mistake. They all do, he said sagely. We also know from witnesses that he was obsessed with Laurent and that he had plans to marry her. We can make a strong case that he snapped when she spurned him. What witnesses? Nick asked. Several people in town I've already gotten statements from. Brenner's always been the primary suspect, you knew that. One of my agents is on his way back from the judge now with a warrant, and when he gets here, I'm personally going to go through Brenner's house. I'm sure I'm going to find more evidence to convict him. By the book, he added smugly. It's too pat, Wesson. I disagree, he countered. It was solid investigative work that nailed Brenner. You're letting your ego cloud your judgment, he said. Don't you think it's odd that he decided to bring another man in? You're referring to Lonnie, and the answer is no. I don't think it's odd or out of character. Brenner simply took advantage of an opportunity. He probably figured he could pin the crime on the kid. What are you going to do about Lonnie? I'll let the local authorities take care of him. Nick gritted his teeth. The local authority happens to be his father. Wesson didn't want to be bothered with that detail. Tying up all the loose ends was a job for the underlings. If everything goes according to schedule, Feinberg and I will be pulling out of here by tomorrow night at the latest. Farley's leaving now, he added. And I really don't see any reason for you or Noah to hang around. I meant it when I said you were off the case. Without a word or a backward glance, Nick walked away from the complacent bastard. Wesson was in his glory, and Nick knew he wasn't going to listen to anything he had to say. Brenner was the unsub. Case closed. When Nick got into the car, Laurent took one look at his face and asked, What happened? I'm officially off the case. Not that I was ever really on it, he said derisively. Wesson's convinced that Brenner's our guy. He's waiting for a warrant so he can go through his house. But that's good, isn't it? He didn't answer her. Wesson was waving at him, trying to get his attention, but Nick ignored him and started the car. Nick, talk to me. This is all wrong. You don't think it's Brenner? No, I don't. I don't have any concrete reasons, but my gut's telling me he isn't the unsub. It's too easy. Maybe Wesson's right. Maybe I'm trying to make this more complicated than it really is. He's kept Noah and me in the dark, so I don't know what evidence they've got that convinces them. Hell, let's get out of here. I've got to get some distance so I can think.
The Vandermans offered us their extra bedroom, and Willie and Justin also offered us beds. I told them we were going to sleep at the Abbey.
Nick pulled out into the street. Do you want to go there?
No.
Okay. Then let's get the hell out of Dodge. Chapter 28. They headed north into Lake Country. As soon as they left town, Nick called Noah to tell him what had happened. He suggested that he wait until the morning to tell Tommy. Be sure to stress that Laurent is okay, he said. As soon as he disconnected the call, Laurent asked, What about the house? I saw you talking to the fire chief. Is everything gone? No, Nick answered. The south side of the house is trashed, but the upstairs on the north side is still intact.
Do you think the closets are okay?
You worried about your clothes?
I had some of my paintings stored in the guest closet. It's okay, she hurried to add. They aren't very good.
How do you know they aren't good? Have you ever let anyone see them?
I told you painting is just a hobby, she answered.
She sounded so defensive he decided to drop the subject. Their clothes smelled like smoke, and so he rolled his window down and let the breeze clear the air. He stayed on the main 2-lane highway for over an hour. Finding lodging wasn't a problem. There were billboards crowded together near every crossroad, advertising seasonal rates. He finally turned onto a tributary leading to the west and chose a strip motel located 2 miles from Lake Henry. The garish purple and orange neon sign was still flashing vacancy, but the office was dark. Nick woke the manager, paid for the room in cash, and to the old man's delight purchased 2 extra-large red T-shirts sporting a white wide-mouth bass on the front and the name of the motel in bold white block letters on the back. There were 12 units and 12 vacancies. Nick chose the end unit and parked the car behind the motel so that it wouldn't be seen from the road. The room was sparse but clean. The floor was gray and white linoleum squares. The walls were cement blocks painted gray, and there were 2 double beds against the far wall with a wobbly 3-legged nightstand in between. The shade on the chipped ceramic lamp was torn and had been patched with duct tape. It was well after 2 in the morning, and both of them were exhausted. Laurent dumped the contents of the overnight bag on the bed and then gathered up their toiletries and put them on the shelf in the bathroom. She took her shower first, and when she was finished, she washed out her lacy underwear and hung the bra and panties on a plastic hanger to dry. She didn't know what to do about her jeans and T-shirt. If she tried to use the bar of soap to wash them, it would take forever, and she knew they wouldn't be dry by morning. She was going to have to wear them again, but maybe they could find a Walmart or Target on their way back to Hollyoaks, and she could buy clean clothing and change. There certainly weren't any department stores this far north. She put the concern aside and dried her hair with the blow-dryer the owner had chained to the wall next to the mirror. When she came out of the bathroom, wearing the new T-shirt with the giant bass covering her chest, Nick smiled, the first bit of emotion he'd shown since they'd left town. You look good, babe. She tugged the T-shirt down to her knees. I look ridiculous. He grinned again. That too, he admitted, as he headed for the bathroom. I can't believe you got the charger from my phone. I'm damn glad you did, though. It was on the nightstand next to my glasses. I just grabbed everything I could get my hands on. I tell you, it was scary going back into that bathroom, and I just threw things in the bag. She pulled the covers back and got into one of the double beds. Nick left the bathroom door open while he showered. The clear plastic shower curtain didn't conceal much, but she tried not to stare. She only put on her glasses so she could write a shopping list. Of course, glancing into the bathroom every now and then was just natural curiosity on her part. That was all. Liar, liar. If she'd been wearing any pants, they'd be on fire now. Nick was built like a Greek god. He was turned away from her, so she could only see his backside. The muscles in his upper arms and thighs were incredibly well defined. She thought his body was just about perfect. When she realized her behavior bordered on that of a voyeur, and how disgusting was that, she took her glasses off so she couldn't see anything if the temptation became too irresistible again. The man deserved a little privacy, didn't he? She picked up the remote smiling when she saw that it too was chained to the wall, and then turned on the television and squinted at the screen. They were acting as though they'd been married for years. At least Nick was. He seemed thoroughly relaxed with her and hadn't even given the double beds a second glance. He was taking their situation in stride. She wasn't. She was a nervous wreck inside, grossly uptight, as Tommy would say, but she was determined not to let it show. If Nick guessed anything was wrong, she was fully prepared to lie and tell him that it was the trauma tonight that had put her on edge. She couldn't tell him the truth, because it would be a terrible burden for him, but she couldn't help but wonder how he would react if he knew what was going on inside her head. Did he have any idea how she felt about him? What would he say if she told him she wanted him, and damn the consequences? One wonderful night together, and the memory could and would last her a lifetime. Not an affair or a fling, she qualified. Nick couldn't handle that, and neither could she. But one night and no regrets. Not ever. Oh, how she longed to have his arms around her, to have him hold her and caress her. It wasn't going to happen, though. Nick had been up front with her from the very beginning. He didn't want marriage or children, and because he knew she did, he would never touch her. Even though she was certain a lasting relationship was out of the question, she still ached to touch him. She loved him, God help her. How had she allowed herself to be so vulnerable? She should have seen it coming and done something, anything, to protect herself. It was too late now. When he left her, he was going to break her heart, and there wasn't anything she could do about it. Knowing the pain that lay ahead didn't change how she felt about him.
This is the end of Disc 9. Disc 10.
One night, she told herself. That was all she would ever need. But she knew Nick wouldn't see it that way. He would see it as a betrayal of her brother, and yet she still considered all the arguments she could give him to try to sway him. They were consenting adults. What happened between them wasn't anyone else's business. Laurent knew what Nick's answer to that argument would be. She was Tommy's kid sister, end of story. Laurent knew Nick cared about her, but did he love her? She was afraid to ask. Nick came out of the bathroom, wearing a pair of plaid boxer shorts. He was towel drying his hair, but paused when he saw her frowning. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I was just thinking." He tossed the towel over a chair, then went to the side of the other bed and pulled back the covers as he asked, "About tonight?" "Not exactly." "Then what were you thinking about?" "Trust me, you don't want to know." "Sure I do. Tell me what you were thinking," he prodded as he stacked the pillows against the headboard and then reached over to turn the lamp off. "All right, I will. I was trying to figure out how to seduce you." His hand was halfway to the lamp when he froze. She couldn't believe she'd blurted out the truth that way, but she certainly had grabbed his full attention. He stayed perfectly still like a deer caught in the headlights, then slowly straightened and turned to stare at her. His expression was priceless. Had she not been mortified, she would have laughed. Nick looked dumbfounded. He was obviously waiting for some kind of a disclaimer or clarification, or maybe even a punchline, she supposed, but she honestly didn't know what to tell him, and so she lifted her shoulders in a shrug as if to say, "There it is, believe it or not, take me or leave me." "Are you joking?" His voice was hoarse. She slowly shook her head. "Have I shocked you?" He took a step back, shaking his head. He'd obviously decided not to believe her. "You did ask me to tell you what I was thinking about." "Yeah, well, I'm not embarrassed." Her face was the color of the red T-shirt. "No reason to be," he stammered. "Nick?" "What?" "What do you think about what I just said?" He didn't answer her. She pushed the covers aside and got out of bed. He quickly backed away from her. Before she could blink, he was halfway across the room. "I'm not going to attack you." "Damn right you're not." She took a step toward him. "Nick!" He cut her off. "Stay right where you are, Laurent." He pointed his finger at her as he gave the order, or rather, shouted it. and he kept backing away until he bumped into the television, which would have crashed to the floor had it not been bolted to the wall. She was mortified. He was acting as though he was afraid of her. She certainly hadn't anticipated such a bizarre response. Disbelief, maybe, even anger, but fear? Until this moment, she hadn't believed Nick was afraid of anything. "What's the matter with you?" she whispered. "It's out of the question. That's what's the matter with me. Now stop it, Laurent. Stop it right this minute."
"Stop what?"
"Talking crazy." Too embarrassed to look him in the eyes, she bowed her head and stared at the floor tiles. It was too late to take the words back or pretend she hadn't said them, and so she decided to make everything 100 times worse and tell him everything. "There's more," she said, her voice whisper-soft. "I don't want to hear it." She ignored his protest. "When you kiss me, I get this funny tingling feeling in my stomach, and I don't want you to stop. I've never felt that way before. I just thought you should know." She heard him groan, but couldn't make herself look at him yet. "And you know what's really odd?" "I don't want to," she interrupted him, desperate to get the declaration out before she lost her courage. "I think I'm falling in love with you." She dared a quick look up to see how he was taking the announcement and wished to God she hadn't bothered. To his credit, he didn't look like he was afraid of her any longer. No, now he looked like he wanted to kill her. It wasn't what she would consider a step in the right direction. She seemed driven to make it worse. "No, I'm not falling in love with you. I do love you," she stubbornly insisted. "When the hell did that happen?" he demanded. The anger in his voice stung like a whip. She flinched and blinked away the tears in her eyes. "I don't know." She sounded bewildered. "It just did. I certainly didn't plan it. You're all wrong for me," she said. "I couldn't handle an affair. I want it all, marriage till death do us part. And I want babies, lots of babies. You don't want any of that. I understand we don't have a future together, but I thought that if I could persuade you to make love to me just this one time, that it would be enough. It wouldn't change anything." "The hell it wouldn't." "Oh, for heaven's sake, stop shaking your head at me. Forget I mentioned it. And by the way, I find your reaction insulting. I thought that you felt, that you cared as much as I— Oh, never mind. A simple no thank you would have sufficed. You didn't need to let me know how appalled you are by the notion of sleeping with me." "Damn it, Laurent. Try to understand." "I do understand. You've made your position perfectly clear. You don't want me." "Are you crying?" The question sounded like a threat. She'd die before she admitted it. "No, of course not." She wiped the tears from her face, but it didn't stem the tide. "It just looks that way." "Oh, Laurent, don't cry," he begged. "It's my allergies." A sob escaped. "I need a tissue." She tried to walk past him to the bathroom, but he reached for her and pulled her toward him. She collapsed against his chest and let the tears come. He wrapped her in his arms, kissed the top of her head, then her forehead. "You listen to me, Laurent." He sounded like a drowning man desperate for help. "You don't know what you're saying. You don't love me. You've been through hell and you're frightened, and your emotions are all mixed up now." He knew what was happening to her. She was mistaking gratitude for love. Easy to do, given the circumstances. Yes, that was it. She couldn't love him. She was too good for him, too sweet, too perfect. And he didn't deserve her. He had to stop this now before it was too late. "I know what's in my heart, Nick. I love you." "Stop saying that." He sounded angry, but he was kissing her fervently at the same time, and he was being so very gentle. She didn't know how to interpret the mixed signals. She couldn't stop holding him, touching him. "Sweetheart, please stop crying. It's making me crazy." "My allergies are acting up," she cried against his collarbone. "You don't have allergies," he whispered as he brushed his lips against her neck. He loved her scent. She smelled like flowers and soap and woman. He was lost, and he knew it. He cupped the sides of her face with his hands and gently kissed the tears away. "You are so lovely," he whispered, and his mouth covered hers, demanding and urgent now, unrelenting, his tongue stroking hers. He began to tremble like a young man experiencing his first attempt at lovemaking. Only this wasn't awkward. It was perfect. God, how he wanted this. And yet, there was still a part of him that tried to pretend he was merely offering her comfort. Until his hands slid up under her t-shirt and he was caressing warm, silky skin. The hell with comfort. He wanted her with a burning intensity that shook him to the core and scared the hell out of him. He couldn't stop stroking her. She felt so good against him, so soft, so right. He was pulling her t-shirt over her head and trying to kiss her at the same time, even as he told her that they couldn't do anything they would regret in the morning light. She frantically agreed as she tugged on the snap of his shorts and then pushed them down. Her hands slid back up his thighs and began to caress him intimately. Her fingers were magical, the feather-light touch against his groin, exquisite torture. He was hard and throbbing, and when he knew he wouldn't last another minute if she kept stroking him, he grabbed her hands and lifted them up around his neck. Then he roughly pressed against her, and the feel of her soft, full breasts against him was damn near his undoing. Velvety skin rubbed against his as he tried to devour her with his mouth. He pulled away from her. "Wait, I've got to protect you," he whispered, and then went into the bathroom to get what he needed from his shaving kit. He returned and paused for a moment. "Laurent, Any second thoughts he may have had vanished when she wrapped her arms around him and kissed him. They fell into bed together, all legs and arms. He shifted positions so that he lay on top of her, nudging her thighs apart so he could rest between them. He lifted his head and looked at her swollen lips and was suddenly overwhelmed by her beauty. His hand cupped one breast, his fingers slowly circling the hard nipple. She let out a little gasp and closed her eyes, letting him know she liked that, and so he did it again and again as he watched her aroused response. He was determined to slow the tempo, to give her as much pleasure as he could before he surrendered. "I have wanted you for the longest time," he whispered. "From the moment I saw you, I wanted those long legs of yours around me. It's all I could think about." His face was dark with passion, and his blue eyes glittered dangerously. She gently trailed her fingertips down the line of his hard jaw, then his throat. "You know what else I've wanted?" And then he showed her, with his hands and his mouth, what he had been thinking about. He knew where to touch, how much pressure to exert, when to withdraw. She moved restlessly against him, her caresses soon becoming more and more demanding until her nails were biting into his shoulders and she was begging him to end his teasing. His mouth was driving her crazy while his hands slid down the sides of her body. His fingers stroked her inner thighs, so soft, so sensitive. He felt her arch against him and heard her gasp as his knuckles deliberately brushed against the swirling dark curls between her thighs. He loved the sexy sound she made when he touched her so intimately. He made love to her, telling her without words how he adored her. Laurent had never experienced bliss like this. Such exquisite sensations coursed through her. She arched up against him again, far more demanding now. "No, Nick, please. Oh, God, no." He thrust into her forcefully, unable to quell the groan of sheer satisfaction as he became part of her, and when she wrapped her legs around him, he groaned again. Reality was much better than fantasy. She was better than anything he could have ever imagined. Fully embedded inside her, his head dropped to the crook of her neck, and he took a deep, calming breath and tried to slow the pace. Nick was determined to make their lovemaking unforgettable.
He began to move slowly within her. "Do you like that?" "Yes," she cried out. "And this?" he whispered as his hand slid down between their joined bodies to stroke her. Her cry of ecstasy was all the encouragement he needed. Her arm curled around his neck, and she dragged him down for a long, hot kiss. "Don't ever stop," she whispered. He drove deep once again. She lifted her hips, straining against him to take as much of him inside her warmth as possible. She wanted to please him, but in the web of passion that he had created, there wasn't room for worry or for the fear of disappointing him. Neither one of them could slow the pace, both frantic now to find release. She came before he did and began to sob with the beauty of her surrender and the love she felt for him. Nick felt her tremble in his arms as every part of her body tightened around him, and with a near shout of pleasure, he climaxed deep inside of her. The orgasm was unlike any he had ever experienced in the past. He neither questioned the difference nor understood it. He merely accepted that this was unique and so special he would never be able to settle for anything less again. He stayed inside of her a long time. But when he finally rolled to his side and tenderly took her into his arms to hold her close, she trustingly curled up against him, her hands splayed across the curly mat of hair on his chest. Laurent was too overwhelmed to speak. She could barely form a coherent thought. When she was finally able to breathe again, she leaned up to look at his face. She stared into those deep blue eyes, so intense now with the residue of raw passion, and smiled as she arched against him like a well-fed cat. She loved the feel of his hard body against hers. The hair on his legs tickled her toes, and she loved that feeling too. She loved him. Now and always, she admitted. Then she saw the worry creep into his gaze, and she tried to think of a way to ward off the regret she knew he would be feeling soon. She gave him a long, lingering kiss, and then she smiled at him again. "You know what I think." "What's that?" he asked on a yawn, still too exhausted and content to move. "I could get really good at this." He groaned, but then she felt the low rumble building in his chest, and he suddenly was laughing. "You'll kill me if you get any better." "You liked it too?" "How can you ask me such a question?" She traced the corded muscle along his shoulder, noticed the faded, jagged scar on his upper arm, and leaned up to kiss it. "How did this happen?" "Football." "And this?" she asked, as she touched the faint scar on his hip. "Was it a bullet?" "Football," he said again. She didn't look like she believed him. "Honest," he said. "It's a football cleat." "Have you ever been shot?" Her voice trembled when she asked. "No," he answered. "Stabbed, punched, kicked, scratched, and spit on, yes, but shot, no." "Not yet, anyway," he silently qualified. "A scar from a knife wound. An ice pick, actually, was on his back, down low by his left kidney. A couple of inches higher, and he wouldn't have lived. Maybe Laurent wouldn't notice that scar, but if she did, he decided he wouldn't lie to her." "Most of the scars are from football," he said. She threaded her fingers through his hair. "Except for the ones you carry inside." He pulled her hand away. "Don't get sentimental on me. Everybody carries around a little baggage." He was trying to close up on her, to pull away emotionally, but she wouldn't let him take the coward's path. When he rolled onto his back and curtly told her it was time they got a little sleep, she ignored the suggestion. She rolled over on top of him. Stacking her hands under her chin, she stared down into his eyes. His hands were already on her hips. He wanted to make her get off him and go to sleep before he gave in to his desire and made love to her again, but he couldn't make himself let go of her. "Promise me something, and I'll let you sleep," she said. "What?" He sounded suspicious. "No matter what happens." "Yes."
No regrets. All right, Nick? He nodded. What about you? No regrets, she vowed. Agreed, he said. Say it. He sighed. No regrets. And both of them were lying. Chapter 29. Heartbreaker didn't like surprises, unless, of course, he was the one doling them out. Tonight was chock full of unpleasant surprises. He had already heard that the mule was ridiculing him, and he had taken it all in stride. He expected stupidity from mules, so he was only mildly bothered to hear some of the names he was being called. Sticks and stones, words couldn't hurt him. Until tonight, when he heard that Laurent was also spreading vile lies. She had called him impotent. He could barely stand the thought of her lips forming the hideous word. How dare she betray him? How dare she? He had to get even, and he was driven to act quickly. The need to punish her overrode caution. How long had he stood in the back lot looking up at her window? At least an hour, maybe 2. He didn't know. When the need grabbed hold of him, time wasn't important. And then he'd seen Lonnie. The stupid boy was climbing up the tree, the very same tree Heartbreaker had used countless times to get inside her house and watch her during the night. He watched Lonnie crawl across the roof and slip onto the overhang outside the bathroom window, just the way he had done. Clever boy, he thought, following in my footsteps. While waiting to see what Lonnie was going to do, his attention was distracted by another man. Good old Steve Brenner was creeping around to Laurent's back door. Now, what was he up to? The neighbor's dog couldn't tell on him. Heartbreaker had killed the animal so that he could move freely about the yard during the night. He had seen to the yapping dog, and now Lonnie Boy and Steve Brenner were taking advantage of his work. The surprises kept coming, escalating until the house was in flames and Brenner was surrounded by mules. He could walk away now, and no one would be the wiser. They thought they had their man. After he'd taken a little stroll down the streets of Holy Oaks and found what he was looking for, he'd made a little deposit and gone happily on his way. The opportunity had fallen into his lap. Yes, he could walk away. But would he? Now that was a question haunting him. What a quandary. Yes, sirree. Could he? Would he? His obsession was turning him into a cold-blooded murderer. No, that wasn't true, he forced himself to admit. He was already a killer. A perfect killer, he qualified. His ego insisted that he give himself his due. A part of him was quite analytical about it all, and he was able to recognize what was happening to him, but he couldn't make himself mourn the loss of what others would call his sanity. He wasn't crazy. No, of course he wasn't. But he was vengeful. No doubt about that. It was his sacred duty to give back what had been given to him. He paced about the little room, planning and fuming. That sleazy little Lonnie boy had messed things up good, and he couldn't let him get away with it, could he? Because of him, the perfect plan had been ruined. And what was he prepared to do about it? The stupid ingrate was forcing him to move up his timetable. What an inconvenience that was, and Lonnie should have to pay, shouldn't he? Why, yes. Indeed he should. Fair was fair, after all, and besides, he'd noticed Laurent didn't like the young slug. But then who would? Maybe it was time he showed her how much he cared for her. He decided to give her a gift, something special, like Lonnie's spleen, or liver, maybe. Certainly not his heart. He wanted to please her, not insult her, and he wouldn't have her thinking Lonnie was a heartbreaker. No sirree. He glanced at the clock on the nightstand. My, oh my, where does the time go? So much to do, So little time left to do it, thanks to Lonnie boy. Oh, he'll pay all right, with his spleen and his liver, and maybe even a kidney or two. But first things first, he cautioned. There was work to be finished. Preparation, after all, was everything. The party had to be perfect. Chapter 30. She loved sleeping with him, tucked safely in his arms with her legs trapped under one of his thighs. She awakened before he did, but was feeling too content to move. Nick looked so peaceful. She didn't want to disturb his rest, and so she stayed perfectly still while she studied his face with the critical eye of an artist. He had the most wonderful profile. The chiseled line of his jaw, the straight nose, the perfectly sculptured mouth. She wanted to paint him, to capture the strength she saw in his eyes. She wondered if he knew how beautiful he was, or if he cared. He was such a practical man. He didn't have time for such thoughts or vanities. She wanted him to wake up and make love to her, but she knew that wouldn't happen. He'd turn to her again and again during the night, but now it was morning and everything was different. She had asked him for one night, and the cost, she knew, had been dear. She couldn't and wouldn't ask for more. How was she ever going to go back to the way things were? She was a strong woman. She could do anything she set her mind to, and she was a master at hiding her feelings. She could pretend that it had been a glorious night of recreational sex, that was all, a simple way to release pent-up frustrations and tensions. But, oh God, how was she ever going to pull that off? She wished she could be more worldly. She had plenty of friends at school in Europe and at work in Chicago who believed it was perfectly all right to take a man they had only just met home with them for the night and then never see him again. Women had needs, after all. What was wrong with a one-night interlude? Everything, Laurent thought, because the heart had to be involved. She could never have given herself to Nick so completely if she hadn't already made a commitment and acknowledged that she loved him. Memories. She would have the memories of their night together, and that would be enough. She squeezed her eyes shut. She wanted more than memories. She wanted to wake up next to Nick every morning for the rest of her life. She hated feeling this vulnerable and wished to God there was a way to harden herself. Throwing the sheet back, she nudged Nick's thigh away and got out of bed. No regrets. Both of them were in a hurry to leave the motel. He wanted to get out of the room before he grabbed her, threw her on the bed, and made love to her again. She wanted to leave as quickly as possible before she started crying again, like the stupid small-town girl that she was. The silence between them was strained and horribly uncomfortable. She stared out the window while he drove. She wondered what he was thinking, but didn't ask. Nick was silently cursing himself for being such a bastard. What kind of man was he to take advantage of his best friend's sister? A sick, perverted bastard. That's what he was, all right, and Tommy was never, ever going to understand. Regrets? Hell yes, he had regrets. Yet he knew that if they had stayed in that motel room another 5 minutes, he would have made love to her again. They stopped at a superstore off the main highway and spent a quick half-hour shopping. At a filling station, Laurent changed while Nick got a couple of Diet Cokes out of the machine. When she came out, she was wearing a $7 pink and white checked blouse, tucked into a $15 pair of stone-washed blue jeans, but the inexpensive clothes looked like designer labels on her. The fabric hugged the curves of her luscious body, and he had to look away until he got his heartbeat regulated. Scum, he thought. I'm lower than scum. Then he looked again and noticed that her hair shone with copper highlights in the sun. He remembered how the soft curls felt when she was leaning over him. Realizing what he was doing, he cursed himself again. He had the discipline of a pig. She walked to the car, gliding over the pavement with her sexy, long-legged stride. He handed her the can of Coke, frowning as though she'd done something offensive, then got behind the wheel and didn't say another word to her for a good 20 miles. As much as he tried to keep his mind on the road and other pressing matters, he couldn't keep himself from glancing over at her every few minutes. She had the sexiest mouth, and when he thought about the things she'd done with it, a tightness settled in his chest. He couldn't block the images. Hell! Excuse me? Never mind. Has Pete called you back yet? What? He was as grouchy as a hungry bobcat. She calmly repeated the question. No, he answered curtly. I told you he was on his way to Houston. His plane won't land for another hour. No, you didn't tell me. He shrugged. I thought I did. The road curved to the east, the sun blinding. Nick put on his sunglasses and then took a long swallow from the can. Are you always this grumpy in the morning? She asked. We've been living together long enough for you to know the answer to that question. What do you think? You're in a mood, she said. That's what I think. In a mood? He glanced at her with a quick scowl. What the hell is that supposed to mean? It means you're acting like a jerk, she calmly explained. What do you think is causing it? Gee, I don't know, he thought. Maybe it's due to the fact that I spent most of the night screwing my best friend's sister. He thought it prudent to keep silent. He finished his Coke and dropped the can in the cup holder. Are you still thirsty? She asked, offering him her drink. You don't want it? You can have it. And that was the end of their conversation for the next 10 minutes. Laurent waited for him to get past whatever was bothering him, and when she couldn't stand the silence another minute, she said, I imagine Noah's told Tommy by now. Good God, I hope not. It's my job to tell your brother, not Noah's. He's going to know, she began. I'll tell him, he insisted. It occurred to her then that they might not be talking about the same thing. The fire, Nick. I was asking you if you thought Noah had told Tommy about the fire yet, she explained, and about Steve Brenner being arrested. Oh, yeah. I'm sure he's told him by now. At least I hope he did before Tommy read about it in the paper. What were you talking about? Never mind. I want to know. Tell me. Us, he said, gripping the steering wheel. I thought you were asking me if Noah told Tommy about us. Her head snapped up. And you said you should be the one to tell him. You did say that, didn't you? She sounded incredulous. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. You're joking, though, aren't you? No, I'm not. You are not going to tell my brother about last night? She was vehement. I think I should, he argued, and he suddenly sounded quite calm and reasonable. She thought he was out of his mind. Absolutely not. What happened between us stays between us. Normally that would be true, he agreed, but you're different. I should tell him. I'm not different. Yes, you are, sweetheart. Your brother's my best friend, and he also just happens to be a priest. Yeah, I've got to tell him. It's the decent thing to do. Besides, he's going to figure it out. He'll know. He isn't clairvoyant. I've never been able to pull anything over on him, not since 2nd grade. He's always known what's going on inside my head. He's bailed me out of a lot of trouble. For a while, when we were at Penn State, he was like my conscience. No, I'm not going to lie to him. She could feel a headache coming on. You don't have to lie. You don't have to say anything. I'm telling you, he's going to know. I've got to tell him. Have you lost your mind? No. You are not telling him. I know you feel as though you've betrayed him, but he wouldn't let her finish. Of course I feel like I've betrayed him. He trusted me, damn it. The road was deserted, and so he pulled the car over on the shoulder. I know it's going to be a little awkward for you, but you'll get past it, he said. She couldn't believe they were having this conversation. Nick, my brother trusted you to keep me safe. You've done that. You don't need to tell him about last night. Astonishment had given way to anger and embarrassment, and she was so upset tears came to her eyes. She vowed she'd die before she cried in front of him again. I haven't done anything I'm ashamed of. she insisted. "And you promised me you wouldn't have any regrets." "Yeah, well, I lied." She jabbed him in the shoulder. "If you feel so guilty, then go to confession." She was glaring at him now, and all he could think about was how pretty she was when she was angry. He wouldn't have been surprised if sparks flew out of her eyes. "I thought about going to confession," he admitted, "and then I pictured Tommy's fist coming through the grill, and I thought, no, that wouldn't be right. I can't tell him that way. It should be face to face." She put her hand to her brow to try to stop the pounding. "I didn't mean for you to go to confession to Tommy," she said. "Go to another priest." "Don't get into a lather." "You have nothing to feel guilty about," she cried out. "I seduced you." "No, you didn't." "I most certainly did." "All right," he said. "Then tell me, how'd you do it?" "I made you feel sorry for me. I cried." He rolled his eyes. "I see," he drawled. "So I made love to you out of pity. Is that the way you see it?" She seriously contemplated getting out of the car and walking back to town. "Let me ask you something," she said then, trying to make him realize how unreasonable and stubborn he was being. "You have slept with other women, haven't you?" "Yes, I have," he agreed. "You want the number?" "No," she countered. "I want to know what happened after you had sex with them. Did you feel compelled to tell their mothers?" He laughed. "No, I didn't." "Well, then?" "Like I said before, honey, you're different." She folded her arms across her chest and stared straight ahead. "I am not talking about this any longer." "Laurent, look at me. How about if I promise you something?" "Why bother? You don't keep your promises." "Making me promise I wouldn't have any regrets was just plain stupid, so I don't think that should count. I'll keep this promise," he assured her. "If he doesn't ask me, I won't tell. I won't say anything to your brother for a couple of days. That should give you enough time to calm down." "Not good enough," she countered. "Since you're compelled to be a blabbermouth, you have to wait until you're back in Boston." "I should tell him face to face, so if he wants to punch me, he can." "Boston," she gritted out between clenched teeth. He finally relented. They got back on the road and headed for home again. "Nick?" "Yes." He sounded downright cheerful now. He was the most exasperating man. "Any other bombshells you want to drop on me before we get home?" "Yeah, come to think of it, there is one more thing I should probably mention." She mentally braced herself. "What is it?" "No, let me guess. You want to put it in the paper?" He laughed. "No." "Then what?" Now she sounded cranky. "When I go back to Boston..." "Yes?" "You're going with me." "Why?" "Because I'm not letting you out of my sight until I'm convinced we've got the right guy under lock and key." "For how long?" "As long as it takes, until I'm satisfied." "I can't do that." "You're going to," he countered. "I'll go with you to Boston while the anniversary is going on here, but then I have to come back. I have to find a place to live, open my store, make some decisions about what I'm going to do with the rest of my life. I need some time to sort things out. I want to talk to you about something else while I'm thinking of it." "Yes?" "You aren't in love with me." She blinked. "I'm not?" "No," he said emphatically. "You just think you are. You're confused," he explained. "You've been under a hell of a lot of stress, and we've been tied together." She knew where he was headed. "I see." "Transference." "I'm sorry?" "It's called transference. It's kind of like a patient falling in love with her doctor. It's not real," he stressed. "That's what I'm suffering from?" "Not suffering, honey," he said, "but I do think you've confused gratitude with love." She pretended to ponder the possibility for a long minute and then said, "I believe you might be right." She swore that if he looked the least bit relieved, she would do him bodily harm. "You do?" He sounded a little stunned. "Yes, I do," she said more forcefully. He wanted confirmation. "So you realize you don't love me?" No, she thought. I realize that telling you I love you terrifies you because it means commitment and taking a chance. That's exactly what I realize, she told him. It's that transference thing, all right. I was confused, but I'm not any longer. Thank you for clearing it up for me. He shot her a hasty glance. That was pretty damn quick, wasn't it? When you're right, you're right. That's it? He was suddenly furious with her and didn't care that it showed. Damn it, she had told him she loved him, and after a 1-minute argument she caved. What the hell kind of love was that? That's all you have to say? No, actually there is one more thing I'd like to mention. Yeah? What's that? You're an idiot. Chapter 31. Laurent used Nick's phone to call Michelle and give her the bad news about the bridesmaid's dress. Michelle answered on the first ring. Where are you? Are you all right? I heard about the fire, and Bessie Jean told Mother you left with Nick, but no one knew where you went. My God, can you believe Steve Brenner turned out to be such a pervert? Did you know he'd hidden a camera in your house? Laurent patiently answered her questions and then told her about the dress. Michelle took the news surprisingly well. If only you'd left the dress with Rosemary, she said, referring to the dressmaker who had fitted the gown for her. You told me to pick it up, remember? Yes, but when have you ever listened to me? Michelle, what are we going to do? Should I just bow out? No way, Michelle cried. You can wear something of mine. You've got to be joking. You're tiny. Nothing of yours would fit me. Listen, Laurent. I'm stuck with Christopher's 2 insipid cousins in my wedding, but I am not letting either one of them be my maid of honor. Are you or are you not my best friend? Of course I am, she said. But then improvise. I don't care what you wear. Come naked if you want. No, you better not do that. You'd cause a riot, she said. Christopher wouldn't remember his vows, she added with a laugh. I'll find something, she promised, wondering how in God's name she was going to have time to shop. You'll still be here at 4. Give me at least until 5. Was the dress destroyed by the fire? Maybe the dry cleaners could repair it if it wasn't burned up. No, she answered. It's gone. The town's in an uproar over Brenner, she said then. How stupid was he to torch his own house? Did you know he'd browbeaten poor Mrs. Talbot into selling it to him? He didn't have any insurance either. Did you know that? The pervert paid cash. How did you find all that out? She asked. Mother's nosy friends. Little Lorna's called Mother 3 times in the past hour to give more information. Steve didn't start the fire, Laurent said. Lonnie did. I guess he didn't know Steve had bought the house. That wasn't in the paper, Michelle exclaimed. The sheriff's son was in on it? Yes, Laurent answered. There's a lot more, too, Michelle, but I can't go into it now. You can tell me everything while we get dressed, she said, and I mean everything. I've got to hang up now. I'm getting my nails done. I'll see you at 5, and please stop worrying. It's going to be fine. Nothing can ruin this day for me. And do you know why? Because you're marrying the man of your dreams? That too. What were you going to say? That no matter what, I'm going to have hot, incredible sex tonight. Uh-oh, Mom's glaring at me. Got to go. Laurent handed the phone back to Nick. Let's go by the house first, she said. If the fire didn't reach the 2nd floor, maybe I can find something suitable to wear in the wedding. Your clothes are going to smell like smoke, he said, but the dry cleaners could probably clean the dress before 5. She mentally went through her wardrobe of once-upon-a-time clothes. That's what she called them, the beautiful designer dresses and suits that the head of the European modeling agency had given to her, trying to entice her to work for them. The ice blue Versace might do, or the peach Armani. Both of the formal dresses were long, and her high-heeled sandals would work with either one. If the clothes had been destroyed in the fire, she didn't know what she could wear. The local ladies' dress shop didn't carry formal attire. What else do you have to do before the wedding? Nick asked. Find a place to stay tonight, she said. I'll wait until tomorrow to pack up whatever I can salvage from the house. It's too overwhelming to think about today. We have to get a suit for you to wear to the wedding, she added. Did you bring one with you? Just my navy blazer and a couple of pairs of dress pants. That will work. We'll drop them at the cleaners, too. She sounded weary. Cheer up, honey. It's going to get better. She tried to think of something optimistic. It's a nice day for a wedding, isn't it? Was your friend upset about the dress? No, Laurent replied. She smiled then. Michelle doesn't get upset about things like that. She told me nothing could ruin today for her. The phone rang, but it wasn't Morgenstern as Nick had hoped. Noah was on the line, wanting to know when he and Laurent would be coming to the Abbey. Is Tommy worried? No, Noah answered. He just wants to know if we should hang around or not. We'll be there in about an hour. Make him stay put. Laurent was getting hungry, but she didn't want to take the time to eat. There was so much to get accomplished before tonight, and it was already going on noon. They reached Hollyoaks and wound their way down the quiet streets to her house. You know what Michelle told me? Lonnie didn't make the newspaper. She thought Steve Brenner set the fire. Farley told me he would pick him up and take him to Nugent, Nick said. He and Brenner can share a cell. You wish you were there, don't you? He glanced at her as he admitted, Yeah, I do. I'd love to sit in on the interrogation, look Brenner in the eyes. Then I'd know for sure. That he's the unsub. No, that he isn't. I want you to be wrong. I know you do. He sounded sympathetic. Until last night, I never would have believed that Steve could be a peeping Tom, she said. That's because you hadn't seen the dark side of good old Steve. I certainly saw it last night. His face was contorted with hate, and the venom spewing out of his mouth shocked me. I think he is capable of anything, even murder. You know what strikes me as odd, though? What's that? Steve's always been very uptight, around me anyway. He's very controlling, or organized, as you would call him. Always planning, she added with a nod. He was pretty smooth the way he manipulated the shop owners into selling. He'd purchased 5 stores before the town found out what he was up to. He was sneaky and very clever, wouldn't you agree? So? He had to have known from reputation alone how volatile and unpredictable Lonnie was. Why would he involve him? Maybe he thought he could use him as a scapegoat. Maybe, she agreed. How did Steve get in the house? He came in through the back door. He broke the glass, reached in, and unlocked the deadbolt. It was sloppy, he added. I think Lonnie was looking for a way in through a window. You told me he was on the roof. I heard him outside the bathroom window. But you didn't see him, did you? No, she answered. He could have been checking to make sure no one was home. He didn't see me. I dropped to the floor the second I saw the light. Nick pulled up to a stop sign and waited while 2 little boys, about 7 or 8 years old, rode their bikes across the intersection. What were their parents thinking to let them out of their sight? Hell, anyone could grab them. Anything could happen, and they wouldn't know about it until it was too late. His attention returned to Laurent. Lonnie had a flashlight? No, it was more like a pen light. A red one. A red pen light? You mean a laser beam, maybe? Yes, exactly. Why didn't you tell me this last night? He demanded impatiently. I told you Lonnie was on the roof. The son of a bitch could have had you in his sights. His face was tight with anger. Where in God's name would he get his hands on that kind of equipment? From his father's cabinet, she answered. The sheriff prides himself on his gun collection, and Lonnie would have easy access. Nick picked up his phone and started dialing. And that's why you came out of the bathroom? Yes, she answered. Who are you calling? Farley, he answered. He can find out if Lonnie was on the roof or not. Who else could it have been? Nick didn't answer her. Agent Farley was just about to step onto a plane in Des Moines when his phone rang. When he heard Nick's voice, he moved away from the crowd filing on board. You just caught me, he said. Another minute and I would have turned my phone off. Did you pick up Lonnie? No, he answered. He's gone to ground and I've been reassigned. Wesson's letting the Nugent sheriff and his deputies go after Lonnie and bring him in. Is Feinberg still around, or did Wesson send him packing? I'm not sure, Farley answered. They both went to Nugent with Brenner, he said. And they could still be there. This isn't sitting right with you, is it, Nick? You don't think Brenner's our man? No, I don't, he said. But I don't have anything to prove it yet. This could be an easy case, and you've just never had one of those before. Yeah, maybe. Are you going to stay in Hollyoaks? Yes. Sorry I had to bail on you, but I didn't have a choice. As soon as Wesson emailed headquarters and let them know I was ready for reassignment, they pounced. Where are you headed? Detroit? There's a situation brewing there, and it's a messy one. Be thankful you're on vacation. You be careful, Nick said. And Joe, thanks for helping. A lot of damn good I did. I'll tell you this. I've worked with Wesson a couple of times in the past, and he was always a pain in the ass, but he was never this difficult. I think it's you, he added. You bring out the worst in him. He's gone too far this time, though. I'm never going to work with that egomaniac again, even if it means handing in my badge. By the book, my ass. Wesson doesn't know what teamwork is, and that's what's going in my report. Joe paused a second. Nick, you know what's worrying me? Getting on that plane? No, that's your hang-up, not mine. It's that gut feeling of yours. What about it? If you're right, and Brenner isn't the unsub, then you and Noah are out there all alone. God help you.
Chapter 32. Laurent found a couple of gowns that would work for the wedding, and after they dropped off the clothes at the cleaners, they drove to the Abbey. Noah was in the kitchen eating cold fried chicken with all the trimmings. Nick pulled out a chair for Laurent as he grabbed a chicken leg. You should eat something, honey. Noah's right eyebrow shot up, and his gaze bounced between Laurent's flushed face and Nick's pained expression. Then he burst into laughter. It took you long enough. Don't start, Nick warned. Don't start what? Noah asked innocently. Nick calls everyone honey, Laurent blurted, feeling like a fool. Sure he does, Noah agreed. He's been calling Tommy and me honey every chance he gets. Let it alone, Nick insisted. Where is Tommy? He's in one of the conference rooms with that editor woman. What does she want? Laurent asked. Noah shrugged. Beats me. Nick heard a door close behind him and crossed the kitchen to look out the window. He saw Lorna hurry down the stairs. Where did this feast come from? Laurent asked Noah. Noah's fan club, Tommy answered from the doorway. Noah grinned. The ladies like me, what can I say? He's been doing a little counseling. Tommy shook his head in exasperation. Hey, I'm good at it. Laurent was having trouble looking at her brother. It was Nick's fault, she knew, because he had planted the ridiculous notion that Tommy would know what happened last night if he looked in her eyes. Laurent, I want a word in private with you, Tommy said. Nick gave her an I told you he'd know look and turned around. Tommy, you and I have to talk. No, Laurent all but shouted as she pushed the chair back and stood. What do you want to talk to me about? Lorna was just here. What did she want? Laurent asked. She has enough news to keep her busy for the next month. What with the fire and Steve Brenner? Is she trying to figure out a way to blame me for all that too? She is writing another article about you, but it doesn't have anything to do with the fire or Brenner. She wanted confirmation from me. It seems she ran into the banker's wife, who mentioned the money you borrowed for your store, and one bit of gossip led to another. Damn it, Laurent, he said, his voice shaking with anger. Why didn't you tell me the trust was gone? All this time I thought you were fine and I wouldn't have to worry about you. Laurent was stunned by Lorna's audacity. I had to fill out a financial statement, and I had to explain about the trust in order to get the loan, she cried. But the banker had no right to tell anyone, not even his wife. That was confidential information. And how dare Lorna poke her nose in my affairs? She took a step toward her brother. Did you hear what you just said to me? All this time you thought I was fine, and that you wouldn't have to worry about me? I'm not 10 years old, Tommy, but you can't seem to get that through your head.
The money was gone before I turned 21 and could do anything about it. The lawyers took it, every cent. I didn't tell you because I knew you'd get upset and there wasn't anything you could do. Millions of dollars. Our grandfather's hard-earned money gone? When I signed my trust over to them to put with yours, I thought—" Her brother's expression made her want to cry. He looked devastated and horribly disappointed in her. He made her feel as though she had squandered the money. "It wasn't your sister's fault," Nick said quietly. "I know that. You're not acting like you do." Tommy's shoulders slumped. "When exactly did you find out the money was gone?" His face was red with the anger he was trying to contain. "On my 21st birthday." "You should have told your family then. Maybe something could have been done." Noah knew it wasn't his place to interfere, but he couldn't stop himself. He looked Tommy in the eye and said, "What family? From what I've gathered, Laurent didn't have one of those when she was growing up. Who exactly was she supposed to tell?" "I'm her family," Tommy railed. "Try to see it her way," Noah insisted. "When you were growing up, you had Nick's family to help you. And when you joined the priesthood, the church became your new family. My sister will always be part of my family. She was in Europe and you were here. You can't change the way things were. The guilt is making you angry because she was left out in the cold." Tommy looked tormented. Laurent slowly shook her head and went to him. "That isn't true. I wasn't out in the cold. I always knew you were there for me. I knew you were fighting to get me to the United States. Tommy, I always knew you loved me. Please don't be angry." He put his arms around her and hugged her. "It just came as a shock, that's all. Don't keep things from me, Laurent. Big brothers are supposed to look out for their little sisters, no matter how old they are. Look, let's make a pact, okay? From now on, we don't hide anything from each other. If I have to have chemo, I tell you. And if you have a problem, you tell me." "I don't expect you to solve my problems for me." "No, I know you don't, but you should be able to talk to me about them." She nodded. "Yes, okay." "When's the article going to run?" Nick asked. He was trying to figure out if there was time to stop it. "It isn't going to be in the paper. Lorna and I had a little talk." Noah grinned. "Did you threaten her with the fires of hell?" Tommy wasn't amused. "No, I didn't. But I did talk to her about being jealous of Laurent. She didn't want to hear my opinions, but she agreed not to run the article. She's afraid other people will think she's jealous because she's gone after Laurent so many times." "I need a glass of milk," Laurent said. Her stomach was upset thanks to Lorna, and she hoped the milk would settle it. "I'll get it. You go sit down," Tommy offered. Noah pushed her plate in front of her. "Eat," he suggested. "Isn't there anything you can do about those lawyers?" Nick asked her. "I am doing something." Tommy poked his head out of the pantry. "What?" he asked. "I'm suing them." Her brother grabbed a glass and hurried back into the kitchen. "You're suing?" "Yes," she said. "The day after I found out, I started searching. It took a year to find an attorney who was willing to take on the giants." "David against Goliath, huh?" Noah said. "You know, Noah, you're starting to think like a priest. Maybe you ought to consider joining up," Nick teased. Noah grimaced. "That isn't going to happen." Tommy got the gallon of milk out of the refrigerator and poured some into Laurent's glass. "But about the suit, what's happening?" She took a drink before she answered. "I won the first round, and then I won again. They've been dragging it out with motions to delay, but my attorney told me that this next round is the last appeal. I should hear something soon. Win or lose, it will be final." "So there's a good possibility you could get the money back." "It could go either way," she said. "I'm prepared for either outcome." "No wonder you drive that junky old car," Nick said. "You've been living on a shoestring." He was smiling at her as though he thought she had done something remarkable. "I budget, like most people do," she said. "And I happen to like my car." The conversation came to an abrupt end when the sheriff came storming into the kitchen.
"Where the hell is my boy?" he demanded in a snarl. He had his gun half drawn as he shouted, "What have you done with him?"
Nick's back was to the door, but Noah sat facing the stampeding sheriff. In a heartbeat, his hand reached inside his black robe and pointed the gun under the table at Lloyd. "You pull that weapon out and you're a dead man." Lloyd stopped, frozen in his tracks. He was stunned by this priest who dared to threaten him. Laurent hadn't even had time to turn in her chair before Nick had whirled around and drawn his weapon. He was standing now, shielding her, and the barrel of his gun was pressed against Lloyd's temple. Tommy came up behind the sheriff and took the gun away from him. Then he calmly suggested that Lloyd sit down and discuss the problem in a reasonable manner.
"I'm the authority here," he bellowed.
"No, you're not," Nick informed him. He put his gun back in the holster and told the sheriff to do as Tommy had said and sit down. Lloyd chose the chair at the far end of the table.
"Give me my gun back."
Tommy handed Nick the weapon, and he quickly unloaded the magazine before he slid the gun toward the sheriff. "What seems to be the problem?" Tommy asked.
"My boy," Lloyd muttered. "He's gone missing. That's what the problem is."
"He's hiding," Nick told him. "He started that fire, and now he's hiding." Lloyd shook his head.
"I ain't gonna get into all that fire business, 'cause you and I see it different from each other. My boy knows he's got me for his alibi. He wouldn't think he had to hide. He was in bed, sleeping sound when I got home from Nugent. I was dead tired," he added. "Up most of the night, and I was just getting myself in bed when the low-life sheriff from Nugent knocked on my door. He said he was going to take Lonnie and book him on arson. We argued a bit, but then I decided to let the lawyers handle it, and I let him on in. Lonnie weren't in his bed, though, and his window was wide open."
Nick glanced at Noah, who promptly shook his head to let him know he hadn't done anything with Lonnie. Nick said then, "Maybe Wesson decided to pick him up."
"That ain't what happened."
The sheriff was whining now.
"He's still with the others, cooped up with Brenner in a 2x4 room questioning him. They wouldn't let me listen in. Didn't want me to know nothing that was going on. I finally gave up and was heading out the door when I heard they were accusing him of murder. One of the sheriff's deputies told me they had the goods on him."
He took his hat off and rubbed his brow.
"It's all going in the toilet."
"Do you really care what happens to Lonnie?" Noah asked bluntly. The question flustered the sheriff. Seeing the turmoil in Lloyd's face, Tommy took over. He dragged a chair to the end of the table and sat down next to Lloyd. "Your son's given you a lot of heartache over the years, hasn't he, Lloyd?" The sheriff's voice dropped to a whisper.
"He ain't never been right in the head. Never. He's got a real mean temper."
Tommy coaxed Lloyd to talk, urging him to let go of all the anger and disappointment he'd kept inside for so long. And within minutes, the sheriff was spilling his guts, telling him all the problems he'd had to clean up for his son. The list was appallingly lengthy.
"He's done some terrible things. I know he has. But he's my son, and I had to protect him. I'm so sick of it. I know I'm supposed to care about the boy, but I can't. Not anymore. I've still got to find him, because if I don't and he comes home, he'll be upset with me, and I don't want that to happen. He can forget himself and get violent."
He wiped at his eyes as he confessed.
"I'm ashamed to admit it, but I'm afraid of my own boy. He's gonna kill me one of these days. He's come damn close a couple of times already."
"Maybe it's time Lonnie learned the consequences of his actions," Noah suggested.
"He'll come after me. I know he will."
"You need time to think about your options," Tommy said. "Why don't you get in your car and leave Hollyoaks for a week or two, just until things calm down and Lonnie's behind bars?" The sheriff leapt at the idea.
"What'll folks say? I don't want them thinking I'm running away."
"They won't think that," Tommy said. "You're entitled to take some time off, aren't you?"
"Sure I am," he agreed. "And maybe, just maybe, I won't never come back. I'll leave it all here, won't pack a thing so my boy won't think I'm gone for good. Then he won't come looking for me."
They'll catch him and put him behind bars, Noah said. You be sure to let Father Tom know where you are. The sheriff was suddenly in a hurry to get out of town. He was walking out the door when he stopped and turned to Laurent. He's been skimming money from the very beginning, he said. Who? Laurent asked. Brenner? Lloyd nodded. He'd tell his backers at Griffin it was going to cost $100,000 to buy a store, then offer half that amount to the owner and pocket the difference. He's got himself an account, but I don't know where it is. You might want to look into that before the town meeting. Yes, I will, she said. The sheriff turned to leave again, but Nick stopped him. How deep are you in all this, Lloyd? Lloyd turned away. Oh, I helped him some. I'll testify against him. Maybe, if I help make this right, I won't have to serve time. He gave Nick a hopeful glance and then spoke to Tommy. I'll let you know where I am. I'll come back when you call me. He shuffled back like a broken-down old man and placed his gun and badge on the table, then walked out the door. They watched him leave. You sure you want to let him go? Noah asked Nick. Yeah, he won't go far, Nick answered. Nick tried to get Wesson on his cell phone, but he didn't answer. Then he tried Feinberg and got his voicemail. His frustration mounted. He kept glancing at his watch. Morgenstern should have landed in Houston by now. Why the hell hadn't he returned his call? Tommy had gone back into the pantry in search of potato chips, and Nick followed him. Laurent heard him tell her brother that he shouldn't let his guard down until Nick was convinced Brenner was the unsub. The two stood in the pantry and talked. It appeared that Tommy was doing most of the talking. Laurent was so busy watching the two of them, she didn't notice that Noah was watching her. Stop worrying, he said. She turned her attention to her food. I'm not worrying. Sure you are. You think Nick's going to tell Tommy that he slept with you? She didn't even think about trying to deny it. She looked into those devilish blue eyes and asked, Are you always this blunt?
This is the end of Disc 10. Disc 11.
Yeah, I am. How did you know? The way both of you are avoiding looking at each other. I've known Nick a long time, he added, but I've never seen him this uptight. I figure you're the reason. She picked up a chicken wing and then put it down. Nick might tell Tommy. You think so? Yes, I do. And Tommy's going to be upset, being a priest and all. Maybe, he shrugged. But you're a big girl now. It really isn't any of his business. He won't see it that way. So how long have you been in love with Nick? How do you know I am? He laughed. I know women. Meaning? Meaning, I know you're not the kind of woman who would go to bed with a man unless you loved him. Nick knows that, too. You must be scaring the hell out of him now. I do scare him. He doesn't want any of the things I want, but he doesn't want to hurt me. Last night was a mistake, she whispered. And now it's over, she added. She tried to sound as though she'd already moved on, but she knew she'd failed when Noah patted her hand. Did it feel like a mistake last night? She shook her head. No, but like you just said, I'm a big girl. I can get on with my life. I'm not so easily shattered. No, of course you aren't. You're humoring me, aren't you? Uh-huh. Let's talk about something else, she suggested. Could I ask you something? Sure. What do you want to know? How come Wesson dislikes Nick so much? It goes way back, he said. But what started the antagonism, she asked, with another quick glance at Nick. I guess you could say it was a cat that started the rivalry. Although now that I think about it, Nick's attitude also played a part. He was new to the section. He thought he knew it all. Morgenstern had just gotten the okay to run the Apostles, and Nick was his second recruit. Who was the first recruit? She asked. I was, he answered with an arrogant grin. Pete was handpicking his agents, getting them from outside and putting them through his own special training program. Wesson was dying to be a part of it. Actually, I think from the very beginning he wanted to run the program, but that wasn't going to happen. Did Wesson become one of Morgenstern's recruits? No, Morgenstern didn't take him in, and that really chafed.
So that's what started it?
No, it was a cat, he patiently repeated. There was this particular case. A 3-year-old girl was missing, and the FBI was called in. Wesson was on the rotation schedule, and there was no way he was going to let one of Morgenstern's hotshots come in and take over. Wesson wanted to solve the case and solve it quick.
Did he?
No, but Nick did. Here's what happened. The little girl was with her mother in a department store. The building was real old, with wooden floors that squeaked and groaned when you walked on them, and high plastered ceilings and big old vents along the baseboards. It was drafty and cold inside. The building was located near the warehouse district and the city market right next to the river. It was a nice little shopping area. All the buildings had been buffed and restored, but there was a problem with rats, and so the owner of this particular family-owned department store kept a cat there.
Go on, she urged, wanting Noah to finish before Nick and Tommy returned.
It was around noon on the Saturday before Christmas, and the store was crowded with last-minute shoppers. It was real chaotic and loud, with Christmas music blaring. But one sales clerk happened to notice a man in his mid-30s wandering around the store. She thought he might be a shoplifter. He was wearing beat-up old clothes and a long gray raincoat. She said it was dirty and torn. She couldn't give a great description other than to say he was thin and had a scraggly beard. She told us she was going to call security, but then she saw him heading for the front door and she thought he was leaving. She was being pulled in 20 different directions by impatient customers. A customer in line remembered seeing the man squat down next to the little girl and talk to her. She said the mother had elbowed her way to the counter and was digging through her purse looking for her charge card, and she didn't notice her daughter was talking to the stranger. Then the customer said the man got up and walked away.
Did he take the little girl?
Noah didn't answer the question. Another customer said she almost tripped over the child when she darted out in front of her. The little girl was chasing the cat, he added. About 5 or 10 minutes later, the mother was frantically searching for her daughter. Everyone was helping, of course. And then the clerk remembered the man in the raincoat, and the customer remembered she'd seen him talking to the child. The security officer called the police while the owner called the FBI. To his credit, Wesson got there fast, he added. Morgenstern got the call from Wesson's superior and wanted Nick and me to get a little experience, so he sent us in, but neither one of us could get there until late that night. I came in from Chicago. Nick caught a plane out of Dallas. He got in about 15 minutes before I did, rented a car, got a map, and picked me up.
Wesson wasn't happy to see you, was he?
That's putting it mildly. It didn't matter to us, though. He didn't have any authority over us. We reported to Morgenstern and no one else. Wesson was extremely reluctant to share what he had with us, and that really angered Nick. When he gets mad, his temper's worse than mine, Noah said with admiration in his voice.
What did he do?
He let Wesson know what he thought of him. Nick could have been more diplomatic. But anyway, he backed Wesson into a corner, and Wesson told him he had a suspect and that the situation was under control, which of course wasn't the case. Wesson also went on record as saying that Morgenstern's team was a waste of time and money, and that Nick and I should go home and find real jobs.
In other words, butt out.
Yes, Noah said. Of course, we didn't care what Wesson thought or wanted. We had a job to do, and we were going to do it with or without his approval. While Nick was looking around, I got one of the other field agents aside and read his notes.
Was the little girl all right? Just tell me, please. Did you find her in time?
Yeah, we did, thanks to Nick, he said. It was one of those too few happy endings.
How did he find her?
I'm getting to that, Noah said. Everyone left the store. It was around 2 a.m. It was freezing inside the building. Wesson had set up a command post at the police station a couple of blocks away, and every available man was out on the street searching for the man in the raincoat. Nick and I were standing on the curb outside the store trying to figure out what we were supposed to do. The security officer was locking the doors to go home when Nick told him he wanted to go back inside. He convinced the old man to turn the alarm off and give us the keys. Both of us went through the building from top to bottom again. We found nothing, so we left. I was driving, he said. I wasn't sure where I was headed. I was just trying to clear my mind the way Morgenstern taught us. And I remember I'd just driven past a hospital when I asked Nick what the hell we were going to do, being squeezed out by Wesson the way we were.
Noah paused to smile and then added,
Nick didn't say anything. He popped a piece of gum in his mouth, and I figured he was doing the same thing I was trying to do, trying to clear his mind. And all of a sudden, he turned to me and he said, "So where's the cat?" We started doing what Morgenstern would probably call a little free associating then. Kids love animals. Most do, anyway. And a customer had reported she'd seen the little girl chasing after the cat. We both figured out what might have happened then. I was driving like a bat out of hell, trying to get back to the department store as fast as I could, and then I saw the hospital emergency entrance, and I pulled in. Nick and I went running into the emergency room, flashed our badges, and grabbed a doctor who was just going on break. Nick told him he was going with us, and to bring a stethoscope with him. "The little girl was still in the store, wasn't she?" "Sure she was," he said. "She went in one of those big old vents after the cat," he explained. "Crawling around on the floor by the walls, no one would have noticed her, as busy and crowded as that store was. The vent didn't hold her, and she went down 2.5 floors and got trapped on a ledge above the basement. The fall should have killed her," he added. "She had hit her head and was unconscious when we finally got to her. The cat stayed with her. We could hear the faint meowing through the stethoscope." "But she was all right." He smiled again. "Yeah, she was okay." "You and Nick must have been jubilant." "Yeah, we were. But we were also frustrated with ourselves at the same time. Both of us had missed the obvious. We let the guy in the raincoat get in our way," he said. "We should have noticed the vent the girl crawled into was a little bit off kilter from the others, but we missed it. And we shouldn't have taken so long to notice the cat was missing." "You found her within hours of your arrival," she pointed out. "But if we'd been more observant, we could have cut the time in half. We were damn lucky she was still alive. She could have been bleeding down there, and if that had been the case, we would have been too late." Laurent knew that nothing she could say would change his opinion of his performance. "Normally, Wesson would have been just as happy and relieved as everyone else," he said. "He wasn't?" she asked, surprised. "He isn't a monster, or at least he wasn't back then," he qualified. "But jealousy was eating him up. Sure, he was happy the little girl was all right. But Nick deliberately left him out. He should have told Wesson what he suspected and let him run with the ball." Noah paused for a moment. "Yeah, that's what he should have done. But I'm glad he didn't. Tit for tat, as childish as that was. And in his defense, and mine because I backed him, we were young and stupid back then. Neither one of us gave a damn about career politics. We still don't. Nick had to be sure the kid was there, and so did I. Anyway, Wesson found out about the girl after the fact, from Morgenstern. Nick and I were already on our way to the airport. Nick had wanted to prove a point, but he had humiliated Wesson. And ever since then, the mere mention of his name or mine gets the same kind of reaction as pouring salt on an open wound. Neither one of us have had to work with him since, until this case." Laurent propped her elbow on the table, resting her chin in the palm of her hand. She stared at Noah, but didn't really see him. She was thinking about the story he had just told her. Until this moment, there had been a tiny little hope in the back of her mind that Nick would quit his job. And oh God, how selfish and wrong she had been to want such a thing. "Life doesn't have any guarantees, does it?" she said. "Nope. You've got to grab what you can while you can. Nick's good at what he does, but he's burning out. I can see it in his eyes. The stress is going to kill him if he doesn't get some balance in his life. He needs someone like you to come home to at night." "He doesn't want that." "He may not want it, but he needs it." "What about you?" "We aren't talking about me," he said. "You and Nick are something else, you know that? Being on the outside, observing, it's really easy to see what's going on. Want me to enlighten you? I'll warn you in advance. You won't like what I have to say." "Go ahead," she said. "Enlighten me. I can take it." "Okay," he agreed. "Here's the way I see it. You and Nick are both trying to alter reality. You're both running away from life. Don't argue with me until I'm finished," he told her when he saw she was about to interrupt. "Nick's trying to close himself up, to distance himself from everyone, even his family, and that's a big mistake in his line of work. He needs to feel, because that's the only way he's going to stay sharp and focused. I can see he's getting to the point where he doesn't want to take a chance on feeling anything at all, because that would make him too damn vulnerable. If he keeps going this way, he's going to become hard and cynical, and he sure as hell won't be any good at his job. Now, as for you—"
"Yes?"
She straightened in the chair, tense now as she waited to hear his verdict about her. "You're doing the same thing, just in a different way. You're hiding out here in this little town. I know you don't see it that way, but that's what you're doing. You're more afraid of taking a chance than Nick is. If you don't put yourself out there, you can't get hurt. That's how you view life, isn't it? And if you keep going this way, you're going to turn into a bitter old dried-up prune, and a coward to boot." She knew Noah wasn't deliberately trying to be cruel, but what he had just said devastated her. Was that how he saw her? Laurent shrank back and gripped her hands together. A coward? How could he think she would ever become a coward? "I don't believe you understand." "I'm not finished. There's more. Want to hear it?" She braced herself. "Yes, go ahead." "I saw one of your paintings." Her gaze flew to his. "Where?" she asked, astonished. Why did she feel the sudden pang of fear? "It's hanging in Tom's bedroom," he told her, "and it's one of the most powerful paintings I've ever seen. You should be damn proud of it. I'm not the only person who thought it was incredible. The abbot wanted to hang it in the church. Tom told me he stole the painting from you. He also told me that you keep all your paintings wrapped up tight and hidden away in your storage closet so no one can see them. That's one sure way to beat rejection, isn't it? It's safe, like the kind of life you're building here. Well, guess what, babe? There's no such thing as a safe life. Bad things happen, like your brother getting cancer, and there isn't a damn thing you can do about it. You're sure trying, though, aren't you? Maybe 30 years from now you'll have convinced yourself that you're content with your perfect, safe life, but I assure you it's going to be lonely. And by then the amazing talent you have will probably have dried up." Laurent shuddered under the weight of the future Noah had just described. He was forcing her to open her eyes and take a hard look at herself. "You don't know what you're talking about." "Yeah, I do. You just don't want to hear it." She bowed her head as she mentally argued against his bleak prophecy. Perhaps when she'd first moved to Hollyoaks, she'd been running away from life. But it wasn't like that now. She'd fallen in love with the town and the people, and she'd become involved with the community. She hadn't just sat back and let the world revolve around her. Noah was right about her painting. She had always considered it too personal to share with anyone else. It was a part of her, and if others saw her work and rejected it, she felt that they would be rejecting her. She had been a coward, and she would lose what little talent she had if she kept on this path. If she didn't experience life, how could she possibly translate it onto canvas? "I don't throw them away," she admitted hesitantly. "I keep the paintings." Noah grinned. "So maybe you might want to think about unwrapping them one of these days and letting other people see them." "Maybe," she said. After a moment's reflection, she looked at him and smiled. "Yes, maybe I should do that." Noah took his plate to the sink and rolled up his sleeves as he prepared to do the dishes. He was complaining about the fact that the abbot wouldn't spend the money for a dishwasher while he worked. Laurent wasn't paying any attention. She was still lost in thought. Noah had just given her a wake-up call. He'd opened a door for her, and she had the choice of going outside or pulling the door closed again. When Tommy came back into the kitchen, Noah said, "I told Laurent you took one of her paintings." Tommy immediately took a defensive stance. "I stole it, and I'm not sorry. You want it back now, don't you?" "Which one was it?" she asked. Suddenly she was very hungry. She took a bite of the chicken and reached for a cold biscuit. "The only one I could get my hands on," he said. "It was in front of the others in the closet. I didn't even know what I was taking until I got it home and unwrapped it. And do you know what's a crying shame, Laurent? It's the only painting you've done that I've ever seen. You keep them hidden away like you're ashamed of them." "But which one was it?" "The kids in the wheat field with all that light shining down on them. I love it, Laurent, and I want to keep it. You know why? Because there's such joy and hope in it. When I look at it, I see heaven smiling on the children. It's as though the streams of light are actually God's fingers reaching down to touch them." Emotion welled up inside her. She knew that he meant every word he'd said. Joy and hope. What a glorious compliment. "Okay, Tommy, you can keep it." Her brother looked shocked. Really? Yes, she answered. I'm so happy you like it. Nick wasn't about to be left out. Damn it, I want to see it, he said. All right, she agreed. Noah winked at her, and she suddenly felt like laughing. Yes, I mean it. But I'll warn you, it's not one of my best efforts. I can do much better. Nick's phone rang, interrupting the conversation. Smiles vanished in a heartbeat, and the atmosphere in the kitchen became tense with anticipation. Nick answered as he walked into the pantry for privacy. Pete was on the line, and he had stunning news. Tiffany Tara Tyler's phone had been found in Steve Brenner's white van, neatly tucked under the front seat. This new evidence put a lock on the case. They had their man. Did they find any prints? He wiped it down, but he was a little sloppy, Pete said. He missed a spot on the bottom of the phone. The tech found what looks like a partial thumbprint next to the metal charger. He thinks it's going to be enough for a solid match. It looks like they're about to wrap this one up, Nick. Nick was shaking his head. It doesn't feel right, he said. He paused and then added, So that's it. Case closed, right? Just about, Pete agreed. There's other evidence, of course, he said. But as I understand the situation, Agent Wesson didn't share what he had collected against Brenner with you. How did you know that? I spoke briefly with Agent Farley. So Wesson has enough to convict? With the woman's phone in his car, yes, he has quite enough. That could have been planted. We don't believe that's the case, he said. Had you been given information as it was being collected, I think you'd be feeling more confident that Brenner's our man. You were kept out of the investigation, he added, and I plan to address that problem with Agent Wesson's supervisor first thing Monday morning. This will not happen again, he added emphatically. As for you, I suggest you take Father Tom fishing. Relax a little. God knows you've earned it. Nick rubbed the back of his neck, trying to ease the knots of tension. He was weary and frustrated. I don't know, Pete. My instincts are telling me that this is all wrong. I think maybe I'm losing it. Your objectivity? Pete asked. Yeah, I guess. I really did figure it all wrong. Tell me something. They're running a voice match from the confessional tape and Brenner's interrogation, aren't they? Yes, of course they are. Brenner hasn't confessed, has he? No, not yet. Nick was filled with self-doubt. Maybe he just didn't want to believe what was staring him in the face. From the very beginning, Wesson had put him in the position of trying to work the case blindfolded. Tiffany's phone was found in Brenner's van. That should have clinched it. And yet, he still wasn't convinced. Why are you fighting this? Pete asked. We've had a good result here. Nick sighed. Yes, sir, I know. I guess I do need to take some time off. You were right, he finally admitted. I got too personally involved. With Laurent? You saw that coming? Oh, yes. Yeah, well, I'll deal with it. You'll let me know what the lab results are. Yes, Pete promised. Give my best to Father Tom and Laurent. Nick disconnected the call and stood in the pantry for a long minute, staring into space. He was trying to work it out in his mind, to go with it, to believe that it was over. He told himself he was trying to make the case more complicated than it was. Some cases were easy, like this one. Yeah, it was finished. Case closed. They had their man. And still, the nagging doubt wouldn't go away. Chapter 33. The nightmare was finally over. Tommy and Laurent were astounded to learn that Tiffany's phone had been found in Brenner's car. Nevertheless, both brother and sister were overjoyed that the killer was now behind bars. When Noah suggested they celebrate, Tommy nixed the idea. He reminded him that 2 women had been murdered and said that he was going to go into the church to say a prayer for the souls of Tiffany Tyler and a young woman named Millicent. He sure was good at masquerading his voice when he was whispering to me in the confessional, Tommy said. He fooled me, all right, he added with a shake of his head. He fooled all of us, Laurent said. She felt weak with relief. She decided to join her brother in the church for a prayer. She stood and looked directly at Nick when she asked, So you and Noah will be leaving soon, won't you? Yes, Nick answered without a second's hesitation. No reason to hang around, is there? Noah looked at Nick as he asked the question. No, he answered curtly. No reason. Laurent turned away so he wouldn't see how his words had hurt her. She knew she was overreacting. From the beginning, she had known he would leave when his job was finished. His life was in Boston. He had stopped everything to help his friend, but now he would, of course, need to get back home. Places to go, people to see, she said. Right, he agreed. Tommy was holding the door for her. Come on, Laurent. Quit dragging your feet. She put her napkin down on the table and hurried after her brother. Nick and Noah followed. When they reached the back of the church, Nick pulled Noah aside while Laurent and Tommy went on ahead to one of the pews and knelt down together. There were at least a dozen workmen rushing around trying to get the church ready in time for the wedding. 5 of them were dismantling the scaffolding from the center aisle, while a couple of others were folding up the tarps and carrying paint cans outside. The people from the local flower shop were standing up front, holding vases of lilies, impatiently waiting for Willie and Mark to finish wet-mopping the steps and marble floor in front of the altar. Nick and Noah moved under the balcony to get out of the way when the double doors opened behind them and 2 strapping men rolled in a baby grand piano on a dolly. "Where do you want this, Father?" one of the men asked Noah. "I don't know," Noah replied. "Geez, Father, this thing's heavy. Could you find out for us?" Justin hurried down the aisle toward them. He was carrying a video camera and had a long red extension cord looped over his shoulder. He slowed to say hello. "Do you know where the piano's supposed to go?" Noah asked him. "Sure I do," he answered. "They're putting the choir on the south side of the church in that little alcove." He backed out of the way so the men could roll the piano around to the side aisle. "How come they don't just use the organ?" Noah asked. Justin turned to answer. "They have to get those pipes cleaned first. The abbot says all the dust in the air will mess up the cords if it isn't cleaned before it's used again." "What are you doing with the video camera?" Nick asked. "I've been roped into filming the ceremony from the balcony," he explained. "Michelle's father asked me. He's already got a professional guy filming downstairs, but he wants all the angles covered, I guess. I don't mind doing it," he said, grinning. "He's paying me $100, and I can use the money. Besides that, he's invited Mark and Willie and me to the reception, and we'll get free food and beer. You coming to the wedding?" he asked Nick. "Wouldn't miss it," he answered. "See you later, then," Justin said as he raced on. "I just hope the church is ready. We've got a heck of a lot of work to get done before 7. They moved out of the way again so Justin could open the wrought iron gate and go up the stairs to the balcony. "Okay. What were you going to tell me?" Noah asked as he followed Nick to the back pew. "It doesn't feel right." "Brenner?" Nick nodded. "Maybe I'll be convinced when I hear the reports. They've got a thumbprint, a partial anyway, and they're working on a voice match with a confessional tape. When the results are in, confirming Brenner's the unsub, then I'll relax. Until then, you want me to stay?" "Yes. I know Pete's going to be calling you with another assignment. I'll try to fend him off. Besides, we're going to hear what the techs have concluded by tonight. Tomorrow at the latest. I really appreciate this, Noah. If it doesn't feel right to you, then of course I'm staying. Do I have to keep wearing this dress?" Nick smiled. "You probably should keep wearing it until you leave Holy Oaks. Too many people know you as a priest. Let's leave it that way." He looked Noah up and down and then asked, "Where are you hiding your gun? Ankle strap?" he guessed as he glanced down at Noah's feet. The tips of his black tennis shoes were protruding from the hem of the long robe. "Too hard to get to," Noah answered. He lifted the full sleeve covering his left arm. The holster holding the gun was strapped just below his elbow. "Thank God for Velcro." "Nice," Nick said. "Tell me something. Don't you think you should tell Tom and Laurent you still have reservations?" "What am I going to tell them? The evidence is pretty conclusive, and God only knows what else Wesson has on Brenner. Besides, Laurent and Tommy have been living under a tremendous strain, and Laurent's been looking forward to her friend's wedding. I want her to be able to enjoy herself tonight. You keep your eye on Tommy, and I'll watch out for her." "No, I'm not going to work that way. You do what you want with Laurent, but I'm telling Tom to stay sharp. I don't want him to relax until you're convinced." Nick nodded. "Yeah, okay. Did you tell Pete how you're feeling about this?" Yes. And? Nick shoved his hands in his pockets. I'm not being objective because I'm too personally involved. He could be right. When the reports are in, I'll stop worrying. Then what? We go home, Nick said. Another day, another case. You're just going to walk away from her, aren't you? Noah sounded incredulous. She's the best thing that's ever happened to you, but you're too chicken to take the chance. You're nuts, you know that? Nick responded to the question by turning around and walking away from his friend. Chapter 34. Michelle's father returned from the Abbey at 6:15 to report that the scaffolding had been removed and the red carpet had been rolled down the center aisle. The florist and her assistant were frantically working to tie the bouquets to the ends of each pew. It would be close, he told his wife, but he was sure the church would be ready when the wedding march began. Michelle's mother, a vision in blue chiffon, continued to worry, but the bride took all the last-minute wrinkles in stride. She sat on the bed with her back against the headboard and watched Laurent dress while she caught her friend up on the latest gossip she'd heard. They've got an APB, or ABP, whatever it is, out on Lonnie now. They're going to charge him with arson and hopefully lock him away for the rest of his life. He's gotten away with so much in the past couple of years. He deserves to rot in prison. She paused to take a sip of lemonade. And everyone is still in shock about Steve. Oh, don't pin your hair up, Laurent. Leave it down. Okay, Laurent agreed. She picked up the peach silk dress she'd draped over the chair and slipped it on. She had her back to Michelle as she zipped the dress up and adjusted the bodice. Then she turned around, the full skirt floating about her ankles. What do you think? Does this work or not? I could wear the blue Versace, but I thought this color would blend better with the dark pink dresses the other bridesmaids are wearing. Mrs. Brockman walked into the bedroom to try once again to hurry her daughter along. She came to an abrupt stop when she saw Laurent. Both mother and daughter appeared to be speechless. Laurent felt self-conscious under their close scrutiny. Say something, Michelle, she demanded. Do you like the dress or not? You look like a princess in a fairy tale, Michelle whispered. Doesn't she, Mother? Oh, yes, she agreed. My dear, you look exquisite. Michelle awkwardly scooted off the bed and held onto the post as she stood. Her mother noticed her grimace. Is the new brace still bothering you? A little, Michelle admitted. Her gaze was locked on Laurent. If I could look like that. Turn around and look in the mirror. Mother, Laurent doesn't have any idea how beautiful she is. She doesn't see herself the way the rest of the world does. I should make her wear a grocery sack over her head because every eye in the church is going to be on her. No, they'll be staring at the beautiful bride, Laurent laughed then. Well, you will be beautiful as soon as you get your hair out of those ridiculous jumbo rollers and put some clothes on. Or were you planning to wear that old robe down the aisle? Yes, that's it, Laurent. Hurry her along. She won't listen to me, and she's going to be late for her own wedding, Mrs. Brockman said, as she turned Michelle around and gave her a gentle nudge. I'm too old for this stress, she added. I was already old when I had Michelle, she reminded them. Michelle grinned. Yes, Mother, I was your change of life, baby, and I changed your life. Her mother smiled. You've been a blessing. Now get dressed or I'm going to send your father in here. Michelle tightened the belt on her robe and began to pull the Velcro rollers out of her hair. Laurent, your bra's showing, she said, just below the straps. Laurent tugged on the bodice, but the white lace continued to show. I don't have any other bras with me. Then don't wear one, Michelle suggested. Her mother gasped. Laurent will not go braless into the house of God. Mother, I'm not suggesting she go topless. No one will know if she's wearing a bra or not. The dress is lined. God will know, her mother announced. I'll get the safety pins. As soon as the door closed, Michelle said, She's a nervous wreck, and so is Daddy. He got all teary-eyed this morning. He told me he was losing his little girl. Isn't that sweet? Laurent pulled out the chair for Michelle so she could sit at the vanity table. Yes, it is sweet, she said. Did you remind him that you and Christopher will be living 2 blocks away? It's not the same, she said. He's going to cry when he walks me down the aisle, and I'll be crying too if the church isn't ready." Laurent picked up the brush and handed it to her friend. "Do you realize how lucky you are? You have such wonderful, loving parents, and you're about to marry the most wonderful man. I envy you," she added in a sigh. Michelle looked at her friend in the mirror. "It won't be long before I'm helping you get ready for your wedding." Laurent could have told her the truth then, that it had all been a lie and that she and Nick weren't getting married, but she kept silent. Today was Michelle's day, and Laurent didn't want her friend to waste a minute thinking about anything else. "Don't you get all emotional on me," Michelle said, "or Mother will put you to work too. That's how she deals with tears," she explained. "She had poor Dad running all over town. She's already made him make 2 trips up to the Abbey. First she made him go see for himself that the scaffolding was down. Then she made him go back to make sure the flowers had arrived. And before he drives us to the church, he has to drive over to the Vandermans and pick up Bessie Jean and Viola." "Bessie Jean has a car." "Have you ever seen her drive it?" "No, but I've seen the car parked in her garage." "She doesn't want to drive. She wants to be chauffeured. She told Mother, 'With so much traffic these days, it's too dangerous.'" "Traffic? In Hollyoaks?" They burst into laughter. "And get this," Michelle said, "she blames the Catholics, says we drive like maniacs." They laughed again, but Michelle's mother put an end to the conversation when she came rushing into the bedroom once more. "Michelle, I'm begging you now, get dressed." She headed for Laurent, brandishing 2 giant safety pins. "These were all I could find," she said apologetically, as she pinned Laurent's bra to the lining of her dress. Michelle was finally ready to leave for the church at 20 minutes to 7. Her beaded ivory wedding gown was a replica of a Vera Wang design she had seen in a magazine and had fallen in love with. It fit her petite hourglass frame perfectly. When she finally turned to face her mother and Laurent, they both grabbed Kleenex to dab at their eyes and wipe their noses. "Oh, Michelle, you look beautiful," Laurent whispered. "Absolutely beautiful." "Your daddy's going to cry when he sees you," her mother announced, sniffling. Michelle adjusted her veil, then squeezed Laurent's hand. "Okay, I'm ready. Let's go." As she was walking to the door, she called over her shoulder, "Don't forget to wear the necklace I gave you." Laurent would have forgotten it if she hadn't been reminded. At the rehearsal dinner, Michelle had given to all the bridesmaids a delicate gold chain as a gift. It took her several tries to get the necklace fastened. Then she stood in front of the full-length mirror and put on her diamond-studded earrings. The only other piece of jewelry she had on was the engagement ring. She held her hand out in front of her and stared down at the shimmering diamond for a long moment. Tears blurred her vision. Her heart felt as though it were breaking. She thought about taking the ring off and giving it back to Nick right away, but then she changed her mind. She would wait until after the reception. Then she would give him the ring and say goodbye. Dear God, how was she ever going to get through that? Oh, how she loved him. He had come into her life and changed it forever, for he'd made her open her eyes and her heart to the world around her and to all the possibilities. How was she ever going to live the rest of her life without him? Laurent stared at herself in the mirror and slowly straightened her shoulders. Her heart would be broken, yes, but she would survive. Alone, once again. Chapter 35. The church was packed. Everyone who lived in Hollyoaks must have been invited to the wedding, Nick decided, as he stood in the back of the church watching the people stream in. Several families tried to go upstairs, but the iron gate that led to the balcony was locked, and there was a hand-printed sign above simply stating, "Do not enter." Some of them tried to jiggle the lock loose and go upstairs, but then they gave up and went searching for a seat inside the main church. 2 ushers were urging guests to move closer together so that more people could squeeze into the pews, even as the mother of the bride was being escorted down to the front row. Nick was trying to stay out of the way. Laurent was with the bridal party in the vestibule below the balcony. The door was open, but the bride couldn't be seen. Nick watched Laurent open the closet door and put her purse on the shelf inside. She caught his eye as she was turning around, gave him a hesitant smile, and then walked out of sight. Michelle's father had partially closed the double doors leading into the church so that the wedding party could line up and not be seen. He stood with his hand on the doorknob, peeking inside as he waited for Father Tom to come out of the sacristy and take his place in front of the altar. Worried and flustered that he would forget what he was supposed to do or that he would trip on his daughter's dress and send her flying, he began to pant with anxiety. In a few minutes, he was going to be giving his only daughter away. He reached into the vest pocket of his rented tux and pulled out his handkerchief. It was while he was mopping his brow that he remembered the Vanderman sisters. "Oh, good Lord," he whispered loudly. His daughter heard him. She saw the panic on her father's face. "What's wrong, Daddy? Did someone faint?" "I forgot the Vanderman sisters," he told her. "Daddy, you can't go get them now. The wedding's starting." Her father frantically looked around for help, spotted Nick, and grabbed him. "Could you please go and get Bessie Jean and Viola? They're probably waiting on the curb, and I'll never hear the end of it if they miss this wedding." Nick didn't want to leave Laurent, but he was the only available man or woman in the vestibule who wasn't in the wedding. He knew it would only take him a couple of minutes to drive down the hill and back, yet he still resisted. Laurent saw his hesitation. She got out of line and hurried over to him, her silk skirt rustling about her ankles. "You won't miss anything," she said, loud enough for Michelle's father to hear. Then she leaned closer and whispered, "It's over, remember? You don't have to worry about me anymore." "Yeah, okay," he agreed reluctantly. "I'll go in just a minute after you walk down the aisle." "But if you hurry—" "I want to watch you walk down that aisle," he said, a bit more abruptly than he'd intended. In truth, what he wanted was to make sure she was in Noah's capable hands before he left the church. He didn't give her time to argue further, had that been her inclination. He slipped inside the church and hurriedly walked along the back wall to the south corner so that he was directly in line with the sacristy. He was waiting for Tommy and Noah to come out so that he could get Noah's attention. A hush of expectancy fell over the crowd. Then Tommy walked out, and with a noisy clatter, the guests got to their feet. Tommy was wearing his ceremonial white and gold robes, and he was smiling as he slowly made his way around the altar to take his place at the top of the 3 steps in front of the main aisle. Once he was in position, he folded his hands, then glanced at the pianist and nodded. The second the music started, the crowd turned in unison to the double doors, craning their necks and shifting for the best view when the bride appeared at the entrance. Noah had followed Tommy out onto the altar, but he stayed in the background by the sacristy door with his arms folded across his chest. His hands were hidden inside the sleeves of his black cassock, his right hand curled around the butt of his Glock as he slowly scanned the audience. Nick raised his hand and motioned to Noah. The first bridesmaid had just started walking toward Tommy when Noah went down the side steps and crossed to the side aisle, heading for Nick. By the time he reached the corner where Nick was waiting, the second bridesmaid had just stepped into the main aisle. "I got stuck doing an errand," Nick said. "Once Laurent's down at the altar, I'll leave. I'll only be gone a couple of minutes, but I need you to cover her and Tommy until I get back." "No problem," he assured him. "I won't let either of them out of my sight." Nick looked relieved. "I know I'm being stubborn about this." "Hey, you've got to go with your gut," Noah said. "I'd trust your instinct over Wesson's hard evidence any day of the week." "Like I said, I'm only going to be gone 5-10 minutes tops." Noah nodded toward the back doors. "There's Laurent. Lord, she's hot." "You're in church, Noah." "Right. But man, oh man, does she look good." Nick barely glanced at her. While Noah slowly made his way back to the altar, getting waylaid by young women who grabbed hold of his hand to say hello as he passed their pews, Nick searched the faces in the crowd. Nick spotted Willie and Mark near the front. Neither one of the men had shaved, but they had changed their clothes to short-sleeved shirts and ties. They, too, focused their complete attention on Laurent. As soon as she reached Tommy and turned to join the other bridesmaids at the bottom of the steps, Nick went out the side door. He ran to his car, cursing loudly when he saw that the parking lot was crammed with cars blocking his exit. He got inside, started the motor, and then drove over the curb and down the manicured lawn, trying to avoid the flower beds brimming with impatience and rose bushes. He went at a snail's pace until he reached the main driveway. Then he floored it and sped down the street. He was fighting the instinct to turn around and go back to the church. He tried to reason away the panicky feeling. Laurent and Tommy were safe with Noah. He wasn't going to let anything happen to them. As long as they were in church, they were okay. The ceremony and the Mass would take about an hour, depending on how long Tommy's sermon ran. Even if Nick was delayed, everything would be fine. He wouldn't be so tense if he had the results of the damn reports. What was taking so long? Nick thought about calling Pete now to find out if he knew anything more, but then he changed his mind. He knew Pete would call him the second he had the information. He was going 60 by the time he reached the Vanderman Street and had to brake hard to come to a screeching stop in front of their driveway. The car was still rocking as Nick shoved the gear into park. Bessie Jean and Viola were waiting on the sidewalk. He left the motor running as he jumped out and ran around to the other side to open the back door for them. He noticed Viola was holding a large plastic container, but didn't want to waste time asking her what it was. Besides, Bessie Jean was lacing into him, irritated that she was missing the wedding.
I just hate to be tardy. I don't like to be late for anything, not even—
Couldn't be helped, Nick said, cutting into her complaints. Let's go, ladies.
We might as well take our time now, Viola said. We've missed the bride walking down to meet the groom, haven't we?
Well, of course we have, sister. The wedding was said to start at 7 o'clock, and it's after that now.
Let's get in the car, ladies, Nick urged, trying to hold on to his patience. Viola wasn't going to be rushed.
Nicholas, will you be a dear and run this cake across the street? Put it in the kitchen, please. The boys aren't home.
They're at the wedding, Bessie Jean said. They probably got there in plenty of time, too.
I baked the cake for Justin, Viola said, because he helped with the flower bed.
Couldn't you take it over tomorrow? Nick asked, his frustration near the boiling point.
No, dear, it will go stale, Viola said. I would carry it over, but I'm wearing my brand new patent leather shoes, and they're pinching my toes. It won't take you but a minute, she added, as she held the cake out to him.
It was quicker to do what she asked than stand on the curb arguing with her. Nick grabbed the cake out of her hands and ran across the street.
I told you to wear sensible shoes, but you never listened to me, Bessie Jean chided Viola.
Nick crossed the yard and ran up the stone steps. He wanted to leave the cake at the front door, but he knew Viola was watching, and if he didn't follow her instructions, she might nag him into going back. What a pain in the ass, he thought, as he shoved the door open. It was dark inside and cool, the only sound the gentle hum of the central air conditioner kicking on. He crossed the cluttered living room, stepping on old newspapers and discarded pizza boxes and empty beer cans littering the floor. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a cockroach scurry into one of the boxes. He noticed the beer cans and bottles on all the tables, and on the carpet by the coffee table that was also piled high with old newspapers and empty beer cans. On top of the stack of papers was a large pink and yellow seashell, obviously meant to be decorative, but instead being used as an ashtray. The shell was overflowing with cigarette and cigar butts, and the air in the room was rank and stale. The place was a pigsty. The dining room table was covered with an old, torn, paint-splattered tarp, and on top were several unopened cans of house paint and a couple of big plastic sacks from the local hardware store with paintbrushes sticking out. A swinging door connected the dining room to the kitchen, exactly like the one in Laurent's house. Nick pushed the door open and then stepped into the kitchen. The first thing that struck him was the pungent smell. It was strong, acrid, familiar. Whatever the stringent combination was, it made his eyes tear and his throat burn. Unlike the other rooms, the kitchen wasn't cluttered. No, it was immaculate. The counters were bare, spotless, shining, like another kitchen he'd been in. Recognition was sudden. He remembered the odor, vinegar and ammonia, and he remembered exactly where he'd smelled it before. His gaze frantically searched the kitchen. Truth slammed into him like a wrecking ball. Everything clicked into place. He dropped the cake and instinctively reached for his gun as he whirled around toward the table, guessing before he looked what he was going to find. There, in the center of the table, placed neatly between the salt and pepper shakers, was an extra-large, clear plastic quart-sized jar of antacid tablets. Pink. The tablets were pink, just like he remembered. And right beside the jar sat a tall, narrow-necked bottle of red hot sauce. The only thing missing was the Cocker Spaniel trembling in the corner. Laurent! He lunged through the doorway. He had to get back to the Abbey before it was too late. As he ran through the living room, he crashed into the coffee table, overturning it. He leapt over the legs and ripped the front door open. The church! The bastard was going to grab her when she left the church. Shoving the gun back into his holster, he raced to get the phone in his car. He couldn't waste valuable time trying to reach the closest authorities. Pete could sound the alarm and get him help while Nick and Noah protected Tommy and Laurent, the pawns in Heartbreaker's deadly game. He reached the street, shouted to Bessie Jean, "Go inside and call the Nugent sheriff. Tell him to get every available man to the Abbey." He dove into the car, leaving the door open as he reached over to pull a Glock and another magazine out of the glove compartment. He grabbed the phone and continued to shout at the stunned ladies watching him. "Go," he screamed, "and tell them to come armed." He jerked the gear into drive and slammed his foot down on the gas pedal. The momentum shut the door as the car shot forward. He punched the speed dial for Pete's cell phone. He knew he always carried it, and that the only time the power was turned off was when he was home or in the air. He got his voicemail on the first ring. Shouting a blasphemy, Nick disconnected, then hit the speed dial for Pete's home number. As he raced up the hill, going 70 miles an hour now, he chanted into the phone, "Come on, come on, come on." 1 ring. 2 rings. Then on the 3rd ring, Pete answered the phone. Nick shouted, "It isn't Brenner. It's Stark. He's using Laurent to get to me. It was a setup from the very beginning. He's going to kill her and Tommy. Get some help, Pete. We're all targets." Chapter 36. Donald Stark, known to the residents of Hollyoaks as that nice, polite farmer Justin Brady, was crouched down below the railing of the choir loft, waiting and watching for his opportunity. Oh, how he had planned for this day. The celebration was finally at hand. It was going to be his moment of glory and Nicholas Buchanan's day of reckoning. His good mood was being sorely tested now, though, by Nicholas. The mule was, in fact, making Stark quite frantic, trying to ruin all of his wonderful plans by making him waste time worrying. Once again, he slowly inched up over the wall and searched the crowd below. He could feel the rage building inside and fought to contain it. All in good time, he promised himself. And then he looked again. Where had the mule disappeared to? After searching through the crowd a 3rd time, Stark concluded he wasn't in the church. Where, oh where, could he have gone? And then the thought occurred to him that perhaps the mule was standing in the back, under the balcony. Stark had to be sure. He decided he would have to risk it and sneak downstairs to look for himself. He had to be certain. Had to. It was imperative that the mule attend the celebration. He was the guest of honor, after all. Keeping his head down, Stark crawled back to the bench where he'd put the key to the iron gate. He was reaching up to grab it when he heard the screech of tires. Scrambling over to the window, he peered out just as the mule's green Explorer came barreling up the driveway. Stark grinned. "Good things come to those who wait," he whispered. Then he sighed. Everything was back on schedule. The guest of honor would be strolling into the church any minute now. He picked up the rifle, adjusted the scope, and then got into position, hunched down on his knees beside the tripod. The video camera was focused on the altar, and he reached up and pushed the button to start the tape. Timing was everything, of course. What good was killing Father Tom and Laurent if the mule wasn't there to watch? No good at all, Stark reasoned. He was determined to get both the murders on film, too. How could he boast that he had bested the FBI if he didn't have the goods to prove it? Stark knew he was smarter than all the mules put together, and soon now, very soon, the world would know it too. The tape would mock them, prove their incompetence, humiliate them in the same way that Nicholas had humiliated him. "You messed with the wrong man," he whispered, his voice shimmering with hate. His fingers curled around the smooth barrel. He could feel the power under his fingertips growing stronger, more potent with each caress. And still he waited for the pretty boy priest to finish the wedding ceremony and go up the steps and get back behind the altar table to start Mass. Stark had done his homework. He knew exactly where everyone in the wedding party would be sitting. He'd been pretending to be working in the balcony while the rehearsal was going on, and he knew that the bride and groom, the best man and the maid of honor, were going to follow the priest up on the altar and sit in chairs like royalty, slightly behind the altar table and to the right against the north wall. Both brother and sister would be center stage in the camera's lens. It was going to be perfect. He would kill Tommy Boy first. One shot through the center of his forehead that would look absolutely marvelous on film. And while Nicholas was still reeling from the shock, who wouldn't after witnessing his best friend's death, Stark would swing the rifle to the right and kill Laurent. The camera would be capturing her reaction to her brother's death. Stark pictured the look of horror in her eyes, the scant second before he killed her, and he smiled again. It was going to be delicious. Bam, bam, thank you, ma'am. He'd get the brother and sister before the crowd had time to react. Stark was counting on the guests to panic and stampede their way like cows to the doors. He needed the pandemonium to give him time to get downstairs through the trapdoor he'd built in the floor behind the organ. He'd land in the closet off the vestibule, get outside through the front window, and blend in with all the hysterical men and women. He might even decide to have a little more fun and do some screaming, too. "So much to do, so little time," he whispered. For in those precious 2 or 3 seconds, maybe even as many as 4, before the crowd swelled from their seats, he was going to try to kill Willie and Mark. They were seated next to the main aisle, 6 rows from the front. Stark knew he was being greedy, but he didn't care. He had to get rid of them. He'd been fantasizing about it for as long as he'd had to endure living with them. His housemates were pigs. Vile, filthy pigs. He couldn't abide the thought of letting such garbage continue to pollute the world. No, that wasn't an option. They had to die, and if he couldn't kill them today, then he would come back and get them later. He wouldn't bother to film their deaths, however, for like the whore, Tiffany, Willie and Mark weren't worthy enough to be remembered. He stifled a girlish giggle as he thought about the garage door opener he'd made such clever adjustments to. It was clipped to the visor in his van. No one would notice it or give it a second thought. It wasn't going to open any garage doors, no siree. One push of the button and wham, bam. News at 11. Are we having fun yet? Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Because of Michelle's metal leg brace, she wasn't able to kneel, and for that reason, Tommy married the couple at the beginning of the ceremony instead of waiting until the middle of the Mass, as was the usual custom. He had great hopes for this couple. Christopher was a good, decent man and very level-headed. He believed in marriage and commitment, as did his lovely bride. Both of them had endured hardships in the past and had survived with grace and dignity, and Tommy knew that they would fight to keep their vows to each other when they hit those inevitable rocky patches. It was a joy to marry them. He smiled as Christopher put the wedding ring on Michelle's finger. Her hand was trembling so it took the groom 2 tries. Christopher was as steady as an old oak. Tommy gave the blessing and then turned to go up the stairs. The choir began to sing, "Oh, Precious Love." While the other members of the wedding party quietly filed into the front pews, The bride and groom, flanked by the best man and the maid of honor, followed Tommy up to the altar. Crossing behind him, they walked to the chairs against the wall and took their seats. Laurent straightened the long train on Michelle's wedding dress and then sat down next to her. None of them would get up again until communion was served. The two altar boys, cousins on Michelle's side of the family, sat on the opposite side of the altar by the sacristy door. Noah stood beside them. As Tommy was coming around the altar, he noticed Noah slouching against the wall. He frowned at him and, cupping his hand at his side, motioned for him to stand tall. Noah immediately complied. Tommy turned to the congregation then. He bowed his head, braced his hands on the cool marble top, and then slowly genuflected. And that was when he noticed the flowers. There, tucked under the altar, was a beautiful crystal vase filled with white lilies. Tommy assumed the flowers had been placed there by the florist to get them out of the way while the altar was being prepared for the wedding ceremony. Whoever had put the white linen cloth across the marble top had simply forgotten to put the flowers back. Tommy bent down and leaned in to pick up the vase, but as he was lifting it, he saw the tiny pin-size red light blinking at him. Puzzled, he leaned in to get a closer look. Then he saw the oblong block attached underneath the altar top. It was about the size of a brick covered in a mass of gray duct tape. There were red and white and blue wires protruding from the tape, and in the center was a red light. He knew exactly what he was looking at now. It was a bomb. And from the size of it, Tommy thought there was enough there to blow the church apart. The blinking red light indicated the bomb had already been activated. "My God," he whispered, so stunned he couldn't move. His heart felt as though it had just stopped. His immediate reaction was to jump up and shout a warning, but he was able to stop himself in time. Stay calm. Yes, he had to stay calm. The last thing he wanted to do was cause a panic. He let go of the vase, then grabbed it before it toppled over. His hands were shaking violently now, and he could feel the sweat beading on his forehead. What in God's name should he do? Still down on one knee, he half-turned toward Noah and motioned for him to come to him. Noah saw Tommy's stricken expression and immediately hurried toward him. He thought Tommy was sick. His complexion was as gray as the marble. Tommy had to grip the edge of the altar to get to his feet. All he could think about was getting the congregation outside. His mind raced. He hadn't been down on his knee for more than 4 or 5 seconds at the most, but it was still long enough for the crowd to wonder what he was doing. He held onto the altar top with one hand, grabbed the vase with the other, and stood up just as Noah reached him. Tommy forced a smile on his face, put the flowers on the altar next to the microphone, and then stepped back. He didn't want the microphone to pick up his whisper when he told Noah what he had found. Noah moved to stand in front of Tommy with his back to the congregation. "What's wrong?" he whispered. Tommy leaned close and whispered into his ear, "There's a bomb under the altar." Noah's expression didn't change. He simply nodded as he whispered, "Let me have a look." Then he turned toward the crowd, made a hasty sign of the cross the way Tommy had taught him, and knelt down. He wanted the congregation to think he was participating in the ceremony. Bowing his head, he ducked lower and leaned in. "Lord," he whispered. He'd wanted to see what he was dealing with, his hope that it was a simple homemade device that could easily be dismantled. No such luck. One glance told him the explosive was damn complex, too complex for him to deal with. It would take an expert to figure out which wires to clip, and where in God's name were they going to find an explosives expert in a town the size of Hollyoaks? Noah pulled back and looked up at Tommy. "Can't undo it." As he raised to his feet, Tommy whispered, "Okay, we've got to get them all out of here. I'll get Christopher to help. You get the altar boys moving." Tommy hurried toward the groom. He was halfway there when he stopped and motioned for Christopher to get up and come to him. He didn't want Michelle to hear what he was going to say. She was watching him closely, a puzzled look on her face, and then she leaned toward Laurent and whispered to her. Laurent shook her head slightly, indicating she didn't know what Tommy was doing. In a low, urgent whisper, Tommy said, We've got a problem here, and I need your help getting everyone outside. There's a bomb under the altar. We don't want a panic," he added when he heard Christopher's drawn-in breath. "We can do this. They'll follow you and Michelle. Now go," he ordered. "The grotto," Christopher whispered. "Tell everyone to follow us to the grotto, like I've got a surprise for Michelle." "Yes." "Good," Tommy whispered. He quickly turned around and headed back to the altar. Adjusting the microphone, he took a breath and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, Christopher has a surprise for Michelle. Please follow the bride and groom to the grotto at the bottom of the hill." Christopher had already reached Michelle before Tommy began his announcement. She looked quite stunned when he pulled her to her feet, then swept her up into his arms. "Christopher, what are you doing?" she whispered. "Just smile, honey. We have to get out of here." Michelle wrapped her arms around his shoulders and smiled as he had instructed. She whispered, "Am I going to like this surprise?" Christopher didn't answer her. He strode across the altar, down the steps, and up the center aisle. His enthusiasm made Laurent smile. Christopher was practically running. She and David, the best man, waited until Tommy had finished his announcement. Then they stood. Laurent slipped her arm through David's and followed the bride and groom, but at a much more sedate pace. A murmur rolled through the crowd, and it became quite noisy as the wedding guests gathered up their possessions, kicked the kneelers back, and stood up to file out of the church. Stark couldn't believe what he was seeing. They were leaving. "No," his mind screamed. "This was not acceptable. No one could leave. What surprise was the priest babbling about? Leaving early wasn't part of the rehearsal. The grotto? Why were they going to the grotto? What had he missed?" His mind was speeding now, his thoughts getting jumbled together in his mind. Not acceptable. Laurent. She was leaving too. No, no, no! She's walking across the altar now. Tom first, then Laurent, like he planned. But the mule had to see it happen. The priest was speaking into the microphone again. "Those of you who are close to the side doors should go out that way. It will save time," he added. Stark, shaking with fury, could feel his control slipping away, disintegrating. But then, just as he was about to leap to his feet and start shooting, he saw the side door open, and there he was, the mule himself, trying to get inside as the crowd was pushing out. Nicholas had finally arrived. There now, it's all right now," he whispered. He felt like shouting with joy. He was so thrilled to see the mule, he wanted to wave to him. "Good to see you, Nicholas." "Yes, sirree." There was still time. Showtime, if he acted quickly. Swinging his rifle up, he went for his first target. Don't laugh, he whispered. But the thrill was so exquisite, he didn't know if he could stop himself. He looked through the scope as he slipped his finger on the trigger. Gentle now, wait for it. Noah had just nudged the altar boys toward the side door and was turning to intercept Laurent before she reached the center aisle. He wasn't about to let her out of his sight. She would leave with Tommy and him. He was about 12 feet away from Tommy when he saw the beam of light bouncing across the wall. He instantly reacted. "Gun!" he shouted as he pulled his own weapon from his sleeve and raced toward Tommy. His attention was focused on the choir loft as he fired at the source of the light. Nick had seen the laser beam skipping across the altar toward Tommy, just as Noah shouted the warning. "Get down!" he yelled as he shoved his way through the startled crowd. Tommy didn't have time to react. He heard a spitting sound, and a chunk of the altar splintered into the air. 1 second, Noah and Nick were shouting, and the next, Noah was firing his gun at the balcony as he made a diving leap at Tommy and knocked him to the floor. Noah's head struck the edge of the marble top as they went down, and then he fell like a dead weight on top of him. Tommy pushed himself free and scrambled to get the unconscious Noah behind cover. As he struggled to pull him back, Tommy saw the blood pouring from Noah's left shoulder. The screams from the crowd, frantic to get out of the church, pierced the air. The aisles were crammed with hysterical men and women. Nick had his Sig Sauer in his right hand, and as he pushed forward, knocking people out of his way, he reached behind him under his jacket and pulled out the loaded Glock from his waistband.
This is the end of Disc 11. Disc 12.
He leapt onto a pew and opened fire. Running along the tops of the benches, he fired the guns in succession, trying to keep the bastard pinned down. Stark ducked behind the railing. What was happening? The blonde-headed priest had pulled out a gun and started shooting at him, and he'd been able to get off only a few shots. He'd seen Father Tom go down, then the other priest, and he was sure he'd hit both of them. Now he had to get Laurent. Stark inched the gun up and got her in his sights. She was down on her knees at the bottom of the altar steps. She was struggling to get up when he fired. She went down again, but he couldn't tell where the bullet had struck her. Gunshots were blazing away at him. He dropped the rifle and scrambled on his belly to get to the trapdoor. The videotape. He had to get the tape. The air around him sizzled with bullets. One nearly got him in his hand as he reached for the video camera. Couldn't get it, but he couldn't leave without it. Stark crawled to the outlet next to the organ, then jerked the cord. Gunfire and screams ricocheted around him. The camera crashed to the floor, shattering, and he reeled it toward him. A second later, he had the tape. He shoved it into the pocket of his windbreaker, zipped it closed, and then scrambled behind the organ and lifted the trapdoor. Swinging his feet in first, he slid down onto the ledge he'd built in the ceiling below. Then he reached up, pulled the trapdoor closed, and slipped the bolt in place. There was so much noise, he didn't worry about anyone hearing him kick through the ceiling. He landed in the closet, opened the door, and peeked out. No one was inside the vestibule, but he could see the swarm of people pushing and shoving to get out the front doors. Stark decided to blend in with the mob. He ran through the vestibule and then elbowed his way into the crowd. An old woman grabbed his arm to keep from being pitched forward, and gentleman that he was, he wrapped his arm around her and helped her outside. He glanced back once and had to fight the laughter. Nicholas was probably still fighting the crowd, trying to get to the iron gate. Eventually, he'd make it up the stairs, but would he find the trapdoor? Stark didn't think so. It had been so cleverly designed. He could just picture the mule standing there scratching his head in puzzlement. Where, oh, where had Justin Brady gone? Yes, that's who the mule would be looking for. But when Nicholas next saw him, Stark was sure the FBI agent wouldn't recognize him. The beard would be gone. The farmer's haircut would be longer, styled and dyed a different color. He'd also changed the color of his eyes, maybe green or blue. He had such a nice collection of contacts to choose from, every color of the rainbow at his disposal. Stark believed he was the master of disguises. Subtle changes, that was the ticket. Nothing dramatic. Just a little of this and a little of that to make a world of difference. Why, his own mother wouldn't have recognized him today if he'd walked up to her and tapped her on the shoulder. Of course, Mother Millicent wasn't seeing much of anything these days, rotting as she was in her backyard under the petunias she was so partial to. Still, if she could see him in his farmer's getup, Stark was sure she'd get a kick out of it. He didn't let go of the old woman on his arm, but dragged her along with him as he turned the corner. He kept close to the building, so that when the mule got up to the loft, he wouldn't see him if he looked out the window. The hag was crying. He reached the side door where the crowd was spilling out of the church, and she started to resist. "Let me go! I have to find my husband! Help me find him!" He shoved her away from him and watched her fall into the bushes. Then he moved on, pushing his way through the throng of people and turning again to make sure the mule wasn't hot on his trail. He let out a low squeal. Father Tom was rushing outside, and the crowd was parting for him. He was carrying the other priest. Tom's white vestments were bloody, but Tom didn't look any the worse for wear, and Laurent, God almighty, she was coming out of the door with him. He was so shocked to see that both of them were still alive and kicking, he almost shouted at them. He recoiled against the wall, his shoulders pressing into the cold stone. What to do? What to do? No time to plan, no time at all. But he had to do something before the opportunity slipped away. A crowd surrounded Tom now. Stark watched as he slowly lowered the other priest to the grass, then knelt over him and whispered into the dying priest's ear, praying for him, no doubt, as if that would do any good. Only the priest he'd shot wasn't a priest, was he? He had a gun. He was a mule, a pretender. How dare they trick him? How dare they? He was a mule, all right, but now he was dying. Stark desperately wanted to kill Tom, yet he knew he couldn't get a clear shot at him, too many people running around like chickens with their heads cut off. He turned his attention to Laurent. Easy pickings, he thought. She was standing by the door against the wall trying to stay out of the way, but every couple of seconds she turned to try to look inside. She wasn't more than 30 feet away from him. He slowly crept forward. She looked dazed, and that gave him an added advantage. He pulled the gun out of his pocket and hid it inside his jacket. "Laurent!" He shouted her name and tried to sound pitiful. He doubled over, his head down, but he peeked up at her as he called out to her again. "Laurent! I've been shot. Please, help me." He staggered closer. "Please." Laurent heard Justin Brady call her name, and without a second's hesitation, she started toward him. He pretended to stumble. Then he groaned loudly. An Academy Award. He should get an award for his flawless performance. Laurent took a step in Justin's direction, and a sting pinched the calf of her right leg. Most likely she'd cut herself when she'd been thrown to the floor by one of the bridesmaids trying to push ahead of her into the aisle. She could feel blood trickling down into her shoe. She was limping, but moved as fast as she could. When she was about 15 feet away from him, she suddenly stopped. Something wasn't quite right. She heard Nick's voice inside her head. "Don't believe anything anyone tells you." And that's when she glanced down and saw what was wrong. Justin watched her take a step back, away from him. He had his right hand inside his jacket, holding his gun flush against his side. He kept stumbling toward her, half doubled over, trying to look as though he were in terrible pain. She wasn't buying it. What was she staring at? His hand. She was staring at his hand. He looked down, and then he saw it. The surgical glove. He had forgotten to remove the surgical gloves. Jolted by his own carelessness, he ran at her like a charging bull. She was turning to run away, shouting for Nicholas, when he slammed the butt of his gun against the base of her skull, silencing her scream. "Hurry," his mind told him. "Get her, get her, get her." She was unconscious, falling, but he caught her around the waist before she hit the ground and dragged her back and around the corner of the building. People were still pouring out of the church, and there were clusters of men and women and children in the parking lot, but no one tried to stop him. Did they see what he was doing? Did they see the gun pressed against Laurent's chest? The barrel was pointed upward, the muzzle under her chin. If anyone dared interfere, Stark knew exactly what he would do. He would blow her pretty little head off. He didn't want her to die. Not yet, anyway. He might have to make a few adjustments, but he still had such grand plans for her. After he locked her in the trunk of his other car, the old souped-up Buick that none of the mules knew belonged to him, he'd drive somewhere safe and tie her up. There were lots of abandoned cabins up in this neck of the woods. He knew he'd find the perfect spot easily. He'd leave her there, trussed up like a turkey with a gag in her mouth, and then he'd go shopping. Yes, sir. That's what he was going to do. He'd buy another video camera. High quality, of course, only the best would do. And he'd purchase at least a dozen videotapes as well. Sony, if they had them, because the resolution was, oh, so much better. And then he would return to his sweet Laurent and film her death. He tried to keep her alive for as long as he could, but when the inevitable occurred, and the light went out of her eyes, and it would, he would rewind the tape and relive the glorious execution. Stark knew from past experience that he would spend hours and hours watching and rewatching the tape until he had every twitch, every scream, every plea memorized. Only when he was completely satisfied would he be able to rest. Once he had disposed of her body in the woods, he would go home. He would make copies of the tapes and send them to everyone he wanted to impress. Nicholas would get one for a keepsake, a reminder of how impotent he had been, daring to go up against the master. Another tape would be sent to the head of the FBI. The director might want to use the gift as a training tape for future mules. Stark would, of course, keep several for his own personal library. Even the best tapes eventually wore out, after all. And the last tape he would make would be auctioned on the internet. Although he wasn't driven by the almighty dollar, a nice nest egg would give him the freedom to go searching for another perfect partner, and this tape would bring a fortune. There was a large following out there surfing the internet with similar tastes in voyeurism. Laurent lay slumped on the ground next to the van while Stark got his keys out. No one could see them, tucked in as they were between two other cars. He unlocked the door, slid the panel back, and then lifted Laurent and threw her inside. As he pulled the door closed, her long skirt got caught, but he was in too much of a hurry now to open the door again. He knew he was being sloppy, but that couldn't be helped. Things were changing so quickly, and then there was also his own forgetfulness with the gloves. He ran around to the driver's side, saw the ambulance threading its way up the drive, trying to get through the crowd and the cars. The siren was blasting away. Stark knew he couldn't get down the driveway, which was the only exit. "Not to worry," he whispered. He started the motor and slowly edged the van over the curb. Then he gunned the engine. The van lurched forward and crashed into the rosebushes. A thorny branch flew up against the window, and Stark instinctively ducked, as though it were going to slice through the windshield and strike him. He was all but standing on the gas pedal now, pushing down with all of his weight. The van raced down the grassy slope, bouncing and rocking along. Stark felt like he was flying. He glanced in the rearview mirror and then began to laugh. No one was following him. He was as safe as a bug in a rug. Should he do it now? Blow them all to kingdom come? The detonator was just above his forehead, clipped like a real garage door opener to the visor. No. He wanted Laurent to watch the fireworks. He decided to stick with his original plan then. He'd blow up the Abbey on his way out of town. He'd already picked the spot. Best seat in the house, at the top of the hill outside of town. He'd be able to see every brick explode. And oh, what a sight that was going to be. My God, he ought to film that too. Send it to all the television stations. News at 11. Yes, sirree. Green-eyed girl, won't you wake up and play? Wake up and play. Laurent, it's time to wake up. He glanced down at his watch and was shocked at how little time had passed. Then he heard the screech of tires, and his head snapped up. He looked in the rearview mirror and saw the green Explorer at the top of the hill. The SUV was soaring through the air, the front tires coming down as Stark watched in disbelief. His rage was uncontrollable. "Not acceptable!" he screamed as he pounded his fist against the steering wheel. The van careened onto the main street, sideswiped a parked car, and slid into a spin sideways. Stark slammed his foot down on the gas pedal, sped forward, and fishtailed around the next corner. He was going 80 now as he raced toward the park. The van almost turned over as he took another corner on two wheels, but it righted itself as he swung the wheel hard to the left. He turned yet another corner, and there it was, the back entrance to the park through the preserve. The mule wasn't behind him now, and Stark was certain he'd lost him. Giggling, he slowed down and entered through the jogger's path. The van bounced along the black tarred surface, the left wheels gliding on smooth surface and the right wheels grinding over rocks at the edge of the path. He thought he heard Laurent groan. He had to stop himself from leaping over the seat and tearing her skin to shreds with his bare hands. The rage was getting stronger, and the thoughts were coming so fast now he was having trouble concentrating. He reached up to adjust the mirror so he could watch her. She was huddled in a ball on her side with her back to him, and she wasn't moving. His mind was playing tricks on him, convinced now that she hadn't groaned. He'd only imagined it. He was so busy watching her, he almost drove the van into the lake. He swerved back onto the road, then adjusted the mirror again so he could see behind him. Because of the angle the path took, he had to slow the van down even more. He couldn't slow his mind, though. He glanced over his shoulder to look at Laurent again, but it wasn't Laurent that he saw. It was the whore, Tiffany. He shook his head. Then, just as suddenly, it was Laurent again. He wanted to stop and close his eyes. He wanted time to clear his mind and get organized again. He had to be organized. He was a planner, meticulous down to the very last detail. He didn't like surprises. That's why he was so rattled, he decided. The surprise of seeing the blonde priest leap in front of Tommy Boy. The priest with the gun shooting at him. The priest who wasn't a priest at all. Stark couldn't get over the fact that the mules, as stupid as they were, had actually tricked him. He'd never considered, not for 1 second, that Tommy's friend was a mule in disguise. Oh, yes. That was why he was so rattled now. They had tricked him into making a mistake. He sighed then. He could feel himself becoming centered again. The thoughts weren't bombarding him. Control. That was the ticket. He was getting his control back. "Almost there," he sang out to Laurent. He slowed the van so he could edge through the pines when he reached the main road that wound around the lake. Then he increased the speed again. The Buick was about 200 yards away, parked between the trees behind the abandoned shack. He couldn't see it yet, but he knew it was where he'd left it, ready and waiting. "Almost there," he repeated. All he had to do was drive around the entrance to the park, then along the curve and hide the van among the trees. He had just reached the road to a cabin when he saw the green Explorer again. The SUV shot through the entrance of the park and then slowed to take the turn. "No!" Stark slammed on the brakes. There wasn't time to back the van, turn it around, and try to outrun the mule. He couldn't go forward either. Nicholas would see him and block him. What to do? What to do? "No, no, no, no," he chanted. He threw the gear into park, grabbed his gun, and jumped out of the van. Because he'd removed the door handles on the inside so that his lady friends couldn't escape while he was busy driving, he had to run around and open the door from outside. He shoved the gun in his jacket and then reached with both hands to lift her. A new plan. Yes, a new plan. He could do it. He'd get her inside, where it was nice and dark, and he'd work on her there, with the doors locked. The mule would be outside, trying to get in, listening to Laurent's screams. The mule would make mistakes then. Yes, he would. And then Stark would kill him. Laurent didn't come awake slowly, or in a foggy daze. It was instantaneous. 1 second she was unconscious, and the next she was struggling to keep from screaming. She could feel the bile burning the back of her throat. She was inside his van. She didn't move for fear he would see her in the mirror or hear her groping around the floor for something to use as a weapon. She dared a quick look, saw the toolbox, but she'd have to move to get it. It was against the back door. Could she get out that way? Swing the door open and jump? Where? Where was the latch? She squinted in the darkness, and then she saw the gaping hole in the back door. The madman had taken the handles off. Why would he do that? Her feet were pressed against the side door, but she couldn't see if that handle had been removed as well, unless she moved, and she didn't dare. She was shaking now and tried to stop, terrified that he would notice and know she was awake. The van hit something in the road. She was lifted and then thrown into the back of the front seat. A second later, she was thrown back again when the van lurched forward. She felt cold metal against her chest. The safety pin was pressing into her skin. She fumbled to get it open. Her hands were trembling, so she almost dropped it, and she caught the whimper before it escaped. She unhooked it and then bent it until it was straight. She didn't know what she was going to do with it, but it was the only weapon she had. Maybe she could drive the pin through his throat. Tears stung her eyes. Her head hurt so much, it was an effort to think at all. Was he watching her now? Did he have a gun in his hand? Maybe she could jump him from behind, surprise him. Ever so slowly she moved her legs up, thinking she could turn and spring upward, grab him by the neck, and then slam his head onto the steering wheel. But something was holding her. Her skirt was caught. She was afraid to turn her head and look for fear that he would see. The van suddenly came to a jarring stop. She did drop the safety pin then, but she grabbed it from the floor before she heard the door open. Where was he going? What was he going to do? Oh, God, he's coming for me. She had to be ready. When he tried to get her out of the van, she would have to be ready. Frantic, her hands violently shaking now, she hooked the pin around her middle fingers just above the knuckles. The metal fastener dug into her skin, tearing it as she hooked it there, anchored so that the long needle was sticking straight out. She cupped her left hand around it, trying to hide it. "Don't let him have his gun in his hand, please, God. Don't let him have the gun." She couldn't spring up and get him if he was holding the gun. He'd kill her before she touched him. "If he does, I wait. Make him carry me. He'll put the gun down if he has to carry me." The van moved when the side door was slid open. Her eyes were tightly closed, and she was trying not to cry as she silently prayed, "Help me, God. Please help me." She could hear his harsh breathing. He grabbed her by her hair and jerked her toward him. When he bent down to pull her out of the van, she opened her eyes and saw the gun. His fingers dug into her sides as he lifted her over his shoulder. He was strong, terribly strong. He ran with her draped over his left shoulder as though she weighed no more than a speck of dandruff on his collar. Laurent's eyes were wide open now, but she didn't dare lift her head for fear that he'd feel the movement. As long as he thought she was unconscious, he wouldn't focus on her. She recognized the abbot's cabin up ahead. She heard a car coming toward them, then the madman's obscenity. He ran up the steps, and then suddenly stopped. She heard him jiggling the doorknob, but it was locked. A second later, a gunshot went off next to her ear. She flinched, and she was sure he felt it. Stark was in such a state to get inside, he kicked the door and tore it from its hinges. He hit the wall switch, and two lamps, one on a credenza by the door and another on a table upstairs on the balcony, lit the cabin. Still holding her on his shoulder, he ran across the front room and into the kitchen. He put the gun down on the countertop and ripped the drawers open, throwing them to the floor. "There we are," he cried out gleefully when he found the drawer of knives. He grabbed the biggest one there, a butcher knife. It looked old and dull, but he didn't care if it was sharp or not. The work he intended to do wasn't going to be meticulous. There simply wasn't time. This one would do nicely, yes sirree. He grabbed his gun, then turned around and ran back into the living room, kicking drawers and utensils out of his path. When he reached the center of the room, he stopped and shrugged her off of him. She crashed into the coffee table, then hit the floor, her left side taking the brunt of the impact. He waited until she was down, then grabbed her by her hair again and jerked her up to her knees. "Open your eyes, bitch. I want you to look out the door. Look at the mule when he comes running in here to save you." As he was speaking, Stark realized he had the butcher knife and the gun in the same hand. He let go of Laurent and switched the knife into his left hand. "There now," he said. "What was I thinking? Can't shoot and cut with the same hand now, can I? Look at me, Laurent. See what I have for you?" She was still up on her knees, and he squatted down behind her. Her body would shield him from Nicholas's gun. He held the knife out in front of her face. "Now what do you think I'm going to do with this?" Although he hadn't expected an answer, he was still disappointed she didn't cry out when she saw the knife. She would, though, once he started working on her. Oh, yes, he knew how to get what he wanted. He was still the master. He jabbed her left arm with the knife and then chuckled with delight when she screamed. Blood spurted down her arm, thrilling him. Then he stabbed her again. "That's my girl! Keep screaming!" he encouraged, his voice eerily high-pitched, manic with excitement. "We want Nicholas to hear you!" He squatted and waited. He braced her shoulders against his with his arm as he pointed the barrel of the gun at the open doorway. He kept his head down behind hers, but he peeked around her toward the door. He jabbed her again just for fun, but she didn't cry out this time. He put the tip of the bloody knife against the side of her neck. "Trying to be brave, Laurent? When I want you to scream, by God, you will." He heard her whimper and smiled. "Don't you fret. I won't shoot the mule right away. I want him to watch me kill you." "Tit for tat," he sang. "What's taking Nicholas so long? What's that boy up to? Maybe he's trying to sneak in through the kitchen door. Oops! There isn't one. He can't do that, can he? Had he not been talking, he would have heard the faint creak above him. Nick had come in through the bedroom window. The tree branch had given way just as he grabbed hold of the window ledge, but the crashing noise he heard from inside covered the sounds he made. The bedroom door was open, and Nick crept forward. He could see Laurent and Stark below the balcony, halfway across the room facing the front door. Nick had his gun in his hand, and the Glock tucked into the back of his waistband. He couldn't get a clear shot at the bastard. If the bullet went through his body, it would hit Laurent. He couldn't risk it. He couldn't go down the stairs either. Stark would see him. What the hell was he going to do? Laurent looked up and saw the shadow on the ceiling. It moved ever so slightly, and she knew that Nicholas was upstairs. It was only a matter of time before the man behind her saw the shadow too. "Why are you doing this, Justin?" "Shut up. I have to listen for the car. I have to hear the mule coming." "You were too quick for him. He must not have seen your van. And he turned north instead of south. He's on the other side of the lake." Stark strained to hear footsteps on the gravel outside, but he was smiling. "Yes, I was quick, wasn't I? A mule can't outsmart me." "Are the mules the FBI?" "Yes," he answered. "You're a very clever girl, aren't you?" She had to keep him talking, keep him focused on what she was saying so he wouldn't look up. "Not as clever as you. Why did you choose me? Why do you hate me?" He drew his thumb down the side of her face. The rubber glove was cold. "Hush that talk. I don't hate you. I love you," he crooned. "But I'm a heartbreaker. I break hearts." "But why me?" she persisted. Her head was down, but her eyes were looking up, watching the shadows slowly creep forward. "It wasn't you at all," he said. "The mule killed my wife, and then he bragged about it in the newspapers. Oh, yes, that's what he did. All that time and energy training her was wasted. She was almost worthy. I sought perfection, and she was getting there. Yes, she was almost perfect. Then Nicholas killed her. They called him a hero. He ruined my life, and they called him a hero. They said he was oh so smart. I couldn't have that now, could I? I had to prove to the world that I was the master." She cringed at the hate in his voice. She didn't have to ask him another question. He seemed to want to explain himself to her. The words were coming faster now. He wanted to tell her everything, to brag about how he had fooled the mules. "When I read the newspaper article and knew who had killed my wife, I had to retaliate. Don't you see? I was forced into it. Your brother was mentioned in that article, and I wanted to know more about good old Father Tom. I read that he and Nicholas had been best friends since they were little boys. At first I thought I'd kill Tom and then go after the mule's family, but then I thought, why give Nicholas the home advantage? Hollyoaks was the perfect town for what I had in mind. It's so nicely isolated. I did my research, found out everything I could about Tommy Boy, and imagine my joy when I found out about you." "It was Nicholas I was after all along," he said, snickering, "until I met you. Then I wanted you too. When I met my wife, there was something about her that reminded me of my mother. You remind me of her too. There's a bit of perfection in you, Laurent. Had the circumstances been different, I would have trained you. Mother's gone now. There wasn't any reason to keep her alive. She had reached perfection, and I knew I had to act quickly." The second he stopped, she blurted, "Who was Millicent? Did she exist?" "Ah, so you listened to the confession tape, did you?" Laurent felt him nod against her. She could smell the sweetness of the Calvin Klein cologne mixed with the sourness of his breath. "Did Millicent exist?" he repeated. "Maybe." "How many did you kill?" "None," he answered. "Mother doesn't count. You can't kill perfection. And whores don't count either. No, of course not. So you see, you'll be the first. He saw the shadow. He swung Laurent around and shouted, I'll kill her! I'll kill her! Drop the gun, Nicholas! Do it! Now, 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 now! Nick had reached the center of the balcony. He put his hands up, but he didn't drop the gun. The dining room table was directly below him. If he could just get over the railing. Stark was still crouched behind Laurent, trying to turn her with him so he could face the steps and be fully protected by the wall behind him. Drop the gun, he shouted again, and come on down and join the party. You aren't going to be able to sneak away this time, Nick said. He could see the terror and pain in Laurent's eyes. If he could just get Stark to move away from her, just a fraction, he could get a shot before he got hit. Of course I'm going to get away. I'm going to kill Laurent and you, and I'm going to get away. The stupid mules will be looking for the hick farmer Justin Brady. I'll cut her throat if you don't drop the gun. Nick let go of the weapon. It barely made a sound as it dropped onto the carpet at his feet. Kick it out of reach, Stark screamed, waving his gun as he gave the order. Nick did as he was told, but slowly lowered his hands until they were level with his shoulders. Every second would count. He wanted his hands close to the railing so he could spring when the time came. I've got you now, don't I, mule? Stark shouted. Who's the master? Who's the hero? They'll never find me, no siree, he gloated. They don't even know who I am. Sure they do, Nick called out. We've always known. You're Donald Stark, and we know all about you. You're a sleazy filmmaker. You use prostitutes to simulate amateur death scenes. S&M crap, he added. And not at all believable. Homemade stuff. You barely make a living selling the junk on the internet, and you've got a lot of dissatisfied customers. Dissatisfied? He roared. Nick deliberately shrugged. You aren't any good, Stark. You ought to get in another line of work. Maybe you can learn a new trade in prison. Stark's full attention was riveted on the balcony. He wasn't aware that he'd lessened his grip on Laurent, or that the butcher knife was now pointed at the doorway and not her throat. No, you're lying. No one knows who I am. You heard me talking to Laurent, and that's how you knew. No, we've always known who you are, Stark. The article we planted in the papers was just a way to draw you out. Everyone was in on it, even Tommy. We planned it down to the last detail. Nick could tell that his lies were working. The bastard's face was red and blotchy, and his eyes bulged out of his head. He hoped that Stark's anger would push him into making a mistake. Nick only needed a second. Come on. Come and get me. Forget about her. Come after me. Laurent saw the barrel of the gun coming up, felt the madman tense against her. He was trying to lift her up with him as he shot Nicholas. Then she heard the screech of tires on the gravel outside the door. Was it Tommy? Oh, God, no. Whoever came through the doorway was going to get killed. No, she screamed as she twisted in his arms and threw herself backward. Her shoulder knocked the hand grasping the gun. Stark fired wild, hitting the glass picture window, shattering it. The blast was so close to her face she could feel the burning heat. She kept fighting and pushing as she turned, but he was too strong. He wouldn't let go of her, and he wouldn't be budged. Stark's gun was swinging upward again just as Jules Wesson appeared in the doorway. Crouched down in a shooter's stance, his arms straight out, both hands on his gun, he waited for a clear shot. Laurent jerked back, twisted again, fighting with all her might until she faced Stark. Then she attacked. Her left hand gripped his wrist, her nails digging into his skin to keep him from aiming his gun. He tried to reach around her to stab her hand with the knife, and that's when she swung her right hand up and rammed the needle into his eye. Stark screamed in agony. He dropped the knife and reached for his eye, howling like a crazed animal. The second Laurent struck Stark, Nick grabbed hold of the railing and swung over. Shouting for her to get down, he reached behind him, grabbed the Glock, and started firing. Stark leapt to his feet, uncontrollably firing his gun. Wesson dove for the floor, narrowly missing a bullet, and then he too fired. Nick fired in midair, landed on the table, and fired again. The first bullet struck Stark in the chest. Wesson blew the gun out of Stark's hand, and Nick's second shot got him in the head as he was turning to run. The third shot struck his leg. Stark was on his back, one leg twisted under him, his eyes wide open. Nick stood over him, his chest heaving as he tried to calm his rage. He heard a sob and whirled around. Laurent was on the floor, her head in her hands. As Wesson rushed forward, Nick dropped to his knees beside her and put his hand out to touch her. Then he stopped. He was afraid that he would only make her pain worse. "I'm so sorry," he whispered. "God, I'm sorry. I brought this to you and Tommy. It's all my fault." She threw herself into his arms. "Is he dead? Is it over?" He wrapped his arms around her and held her tight. Then he closed his eyes. "Yes, love, it's over." Chapter 37. By the time Nick got Laurent to the hospital, Noah was already in surgery. Tommy, still wearing his bloody vestments, came running down to the emergency room when he heard from one of the nurses that his sister had been brought in. He was in a panic until he saw Laurent. She looked like she'd been through hell, but she was breathing and even managed to smile for him. Nick was sitting on the exam table beside her with an arm around her waist. Tommy thought he looked worse than she did, which was pretty awful. Nick's face was gray and his eyes had a haunted look. "What about Noah?" Nick asked. "How's he doing?" "They're working on him now," Tommy said. "The doctor told me the bullet didn't hit anything major, but he's lost a lot of blood. He's going to be all right," he assured them. "It's just going to take him time to get his strength back." "How long has he been in surgery?" Nick asked. "About 20 minutes. He's going to be okay," he said again. "You know Noah. He's as tough as nails." Laurent sagged against Nick and put her head down on his shoulder. Her hand was in his lap and he was holding tight. She hurt everywhere. She couldn't make up her mind which was worse, her head, her arm, or her leg. Every inch of her body seemed to be throbbing in pain. She wanted to rest, but when she closed her eyes, the room began to spin, and that made her queasy. "Where the hell is the doctor?" Nick demanded. "They just paged him," Tommy said. He went to his sister and gently brushed her hair away from her face. "You're going to be all right." He tried to sound certain, confident, but it came out all wrong, and it sounded like he was asking her a question. "Yes, I'll be fine. I'm just tired." "Can you tell me what happened? You were right behind me when I carried Noah outside." "He was there, and he called to me. He asked me to help him. I think he told me he'd been shot." "Who called to you?" "Justin Brady," she answered. "Only he wasn't really Justin." She looked up at Nick. "I started to go to him, but then all of a sudden, I could hear your voice in my head." "What was I saying?" "Don't believe anything anyone tells you." I knew something wasn't right about him, and then I saw the glove on his hand. It was a surgical glove, I think. She looked at Tommy when she added, "I tried to run, but he came after me, and the next thing I remember was waking up inside the van. He took all the door handles off, and I couldn't get out. Tommy, he showed me a photo of his wife. It was at the picnic, and he showed me a photo. He must have stolen it from someone." "Let's talk about this later," Tommy suggested when he saw how upset she was. "Don't think about it now." "Tommy, go hurry up the damn doctor," Nick barked. The physician, a cranky, middle-aged man named Benchley, pulled the curtain back just as Tommy was leaving to go search for him. The doctor took one look at Laurent and then ordered Nick and Tommy to leave. He had the bedside manner of a Doberman. Shouting for a nurse to assist him, he glared at Nick when he didn't move from the table, and once again he demanded that he get out. Nick refused to leave Laurent's side. He wasn't diplomatic in his refusal either. Fear made him hostile and belligerent, but he didn't realize he was up against someone just as belligerent. Dr. Benchley had worked in Los Angeles for over 12 years in a rough inner-city emergency room. He had seen and heard it all. Nothing intimidated him, not even an armed FBI agent with a crazed look in his eyes. Tommy stepped in and dragged Nick out of the cubicle before he lost his temper. "Let him examine her," he said. "He's a good doctor. Come and sit down in the waiting room. If you sit near the door, you can see the curtain from there." "Yeah, all right," Nick said, but he couldn't sit down. He paced instead. "Why don't you go upstairs and wait?" Nick suggested. "Have the nurse page me when Noah comes out of surgery. I want to talk to the doctor." "I'll go up in a minute," Tommy said, "but I want to stay here until Benchley finishes with Laurent. She's going to be okay," he added, more of an assurance for Nick. "She looks bad, but she'll be all right." What if she isn't? Tommy, I damn near got her killed. He had her. The bastard had her pinned up against him with a knife at her throat. I've never been so scared in my life. 1 second. That's all it would have taken to cut an artery. And it's all my fault. I should have known. Known what? Nick didn't immediately answer. He was reliving those terrifying moments when he'd crept out onto the balcony and had seen Laurent down below. I should have figured it out before he had a chance to grab her. And he never should have gotten that chance. Because of my incompetence, Laurent almost lost her life, and Noah got hit. Tommy had never seen Nick so shaken. "Stop beating yourself up and tell me what happened. What should you have known?" Nick rubbed his brow and leaned back against the wall. His gaze was glued to the curtain. He told Tommy everything, and when he was finished, Tommy needed to sit down. "My God, you both could have been killed." He expelled a long breath and then stood. "You know, I'd tell you if I thought you screwed up." "Maybe." "You didn't screw up," Tommy insisted. "Pete didn't figure it out either," he pointed out. "You did your job. You protected my sister and you saved her life." "No, she pretty much saved herself. There I was, armed to the hilt, and she nailed the son of a bitch with a safety pin, drove it right through his eye." Tommy flinched. "She's going to have nightmares." A nurse came to get Nick. There was a phone call from Agent Wesson. Tommy stayed in the waiting area. He happened to look down, and only then realized he was still wearing his white robes and that Noah's blood had saturated the garment. "Wesson found the detonator. It was inside a garage door opener," Nick said when he returned. "What about the bomb?" "The Abbey's blocked off and the bomb squad is coming in by helicopter." "You know, Nick, we're fortunate that no one else was hurt." He was trying to keep his friend occupied because he knew Nick had about had it with waiting. He didn't want him to go charging into the exam room. "Why is the doctor taking so long?" "He's being thorough." "You're awfully damn calm." "One of us has to be." "You're her brother, and you saw what she looked like. If I were you and it was my sister in there, I'd be going nuts." "Laurent's a strong woman." "Yeah, she's strong, but a body can only take so much." The curtain parted, and the nurse who had been assisting the doctor came out. She went to the desk and picked up the phone. The doctor stayed with Laurent. One-on-one with his patient, his bedside manner had vastly improved. He was kind, soft-spoken, and gentle. He numbed the arm and cleaned the wound. Then he wrapped it in gauze to keep it protected until the plastic surgeon arrived to stitch it. He probed the area around her left eye, but stopped when she winced. "You're going to have a doozy of a shiner." The doctor told her he was sending her to radiology. The swelling at the base of her skull worried him, and he wanted to make sure she didn't have a concussion. "We're going to keep you overnight for observation." He put another strip of tape on the gauze to hold it in place as he remarked, "I heard what happened at the church. Bits and pieces, anyway. You're lucky to be alive." Laurent felt numb and a little disoriented. She was finding it difficult to concentrate. She thought the doctor had asked her a question, but she wasn't certain, and she was too weary to ask him to repeat it. "The nurse will help you get into a hospital gown." Where was Nick? Was he out there with her brother, or had he left? She wanted him to take her in his arms and hold her. She moved her leg and bit her lip to keep from crying out. It felt like it was on fire. The doctor was turning to leave when he heard her whisper, "I think it's bleeding again. Could I have a Band-Aid, please?" Benchley turned around. "You need stitches in your arm. Remember I told you that the plastic surgeon was on his way?" He was talking to her as though she were a child. He held up 2 fingers and asked her how many she saw.
2,
she answered, squinting against the penlight he was shining in her eyes.
I was talking about my leg, she explained. I fell down and it's bleeding.
The queasiness was getting worse, and deep breaths didn't seem to be helping. Benchley lifted her skirt and saw the blood on her slip. "What have we got here?" he asked, as he gently pushed the slip up over her knee and then lifted her leg. He examined the bloody wound. She couldn't see the injury. The skirt was in her way.
I just need a Band-Aid, she insisted.
"You sure do," he agreed. "But first we're going to need to remove the bullet." The surgeon had a busy evening. Pulling his cap off, he walked into the waiting room to report that Noah was in recovery. He assured Nick and Tommy that there hadn't been any surprises or complications, and that the agent was going to be fine. Then he turned around to scrub again and operate on Laurent. While he worked on her leg, the plastic surgeon stitched her arm. A nurse gave Tommy his sister's watch and engagement ring. Without a thought, he handed them to Nick. Laurent wasn't in the operating room long, and for a short while she and Noah were in recovery together. She was still unconscious when she was wheeled into a private room. After checking on Noah, Nick went to Laurent's room and stayed with her all night. As soon as Noah was taken to ICU so that he could be closely monitored, Tommy went back to the Abbey to change clothes. Then he returned to the hospital and sat with Noah. Pete Morgenstern arrived around 2 a.m. He went to see Noah first. Tommy had fallen asleep in a chair, but he woke up as Pete was reading Noah's chart. They went out into the hall to talk, and then Tommy told him where he could find Laurent and Nick. Laurent slept fitfully. In those random moments of consciousness, she called out to Nick. The anesthetic was slow to wear off. She couldn't quite manage to open her eyes, but she felt him taking hold of her hand, and she would fall asleep again, comforted by his soothing voice.
Nick?
I'm right here.
I think I threw up on Dr. Benchley.
That's my girl. Another hour passed.
Nick?
I'm still here, Laurent. She felt him squeeze her hand.
Did you tell Tommy we slept together?
She heard a cough, and then Nick answered, No, but you just did. He's standing right here. She fell asleep, but this time she didn't have any dreams or nightmares. When Pete walked into the room, he saw Nick bending over Laurent. He stood there and watched him slip the engagement ring on her finger and then clasp the watch around her wrist. "How's she doing?" he asked, his voice low so he wouldn't disturb her. "She's okay." "What about you?" "Not a scratch on me." "That isn't what I was asking." They walked into the hallway to talk. Pete suggested they go down to the cafeteria, but Nick didn't want to leave Laurent. He wanted to be there in case she called out to him again. And so they sat together in the hallway, in chairs Pete carried over from the nurse's station. "I came here for 2 reasons," he began. "First was to see Noah, of course." "And the other reason?" Pete sighed. "To talk to you and to apologize." "I'm the one who messed up." "No, that's not true," he said emphatically. "I messed up, not you. I should have listened to you. When Brenner was arrested, you told me it didn't feel right to you, and how did I respond? By ignoring everything I trained you to do. I was so certain you couldn't see the forest for the trees because of your personal involvement in this case. I ignored your instincts, and that was a mistake I won't ever repeat. Do you realize how close to disaster we came this time?" Nick nodded. He leaned back against the wall and stretched his legs out. "A lot of people would have been killed if that bomb had gone off." Pete began to question Nick then, and didn't stop until he had heard every detail and was satisfied. "Reading the article in the paper. Yes, that's what set him off," Pete said. "I guess so." "His wife was almost perfect. That's what you heard him tell Laurent?" "Yes," Nick said. Stark's wife had to have known what was coming. Once Stark decided she couldn't get any better, that she was as perfect as she could be, he was going to kill her, just like he killed his mother. Knowing all the facts now, I think maybe her mind did snap, and that's why she took the little boy.
We'll never know what her motive was, Pete said. If I were to speculate, I would suggest that perhaps she thought a family would change things.
Turn him into a doting father?
Something like that.
I think maybe she wanted to end it. Let us get her instead of him. Pete nodded.
You could be right. What about Laurent? He asked then.
The doctors say she'll be okay.
Are you going to be staying around?
Nick knew what Pete was asking. I'll stay long enough to tell her how sorry I am I got her into all of this.
And then?
I'm leaving. His mind was made up.
I see.
He glanced over at Pete. Damn, I really hate it when you say that. You sound like a shrink.
You can't shield your heart, Nick. Running away won't solve your problem.
And you're going to tell me what my problem is, aren't you?
Of course I am, he agreed smoothly. Loving Laurent makes you human, and that's what's frightening you. It's that simple.
I'm not running away. I'm going back to work. What kind of a life could I offer her? She deserves to be happy and safe, damn it, and I can't guarantee that. Stark used her and Tommy to get to me. It could happen again. God knows I've made enemies since I started working for you. What if another creep comes after her? No, I can't let that happen. I won't take that chance.
So you'll isolate yourself even more than you already have? Is that it?
Nick shrugged.
You've made your mind up?
Pete pressed. Damn right. Pete knew he wasn't going to win this argument, but he felt compelled to interfere a little more.
Psychiatrists are trained to notice little things. We observe.
So?
When I walked into Laurent's room, I noticed you were putting the engagement ring on her finger. I found that very curious.
Nick couldn't explain his actions. I didn't want her to wake up and think she'd lost it. She can take it back to the store and get a refund. That's all there was to it. Now let it go.
Just one more comment, and then I'll stop hounding you, I promise. Actually, it's a question.
What? He asked. He sounded miserable.
Where are you going to find the strength to leave her?
Chapter 38. A week had passed since Noah was shot. The agent was recuperating at the Abbey, but he was getting very little rest, what with the anniversary celebration and the constant stream of visitors, most of whom were women bearing gifts. The abbot was thrilled. They had enough home-cooked food to last a month. Tommy had just walked one of the parishioners to the door, thanked her for the casserole, and returned to the den where Noah was sprawled out on the sofa. Tommy dropped down in the easy chair and put his feet on the ottoman. He was catching Noah up on the latest developments, but he kept getting interrupted. Okay, where was I? You were telling me what happened with Laurent at the hospital. Yeah, that's right. Neither Nick nor I knew Laurent had a bullet lodged in her leg. So the doctor comes out and tells us she's been shot. Nick goes crazy then.
Love'll do that to a man.
I guess so, Tommy agreed. He was already acting nuts, but this news pushed him right over the edge.
Yeah?
Noah asked, smiling. I wish I could have seen it. He's always so cool and calm. What'd he do? He starts shouting, "What the hell do you mean she was shot? What kind of a place are you running here?" Noah laughed. Who was he yelling at? Dr. Benchley. You met him, didn't you? Yes, he's a real charmer. He's shouting back at Nick, "Hey, buddy, I didn't shoot her." But Nick's out of his mind now, and I start to worry he's going to shoot Benchley. So then what happened? Nick wouldn't leave her side. He stayed with her all night, but he told Pete and me that as soon as she woke up, he was going to say goodbye. He did, too. He shook her hand. Noah burst into laughter. What'd she do? She called him an idiot and went back to sleep. I do love your sister, Tommy. Nick was real determined. He had a lot of follow-up work to do, and that kept him in Nugent a few days. They found Lonnie holed up in a motel outside of Omaha. He's been charged with arson. What about Brenner? Did they find the bank account the sheriff told Laurent about? Yeah, they did. Brenner was altering the books and stealing from Griffin, the developers. Steve's going to be going away for a long time. Hey, did I tell you what Christopher did? The groom? Tommy nodded. While he and Michelle were in Hawaii on their honeymoon, he spent a lot of time on the phone putting together a deal. He convinced Griffin to buy another parcel of land the city owns and leave the town square alone. The way he worked it out, some of the profits will go to renovating the square and bringing in new businesses. Christopher's done a very good thing for this town. As soon as he gets settled, he's going to hang his shingle 2 doors down from Laurent's store. When the store opens, Michelle's going to manage it. What will Laurent be doing? Painting. Noah smiled. That's good. It's time for you to take another antibiotic. I'll wash it down with a beer. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. You can't have a beer. You priests are too damn strict. Tommy got him a Pepsi and sat down again. I heard that Wesson is thinking about resigning. The smile left Noah's eyes. He should be encouraged to quit. You should cut the guy a little slack, Tommy said. Nick told me he made himself a target in the cabin, trying to divert Stark and help Nick get a clear shot. It was too little too late. I don't want to talk about Wesson. Pete already filled me in on what went down. So, tell me, he continued, did Nick leave her or not? She left him. No kidding. Where'd she go? To Paris. Tommy was beaming when he added, she won the lawsuit. She got every penny of grandfather's money back, plus a heck of a lot of interest. She had to fly over to sign some papers. All's well that ends well. I didn't tell Nick why she went. Noah raised an eyebrow. What did you tell him? Tommy shrugged. That she went to Paris. Implying it was permanent? I might have. There's no way in hell he went after her. Getting on a transatlantic flight, he'd never do that, not in a million years. Tommy looked at his watch. He should be landing in Paris any minute now. Noah laughed again. He is nuts. It was okay for him to leave her, but he couldn't stomach the notion of her leaving him. Actually, he got to Des Moines before he turned around and drove back. Then I had to tell him she was gone. Forever. Tommy nodded. Tough love, he explained. I love Nick like a brother, but I had to get tough. You mean you lied to him? Yes. Well, I'll be damned. I think you just committed a sin. Want me to hear your confession? Laurent was exhausted. She cried most of the way to Paris, and when she wasn't weeping, she was fuming because she had fallen in love with an idiot. She didn't get any sleep at all, and as soon as the plane landed, she had to go directly to the law firm's offices to sign the papers. They wanted to celebrate. She wanted to go to Boston and find Nick, but couldn't make up her mind what she would do once she found him. One minute she thought she would kiss him, and the next she thought she would give him a piece of her mind, but then she didn't know her mind anymore. She used to be such a practical, down-to-earth sort of woman, but Nick had changed her. She couldn't sleep, she couldn't eat, she couldn't do anything but cry. She checked into the hotel and took a long, hot shower. She had packed a pretty nightgown, but she put on the red T-shirt with the open-mouthed bass on the front instead. How could he leave her? The tears started flowing again, and that made her angry. She remembered his reaction when she told him she loved him. He'd looked horrified. She thought it was because she was complicating his life, but now she stopped fooling herself and accepted the truth. He didn't love her. It was that simple. Laurent grabbed a Kleenex, got into bed, and called Michelle to cry on her shoulder. Michelle answered on the first ring. She sounded sleepy. If you're calling to tell me how sorry you are about the wedding, I forgive you, just like I did the last 3 times you called me in Hawaii. None of it was your fault, okay? Mother forgives you, Daddy forgives you, and so do Christopher and I. He left me, Michelle. Her friend was suddenly wide awake. What do you mean he left you? Nick? Where are you, anyway? Paris, she answered, sniffling. You're crying, aren't you? You lost the lawsuit. Laurent, I'm so sorry. I didn't lose. You mean you're rich again? I suppose so. You don't sound very happy about it. Did you hear what I said? Nick left me. I didn't tell you the last time I called, but he left me the day after the wedding. He shook my hand, Michelle, and then he left. He doesn't love me. He shook your hand? Michelle burst into laughter. It isn't funny. This phone call is costing money, so be sympathetic and be fast. Okay, Michelle said. There. It will be all right. Now you're being sarcastic. Sorry, she said. What are you going to do about him? Nothing. He doesn't love me. I saw the way he was looking at you while you were dancing at the picnic. It's the same way Christopher looks at me when he wants, you know. That's lust, not love. I scared him. Oh, dear, you do have a knack for doing that. There's only one thing left to do, she advised. You're going to have to go after him. Hunt him down. Laurent sighed. You aren't helping. I'm feeling miserable. I hate being in love. Go after him, she repeated. And then what? I can't make him love me. I hate feeling like this. If this is what love is all about, you can have it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get on with my life and forget him. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, Michelle agreed, and Laurent could hear the smile in her voice. Just one question. How are you going to forget him? I fell in love with him almost overnight, so it probably isn't the real thing. That makes sense, doesn't it? Oh, please, do you hear yourself? In your heart, you know this isn't an infatuation. I fell in love with Christopher after our first date. Sometimes it happens that way. I just knew I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him. Go after Nick, Laurent. Don't let pride mess this up. Pride doesn't have anything to do with it. If he loved me, he wouldn't have left me. It's over, and I have to accept it. Laurent felt like her heart was shattering. Michelle was talking now, but she wasn't listening. She interrupted her friend to say goodbye. She wanted to go home, but she didn't know where that was anymore. She called room service and ordered hot tea. Coping. That's what Nick had told her she was doing when she fixed herself tea. She was suddenly anxious to get out of Paris. She called the airline and moved her flight up. She could sleep on the plane, she thought. She got out of bed and started packing her bags again. She had just closed her overnight bag when there was a knock on her door. Tea had arrived. She grabbed a tissue on her way across the room and then opened the door. Just put... Nick was standing in the corridor, glaring at her. She was so stunned to see him she couldn't speak, couldn't move. He looked awful. His hair was down in his face. His clothes looked like he'd slept in them, and his eyes looked haggard. She thought he was beautiful. Did you even have the chain on? What were you thinking opening the door like that? I didn't hear the deadbolt. Was the door locked? She didn't answer him. She just stood there staring up at him with a stunned expression on her face. He could see she'd been crying. Her eyes were red and swollen. He had to nudge her back inside before he could shut the door. This is how you lock a door, he said, as he turned the bolt. He had her now. He leaned against the door so she couldn't get past him. He took a deep breath, and the panicky feeling he'd been carrying around vanished. She was just a foot away from him, and the world was suddenly making sense again. How did you find me? I'm FBI. It's what we do. We find people who try to run. Damn it, Laurent. How could you leave me like that? Without a word, you pack up and move to Paris? What the hell's the matter with you? Don't you know what you put me through? What were you thinking? He railed. You can't tell someone you love him and then run away. That's just damn cruel. Laurent was trying to follow along, but Nick was talking so fast and furiously it was difficult. Why did he think she had moved to Paris? And what made him think she was running away from him? She was going to demand he explain as soon as she got over the fact that he was there, acting like a complete, adorable idiot. I'll quit, he said. He nodded to let her know he meant it. If that's what it'll take to get you to marry me, then by God, I'll quit. He only then noticed she was wearing the T-shirt he'd bought her, and that conjured up all sorts of hot memories. He smiled that wonderful melting smile of his, and then he pointed at her and said, "You love me." He tried to take her in his arms, but she backed away. "You can't quit." "Yes, I can," he said. "I'll do whatever it takes to make you feel safe. But you've got to stop running. No matter where you go, I'll follow you. Damn it, Laurent, I'm never going to let you leave me again." She put her hand out to fend him off when he tried to grab her. "I wasn't running away. You left me, remember?" "Yeah? Well, I came back and you were gone. You sure didn't waste any time pining away for me. Tommy didn't even want to tell me where you'd gone, but I made him." She was starting to catch on. Her brother had become a matchmaker. "And what did he tell you?" "That you moved to Paris. It made me crazy knowing you were so far away," he admitted. "I have to have you in my life. I want to come home to you every night. I want to grow old with you. I need you, Laurent." She started crying again. He wouldn't let her back away from him this time. He pulled her into his arms and held her tight. He kissed her forehead as he whispered, "Will you marry me?" "I won't marry a man who can't hold a job." "Then I'll take the coordinator position they've offered me." "No, what you do is too important. You have to promise me you won't stop." "You mean it?" "I love you, Nicholas." "I won't quit." He nudged her chin up and leaned down. He kissed her passionately, letting her know how much he loved her. "Marry me, Laurent. Put me out of my misery." Her head snapped back. She was suddenly looking stunned again. "How did you get here?" He wouldn't let her dodge his question. "Marry me," he repeated. She smiled. "I want babies." "So do I," he said. "With you, I want everything. I'll be a neurotic father, worrying about them, but with you as their mother, they'll turn out all right. We'll be a good balance for them. As long as I have you by my side, anything is possible. I love you, sweetheart." She was fervently kissing his neck. "I already know you love me." "Yeah? When did you figure that out?" She hoped their babies would have his blue eyes. They were so beautiful. "When I saw you at my door, that's when I knew you loved me. You got on a plane and flew across an ocean for me." He laughed. "Losing you was more terrifying. Besides, it wasn't all that bad." "Are you telling me you're over your phobia?" "Sure I am," he choked. She smiled, kissed him gently, and whispered, "We'll go home by boat."
That was Heartbreaker by Julie Garwood, read by Laura Hicks. We do hope you've enjoyed listening to this Chivers audiobook. For details of further titles, please contact us at Chivers Audiobooks, P.O. Box 1450, Hampton, New Hampshire, 03843, or call us at 1-800-621-0182.